Hello and welcome to the Williams Esports round, host for round 8 of the Formula Student Sim Series 2023. My name's Dan Jones, I'm the Chief Judge for Formula Student. This is James Montgomery, or Monty, who's the event captain for the Formula Student Sim Race Series. So 2023, this is our 4th year now of sim racing in the Formula Student Series. We're delighted to be here in a facility like this at the Williams Esports Lounge. And as the saying goes, from small acorns to great oak trees grow. So the history of the series, how did we get here? We all remember March 2020. We as the Formula Student Organising Committee were faced with the difficult decision to cancel our live event for Formula Student that year. But rather than just shut up shop completely, we set about trying to put on a virtual event. And for the dynamic events, we replaced that with sim racing, or a combination of lap time simulation and sim racing. I enjoy sim racing myself and had the kit at home, and spent my time at lockdown was getting ready for hosting that series in 2020. And at the end of that, we looked back and said, that was a massive success. We've got something great here. Let's try and grow it for the future. And so over the following years, 2021, we ran a hybrid event where we offered sim racing for those teams who couldn't attend site at Silverstone. And then in 2022, brought Monty on board as event captain for the sim racing, and we started running an online league racing series that runs from November through to July. And 2023 is our 2nd year of that series running. Monty, do you want to give some highlights of what we've had over the past couple of years?
Well, so far in the series, in our first season, we had 26 teams take part. It was well attended. We would go racing once a month, variety of tracks, a variety of different cars as well, leading up to the grand final, which ran in conjunction with Formula Student. For this season, we've gone even bigger. 46 universities have registered for the series this year. We've kept the combinations essentially the same, different tracks, different cars, once a month. However, in between each round, the students were also faced with engineering-based challenges where they'd be able to go onto our servers with a set criteria, a set car, and we'd give them an engineering-based challenge. They had to work out the setup problem of a car and work out how to get around that issue and make the car go quicker. It's been a very busy 6 months for them because not only have they been racing and trying to be the fastest drivers going, but they've also got to apply the engineering knowledge and essentially do a lot of problem solving in between all of those rounds as well.
Yeah, and I think as we've developed the series, we've always had in mind that Formula Student, first and foremost, is an engineering design competition. And so whilst the driving element is fun, and we do promote it as a fun series, we do try and make sure there's the engineering content and the learning for the students and the race engineers who are supporting the actual drivers as part of the teams. So the engineering challenge that Monty mentioned this year is a way of drawing out more of that engineering background. I think it's a reflection, and lots of people see the very nice equipment that we have here, but think it's a bit like it's a game. The software now these days is so accurate. Drivers use it for training, learn new circuits, and you can use it for engineers to learn how to develop setups and everything else. So in the previous years, the teams who did well, as well as having the drivers, they had race engineers, they were doing the prep before events, developing setups, practicing the races. And then we've got some teams who are just doing it, treating it more on the fun side. With the engineering challenge, we've had a structured approach where the first engineering challenge was generate a basic aero map, and then it's just progressively increased in difficulty up to the final challenge where they have to pull together a whole setup for a fastest lap around Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and they're trying to match a lap time set by an esports driver kindly provided by Williams. So much like the live Formula Student event where the teams are building the cars and competing with them at Silverstone, the sim race series, we have teams competing from all around the world. We have the UK entries, those from Europe. We also have teams from North America and from Asia. The competition is open to not just Formula Student competitors in the competition year for the live event, it's open to any Formula Student team from the global community on Formula Student, and I think it's probably about 70-30, the mix. So we have 70% of teams who are actually competing at Formula Student UK, but then we have some teams who we've not seen yet with a live car at Formula Student UK, but hopefully the sim racing could be a lead into them coming and joining. But if you're interested in being part of this series, Monty will give you details of how you could get involved.
So guys, if you want to get involved in the FS Sim Racing series, all you need to do is reach out using the address below. There's going to be an entry form which we'll send to you guys over. Fill in the details accordingly, answer all the questions on there, ping it back to us, and once the next season begins, we'll get you registered and you'll be able to join. We'll provide you the Discord details as well, so you'll be able to join with the community, meet some of the other competitors, and make sure that you're set up for the next season.
Yeah. I think that's one of the great things to say. We've been blown away by how open, friendly the teams have been on the Discord, and a good bit of banter as well.
It's students at the end of the day, so it's a fun race series. There's a lot of banter going on there, and a lot of camaraderie as well. We're all here to have a good time. We want to enjoy our races as well. And if people are struggling perhaps with performance or getting their simulators to work, there's a lot of technical gurus out there who are willing to make sure that everyone is able to join in the fun.
And don't be worried about being a novice. We've got a spread of abilities in the teams and the drivers that compete, and we have a top tier server where it is competitive between the top 3 or 4 teams there, and some of them are semi-professional sim racers, but we have a spread of abilities. And we've also seen when novices have come in, you've seen that rapid progression as they learn how to develop a setup, how to learn the car and the racecraft of going through for the event. So if you're worried about that, don't worry at all. Come along and get involved. So as we've mentioned, the Sim Race series is not just about the driving, there's the race engineering that goes behind that. And if you're used to watching racing on the television, you'll often hear them talk about the data. So what does that actually mean? In a real race car, there's data loggers, and that's beaming the telemetry back to the pits. And in sim racing software, you have exactly the same. So on the screen here, we've got an example data trace in the Motec data logging software. And on the screen, you've got a number of different channels. Across the top, you've got VCAR around the lap. So you'll see increasing, steadying out as you get towards the end of the straight, then the rapid deceleration into a corner and accelerating back out. Associated with that, throttle position, brake position going around the lap, steering wheel, and the G, and this is combined G, so both latitudinal and longitudinal G. This is just a small part of the data. This sort of channel is really good for getting an overview of the car performance as you're going around the lap. But the devil's really in the detail, where you're getting into looking at what the suspension's doing, how you tune the damping, looking at the impact on tyre temperatures, your suspension, toe settings and camber settings, stuff like that. We're here with Michael Preston, now working at Williams Esports, but he was part of the Southampton team who won the 2022 Sim Race Series. Michael was a driver, but I think you had 2 race engineers who were supporting you, or 1 race engineer and 2 drivers?
We had effectively 3 race engineers.
Okay, so yeah, taking it really, really seriously. And it's exactly this sort of thing that the guys were doing. So Michael and the other drivers would be going out, developing setups, driving the car particular ways, thinking about how it's behaving, and then going back and reviewing the data with the race engineer, talking about a change they could make, and then going out, doing some more laps. And it's both subjective and objective, so you get the driver feedback on how the change affected how the car went, and then you're going into the data, because often an easy car to drive isn't necessarily a quick car. So you need a car that's on edge but that's still drivable going round, and so you have the driver feedback, but ultimately the data doesn't lie, and you go into the detail in the telemetry, and that will be able to confirm the lap time gain that you will find in developing the setup. I think that's the key thing for the engineering challenge as part of the Formula Student ethos of encouraging the education for engineers. And Michael, as we know in some of the other pieces you'll see today, is a good example of where the Formula Student Sim Race series has allowed people to go and gain jobs in industry related to both engineering and sim racing and esports in itself. Good morning everybody. Welcome to the live stream for round 8 of the Formula Student Sim Race series here at the Williams Esports Lounge in Grove in Oxfordshire. I'm Dan Jones, Chief Judge for Formula Student. This is James Montgomery, Event Captain for the Sim Race series. And Monty, I think lots of effort gone into preparing and getting ready for today. I'm excited. How excited are you?
I don't think I can actually say it for the broadcast just now. I'm over the top excited. This has been a fantastic setup. So much work has gone into this. We've got 25 universities live here at the facility today, and another 5 universities logging in remotely. It's a big event to finish off what's been a fantastic season, really, hasn't it?
It has. Great racing so far. We've had the engineering challenges on top of all that. And to get to where we are here today, from where it started in 2020, of running from our offices and bedrooms during the pandemic, I'm blown away. Really looking forward for showing everyone what the Formula Student Sim Race series is about, and for the teams to get stuck in and get involved. But so let's show you a bit of the facility of here where we are. So fantastic heritage with all of the trophies and helmets from history of Williams behind. We've got a video wall for the teams whilst they're waiting to go on for the racing, with live lap times from the races that are going on. And then of the 20 rigs in the 2 rooms that are all joined together, at the moment the teams are practicing, getting set up, ready for the heats. First heat starts at 11:30. each of these rigs here, they're sort of, in the corner, you've got the full professional sim racing rigs. These are, commercial level, really good for the teams to have, consistent same level of hardware that they're using. And they're just having the chance in this practice to get up to speed on using the rigs. They don't know that we're going to do this, but you've met Monty, event captain, but this event couldn't also be happening without the support we've had from Emperor servers and also Callum here. So guys, please do not swear. You're live on the stream. You'll be, wait for the ambush. So behind the scenes, we have Henry and Callum from Emperor servers. Have been involved right from the very start in 2020 when we put the event on, and we have Callum too. What time's the driver's briefing, Callum? Who was a competitor last year with the University of Portsmouth, and then he's come on board to help run the event this year as well. Just want to say thank you to the whole team for getting ready for all of this and putting on what's hopefully going to be a fantastic event today. So I don't know if you guys want to say something quickly about what the software and what we're running the platform on today.
Don't know where to hold this. Hi everybody. We're running all the events today on Assetto Corsa. We chose the simulator because it gives us the variety of cars and tracks that we want to really test the students out at different conditions as well, weather conditions. We're going to see some rain later on today, also I've heard. And we're running everything here from the Williams pit wall and having a great time. And check out Emperor servers if you're interested in some servers.
Thanks very much. Apologies for the ambush. So let's have a bit of a closer look at some of one of the rigs that the teams are going to be using today. So for those of you, if you're wondering what sim racing is about, you don't need to have kit of this level to get involved, but it certainly helps with the immersion and the feedback that you get. So you have what's called a direct drive wheel. So in here there's a servo motor, and it's just a one-to-one connection between that and the wheel. There's no gearing, there's no belts between, and so that you've got the best feedback of the game simulating the forces on the steering wheel. Sorry, I shouldn't say game. The software is simulating the forces from the steering wheel going through, and then if you're familiar with watching Formula 1 or other high-level motorsport, a steering wheel that looks very similar to what you'd see in the cockpit. So you've got shifters on the back for up and down, and then various buttons, dials and switches for changing the settings as the drivers are going around. And then one of the key things if you're interested in getting involved in sim racing, on the pedals, on the lower end hardware, they're just a spring system, and then they're not very consistent. You get kind of a minimum standard is to have a load cell brake in there. And that's got a load cell that's directly measuring the force that's being applied by the driver. And I think in sim racing versus rear wheel driving, the thing that's most difficult to recreate is the braking feel. So having something like a load cell pedal where you can have the consistency of braking for being able to drive consistently lap for lap really does help. I know, Monty, you're doing a lot of sim racing yourself, so you've got JJ Racing on the side as well as being event captain for this. So you can tell us a bit more about what the teams have been doing this year in the series.
Thank you, Dan. Actually, I'll tell you what, Dan, before we go into that, as you just started off so nicely with these rigs here, given that I came in a couple of weeks ago to actually find out more about the facilities, let's go and watch a video just to see everything else in this building, and then we'll talk more about the sim racing series afterwards. See you guys shortly.
Hey guys, welcome to the Williams Experience Centre, where we're going to be hosting the final round of this season's Formula Student Sim Racing Series in their Esports Centre. I'm joined with Michael Preston, the Esports Chief Engineer for Williams Esports, who's going to be showing us around the facilities. Shall we go?
Yep,
let's go.
So welcome to Grove, home of the Williams Esports Lounge. So here we have some of the simulators that the students are going to get to use for the final round of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We have the Williams Esports Edition Playseat Formula. We have a Fanatec direct drive steering wheel base and a Formula V 2.5 rim. We also have load cell pedals and a 32-inch curved monitor. As you can see, there's 10 rigs here. We also have 10 rigs in the back room as well, so we can have up to 20 people racing in the same race at any given time. In the background, we also have our pro level sim rigs. So these are the sim rigs that our Williams Esports pro drivers would use if they're preparing for events or if they're taking part in events. So this year we've used those for taking part in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual Series. We've used iterations of those rigs for F1 Esports as well. And we also have a F1 style pit wall which we use to provide a professional engineering capacity, which I will show you now. So here we have our F1 style pit wall. The first thing you'll notice is the abundance of screens that we have. It seems excessive, but as soon as you start adding onboard telemetry, timing, the screens quickly fill up, especially if you want to be watching the race as well. Like we have a replay from the Le Mans Virtual Series race here. This has capacity for 4 engineers to be working during the races. We also use this for running events in the Esports Lounge as well. So if we're running LAN events or corporate events, then this is somewhere that we can run those events from if we're running session lobbies or doing admin for that kind of stuff as well. On the screen we have Motec open at the moment, so that's a tool that we use to analyse telemetry. So this is something that most of the students in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series will have become accustomed to using throughout this year, because Motec natively has the ability to analyse data coming out of Assetto Corsa, the simulator. So that's where there's one real area of crossover between sim racing and real life, is that this is a tool that's used in professional level motorsport, and the students can be using it, getting data from their sim rig at home and learning everything that they'd ever need to do using this software at a racetrack. So here's one of our pro level rigs that our Williams Esports pro drivers would use. As you can tell, there's a bit of a step up in hardware between these and the corporate level simulators that we have over in the rest of the Esports Lounge, and the main differences from this are coming from much heavier braking pedals, the higher forces coming from the direct drive wheelbase, 3 screens, so that you can use your peripheral vision a lot more to see the cars around you. Also, the much stiffer chassis for the rig itself. That's necessary to cope with all of the forces coming out of the steering wheel base and going through the braking pedal. So the Husingvel Ultimate pedals that we have on this rig are capable of going up to 120 kilos of braking force. So that's capable of matching any or the majority of real racing cars. So
a lot of force.
yeah, these are a really good tool for professional drivers as well, testing for real-world racing, as well as our drivers in their professional sim racing capacity.
This looks impressive. Dare I ask the cost?
Yeah, so the rig in its totality with the one PC included will put you back about just over 10,000 Great British pounds.
Worth every penny, I'm sure.
Yep, especially when you're looking for those marginal gains.
Absolutely. No, definitely. If it gives you an authentic experience of what you feel in the car on the real track, then no, definitely it's there with a purpose.
So, good morning and welcome to the live final of the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2023, live as you've just seen from Williams Esports HQ here in the Grove. I'm Giles Cosgrove. I will be your lead commentator for proceedings throughout the day. We've got a jam-packed day of racing. We are live now until 5 o'clock. Who is going to get crowned champion after what has been an absolutely monumental season of racing? UGR, University of Glasgow Racing, looking really strong. Southampton, Bolton and Hull will be vying for those other 2 podium positions. It is all to play for here. So much action on the way across a variety of different classes, different circuits. It's going to be fantastic. So let me talk you through it. Let me talk you through what is coming up. First up, this morning at 11:30, we're going to have our first heat with Mazda MX-5s racing at Tuscaba, and then Heat 2 will be the Audi TT Cup at the Hungaroring, and Round 3, Heat 3 will be Ford Capri RS 3100s at the Donington National Circuit, the 2018 version of that. Then we're going to go for Heat 4, which will be Radicals. They're a sort of track day car, and that will be at Lime Rock with a chicane built into it as well. And then the grand final, the B final, will be GT4s at Hockenheim, and then the A final will be Lotus Exos, which are Formula style cars, and that will be, of course, at a simulated Silverstone. It's all to come. It's all live right here on YouTube. So do not go anywhere. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Have you been watching throughout the entirety of the series? Have you just joined us for the final? Let us know in the stream. You can comment, you can get in touch, tag everyone on Instagram, support your favorite teams. It's all going to be fantastic, and we are live throughout the day. So big thank you to Williams Esports for hosting us. They're doing an incredible job behind the scenes, making sure all of this is possible. They're in my ear right now. They're doing a fantastic job. So thank you to them. It's a really, really special place to be. I've never seen anything like it. I feel slightly out of my depth, if I'm honest with you. And I'm sure some of the teams are feeling a little apprehensive. We're all in this together. So stick around. It's going to be brilliant. Our first heat is only minutes away. Do get in touch. Do let us know what you reckon the outcome will be. UGR have been dominant over the past, as you can see on your screens now. The University of Glasgow there with 665 points, just behind them in second with 575. Look at that gap. Look at that monumental lead UGR have. But in second it is, of course, University of Southampton. Hull there in third with 505 points. Bolton looking initially dominant early on in the season, but dropped away after a few poor results over the last few rounds. They've got 495 points. In fifth, University of Wales, Trinity St David with 448 points. In sixth, University of Salford, 426. Strathclyde are there in seventh, 399. 383 for University of Wolverhampton in eighth. UWE, University of West of England, looking very hot on track in the real world. That event coming to you the rest of the weekend live from Silverstone itself, so do tune in for that. They're in ninth at the moment in the sim racing series with 368 points, and then in 10th, rounding out the top 10 with 328.5 points is Cardiff University. Over in 11th, we've got the Basque Country, but right now you're seeing images of the team setting up ready for that first race here in the hub of Williams Esports. Next door, the team are building the Formula One cars, which is mad to think, but they've got a whole sim rig set up here. You were talked through it earlier by Dan and Monty. You got feedback on those steering wheels. I've been watching the teams practice, and the feedback from those direct drive steering wheels, if they go off, it really will rip your hands off. So the best thing to do, take your hands off the steering wheel, maintain your wrists, maintain that wrist action. So the first race is moments away. We'll be going to Tuscaba for the Mazda MX-5 Cup. This is going to be a really good one. Really, really great. We've got some teams here. Some teams are logging in from home. They're not here with us, but they will be competing. So all of that on-track action is going to be live. What do you reckon? What do you think is going to be the outcome? Get in touch. Let's go for the standings again. At the moment, these are the rest of the teams. So you saw the top 20 earlier. Right now, University of Portsmouth alum are rounding out the best of the rest with 167 points in 21st. In 22nd, it's Coventry University with 161 points. Edinburgh Napier are there in 23rd with 160 points. So it's a lot closer the further down the field you get. Obuda University are 24 with 155. In 25th, Sheffield Hallam University with 154 points as well. 26th, University of York, 150.5. Universidad de Leon with 139 there in 27th. And 28th, Staffordshire University, they've got 125. They're also looking very strong over in the real world on the actual Silverstone circuit. University of South Wales, USW there with 94 points in 29th. Harriet Watt University, they're here with us at Williams, and they've got 73 points, 31 points, 31st position, I should say, for the University of Leicester with 72 points. Polytechnica of Leiria, 71, 32nd position. 33rd are the University of Dundee with 68 points. Are we ready to go racing? We are getting ready. The teams are there setting up. You can see the drivers getting to grips, clicking their fingers. The pressure is on for this first round here at Williams Esports, right next door to the Silverstone circuit. Don't forget, this is the sim racing. The real racing goes on for the rest of the weekend. You can join myself, Monty, and Jess Ball for live coverage starting tomorrow for the dynamic events of Formula Student 2023 here in the UK. Right now, we've got the sim racing final. It's going to be some absolutely fantastic action. You can see here the drivers are just getting to grips with their surroundings. Now, this is really interesting because all of these drivers thus far have been in the comforts of their own homes or their own university setups for their sim rigs. But now it is all to play for because we're all in the exact same environment with the exact same settings. They're not allowed to change the mechanical settings of the sim rigs. So everyone, the field is completely equal in terms of driver feedback, the feel of everything. It will all feel exactly the same. So here we go then. Not long now to go before we go racing. For the first time today, we are live until 5 o'clock, so do stick with us because it's going to be a monumental day of racing. Bear in mind, we usually do this for a couple of hours in an evening on a Saturday. We've got a full day of racing coverage for you, ranging from Mazda MX-5s to Audi TTs, some classic Ford Capris at Donington. Very much looking forward to that. Remember, of course, my favourite round of the series so far has been the classic touring cars over at Goodwood. We're going to end with our finals. Our B final will be GT4s at Hockenheim, and then our A final will be Lotus Exo, so they're Formula style cars, and that'll be from a virtual Silverstone. Plenty of action to come then. Get in touch, let us know you're watching. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Cheering on your teams. We had something about someone being Ayrton Senna's uncle in the comments a while ago. Not entirely convinced about that one. You can see the drivers just getting to grips with their new surroundings, with these sim rigs here at Williams Esports. Watch the snapback on those direct drive steering wheels. If they go off, they just snap back relentlessly. It's been properly harsh driving. Mazda MX-5s are first up in Heat 1 of today. You can see in the background the trophies and helmets over the 46 years of heritage that Williams Formula Racing have got. Under new ownership in the last 12 months, bought up by an American consortium. If you're wondering where the money's gone, I can imagine some of it may have been spent on the Williams Esports setup. Look at that, it's gorgeous. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, so thank you very much to Williams Esports and all the team who are making sure that this stream runs as smoothly as possible. And of course, those at the server who are making it all happen, who've done it all year. They've put so much effort into it. You saw them earlier where Dan and Monty ambushed them with the microphone. They do deserve all the credit because they've been absolutely spot on, utterly marvellous. Well, we're going racing here at Williams in only a few minutes. You can see in the background there, it's Monty himself. I only met Monty for the first time in person yesterday. I've spent all year working with him. I only met him in person for the first time yesterday. My big draw, he's taller in person than you think. He's taller in person than you think. I also got to meet Nev, one of the key drivers from the University of Glasgow Racing, who are currently leading the championship with a cataclysmic lead. Got to party with UGR last night. They certainly know how to throw a party to University of Glasgow. They turned a gazebo into a club. So you can see on your screens now the drivers just getting to grips. The drivers take on a tour of the Williams Heritage Museum. 46 years of heritage with winning cars, race-winning cars, championship-winning cars, Gilles Villeneuve's car, Nigel Mansell's car, of course, Damon Hill's car, and all the way back to the early days with Alan Jones's car as well. They're all downstairs in the museum. We were kind enough to be given a guided tour. So if you haven't been practicing, you've still been getting in the mood for racing here at Williams Esports for the grand final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2023. We are moments away from the first heat. We Mazda MX-5s, the MX-5 Cup at Tuscaba. Very exciting stuff. Love an MX-5. Little pocket rocket of a car. So we are quite literally minutes away. I've just heard we are about a minute and a half away from going racing. Who do you want to see win? What are your predictions? Get in touch. Let us know on the live stream. It's all interactive. We want to hear from you. So do please get in touch. You can also tag me on Instagram if you want. I can't say I'll hear it because the internet here is not exactly ideal unless you're directly connected. It would be, wouldn't it? They need all the power they can get. Albert Hare saying best of luck, everyone. Let's go NCME Racing, says Brandon Beckett. Albert Hare is watching live. Looking forward to the finals. Hopefully there'll be more excellent racing. Go Southampton, he says. Meanwhile, Matt Masusa Zeletsky says, come on, Hull. You can get in touch too. Head over to YouTube, Formula Student UK YouTube channel. But we're going to go racing now for the first time here for the grand final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series. So, here we are on the grid. And at the back of the grid, we've got UWE in 13th. 12th is University of Wales, Trinity St David. Coventry are in 11th. In 10th, it's, of course, UPR, University of Portsmouth Racing. In 9th, it's Cambridge. Southampton are in 8th. In 7th, it's University College London. Manchester are in 6th. Victoria in 5th. York in 4th. In 3rd, it's NCME. That is, of course, Bolton. Salford are in 2nd. I can't see, because of the way my screen is, who's... Aha, there we go. Tau, of course, that is Aberdeen in pole position for the first race of the day here at Williams Esports. 15 minutes of racing. Aberdeen on pole. Salford will be hoping to take them in second into the first corner. Bolton in third. They were championship protagonists until a few rounds ago. They'll be hoping if they can manage a podium position come the final standings here today. In fourth, we've got York. Victoria in fifth. Hats off to Victoria. They've been absolutely spot on all season. Some fantastic driving from them at Goodwood in those classic touring cars. Sideways the whole time. Manchester in sixth. They've had a bit of a mixed bag this season. Been unlucky and been on the receiving end of some rather aggressive driving from some of the other drivers. University College London there in seventh. Southampton in 8th, Cambridge, A-Team in 9th, and 10th is UPR. Lights out, here we go then. 6 lights, revs up. Lights out and away we go. A fantastic start there in the back from Bolton. Now side by side with Salford. Blocked only in by Aberdeen, who have got the best line, but it is a fantastic start for Bolton, who will go inside against Salford, and that is brilliant. Bolton up into first place side by side with pole sitters Aberdeen. Salford swamped off the line there. Bolton definitely gunning for that podium spot at the end of today's proceedings. They are some contact there with Aberdeen, and they just have to give the position away to the Scot in order to stay on track. 0.3 seconds separating them from the lead drivers. Not quite the first lap calamities we have seen previously, but brilliant stuff. Bolton up into first, then Southampton getting past Aberdeen as well. Some fantastic qualifying then from Aberdeen, but those championship protagonists, Southampton and Bolton, making them know who's the boss. Bolton pulling away now, knocking on the door of a gap of a second between them and Aberdeen already, and we're just in the first few corners of the first lap. Just a minute gone, but it's across the line for the first lap completed, and Bolton opening up a commanding lead of just over 1 second. In second place, they qualified in pole, got swamped at the start. Aberdeen. Southampton had a pretty good start themselves, but Salford, there's contact at the back. There's contact at the back. Salford are up there, and who's gone away? Aberdeen have been knocked off. Aberdeen have had an absolute calamity. They qualified in pole, and they've been pushed straight off in the first corner of the second lap. Gutting them for the Scots. Salford saying thank you very much and jumping up into second place ahead of Southampton, who had qualified in third, so they are in the position they qualified in. They were battling out with Bolton for that position. Having said that, no, Bolton was in third, Southampton were in second. They've dropped the position. Overtaking now then, on board with Manchester, going wide there as they try and get past UWTSD for 7th position. They're under pressure from York behind them. Manchester got the inside line, rapidly defending against the Yorkshire team, who are really on their chuff. Meanwhile, we've got 3 abreast here. Aberdeen have clawed their way back up from that drop down. It's all over again. Aberdeen, Salford and Victoria battling for 4th position. This is some really cracking racing, and we're only 3 minutes in. You can see exactly how today's going to go. Aberdeen up into 4th then. They qualified in pole, battling it out with Salford for 4th position. Salford just ahead at the moment. You're on board with Aberdeen, who are looking to the inside, trying to find a way round, putting pressure on the Salford team. Salford holding their own, pulling away now from the Scots. Drawing closer, late braking there from Aberdeen. University of Wales, Trinity St David, meanwhile, have clawed their way up into 6th, have got past Victoria as they were hoping to do. Manchester looking then to get past Victoria as well. Aberdeen currently settling for 5th. The gap between themselves and Salford just under a second or so. You're on board with the Scots. You can see there the damage at the rear that's been done to them, wrought by other cars. Oh, absolute drama there. Who was that going off in the background? Mental. Mental already. Victoria up into 5th, Aberdeen in 4th. You're on board with Salford. Salford dropped away. That was Salford going away. There must have been some contact that I must have missed, but Salford are back down in 9th now, having been in 4th, holding off Aberdeen. Aberdeen have made up that position, but Salford will be wondering where it all went wrong. I certainly am. Going away, spinning away, there's York. York got an absolute tank slapper. Was there contact there? Getting very tail happy are these cars, just going straight off track. Someone did. Completely off. The tail on these Mazda MX-5s, the oversteer kicking in. The drivers having to get to grips with these new setups here at Williams Esports. They're not used to it. These are not their home setups, and they've had one practice session to get used to the driving style they'll need to master the direct feedback on the steering wheels. You've got your load cells on the pedals as well to give a really good approximation of the full driving experience. On board with Aberdeen as they hunt down UPR for 3rd. Bear in mind, they qualified in 1st and they got absolutely swamped from the start. Bolton had a fantastic start. They are 4 laps complete. They're in 1st position. Behind them, Southampton, who qualified in 2nd. Bolton had a fantastic start, got off the line, got past Southampton, was side by side with them for a while, and then clawed their way past Bolton. Bolton then getting into some contact, was knocking all the way down the field, and they clawed their way back up into 4th. They're now on the hunt for a podium position, getting a bit wide there, and that's all gone for Bolton. They clipped the curb, and they're off. They're well off. Absolutely gutting for the Scots, who showed such promise in qualifying. Clipped the curb, and it sent them straight into the grass and down from 4th into 7th. Manchester will be very happy with that. Salford clawed their way back up. They were in 4th. There was some contact there, and they're in 5th. Victoria, meanwhile, in 6th. University Welsh Trinity St David qualified a lot higher. They're down in 13th. You're on board then with Aberdeen. Gutting for them. University Welsh Trinity St David have been strong all season in the mid-pack, the leaders of the mid-pack for the vast majority, knocking on the door of a few podiums on occasion. They are 29 seconds off the pace, 1 minute 19 their best lap time. 8.5 minutes or so to go in this first race, this first heat of the final here today. You're on board with the University of Portsmouth, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. These abbreviations have definitely been my strong suit. They'll be really happy with that, I can imagine. Up into 3rd, their alumni key to running this entire series. So they've got a direct line into the sim racing series, do Portsmouth. Looking very clean and tidy through there. So things have begun to settle down now. Going a bit wide there in the back is Manchester. Just managed to hold on then as Salford are looking in the background, having a bit of a look down the inside. Salford and Manchester then. Battle of the Northerners coming up. Oh, and Manchester's off. They've just handed that to Salford, and then Salford get a bit of spin themselves, trying to avoid them. Manchester managing then to hold on to 4th. You're on board with UPR in 3rd. Salford have finally got them side by side with Manchester. On the grass they go. Manchester back up, and that's absolute calamity for Manchester. Absolute calamity. They were looking so strong, they got put under pressure from their fellow Northerners, Southampton, Salford. Too many S's. Got sent onto the grass. Salford take 4th. And Manchester completely lose it. On board then with the Northerners as they knock on the door of UPR. University of Portsmouth Racing. Brilliant stuff here. Tail in the back. You can see here the drivers wrestling with the wheels. The direct feedback giving them a lot to contend with as Salford look to the inside of UPR. They haven't quite got enough position on them to be able to make that overtake work, but it's only a matter of time. 6 minutes left in this race. Bolton, 5-second lead. They're untouchable unless they make a mistake, and we have seen those mistakes happen, those unforced errors from the drivers as they clip the curbs, the driver feedback forcing them straight off the grass. So fantastic stuff. And you can see these cars are really quite tail happy. Bit of oversteer from the setups on these MX-5. The drivers have had an opportunity to select their setups for each of the rounds today in advance. You're on board with Aberdeen, who qualified in pole, and the race just got away from them from lap 1. Bolton had a monumental start side by side with second place Southampton. Bolton then got up past Aberdeen, who were then sent flying down the running order. They then managed to get up into 4th, and there was an unforced error onto the curb, and it sent them flying into the grass. They're now in 6th, having started in pole. Southampton managing to hold on to their qualifying position in 2nd. Bolton, as we've said, in 1st. UPR in 3rd. 4th is Salford. 5th is Victoria. University College London sat there in 7th. Coventry in 8th. UWE in 9th. I believe they've made up places from the initial qualifying order. Manchester are down in 10th, as we've seen. Up into 3rd goes Salford. You're on board with Aberdeen. Can we get over to Salford and see what's happened there? Because they've just overtaken UPR. You're on board with Salford. They've got clear tarmac ahead, so they have managed to make that overtake work. It was only a matter of time. Salford clinging to the tail end of UPR, to the tail end of Salford. Aberdeen got away again. They've dropped down to 11th. Whether that was contact or a mistake, Aberdeen are right back down the pecking order, having qualified on the front row of the grid for this race. Salford pulling away quite nicely from UPR to hold on to 3rd. There's a second's gap, and it's only been a few corners. Looking then like Salford will be holding on to 3rd. Going wide there in the background are UPR, just gifting Salford more and more of a gap. And you can see in the background of your screen the white car of Victoria closing in on UPR. Getting a bit tail happy there are UPR. Victoria closing in. We've got 4.5 minutes of this race. 9 laps completed by the lead car Bolton. Do Victoria have enough time to be closing that gap on the University of Portsmouth with a 2.5 seconds to make up and potentially go for an overtake and claw their way up to 4th? Victoria, one of the highlights of this series. Some fantastic driving from them throughout the whole series across the various different classes we've been racing with. But that gap opening up then between themselves and UPR to 2.5 seconds or so. University College London in 6th, 5 seconds behind. It will be very difficult to make that up for the University of College London to try and catch Victoria. Up ahead is Bolton with a cataclysmic lead, a monumental lead, a cavernous lead of 6.5 seconds on the second place team Southampton. 10 laps completed by the number 3 car. 3 minutes to go. Unless they make a mistake, it doesn't look like they're going to, because they've been so utterly consistent, cool and precise. This is the Bolton we're used to. This is the Bolton we're used to here on the Sim Racing Series. They've had a few rough rounds, and it's really, unfortunately for them, sent them out of the running to win the series. They'll be hoping for a podium finish. And with a performance like this, if they keep going the way they're going, I can see them being totally in contention. 6.7 seconds between them and Southampton. Clean, precise driving. No drama. They managed to make it work. They got a better start than Southampton. They qualified in 3rd. Side by side with Southampton down into turn 1. By turn 3 or so, they were past Southampton. They were taking the battle to Aberdeen, who are down now in 10th position. Just going side by side with UWE. UWE on the inside with the better line. Aberdeen trying to claw their way back up and get some points. UWE in 9th, Aberdeen in 10th. You're on board with Aberdeen, getting their sights on the red car of UWE. Looking to the inside there. Later braking, going round the out, looking to the outside potentially. Could they make the inside work here? Under the Dunlop tunnel, not quite, clipping the curb up into the air. The curbs have been proving a problem for Aberdeen. We saw earlier they got sent off after clipping the curb and then threw onto the grass. This is really tight. They've got a minute and a half here. 12 laps completed by Bolton. Less than a second between them, Huey and Aberdeen. Looking to the inside now. It's a question of outbreaking a drag race down into this sweeping right-hander. Huey will know they're there. Rubbernecking and not quite from Aberdeen. Getting tail happy though. Oh! It's all gone wrong for Huey. It's all gone wrong for Huey, and they are not happy about that. Flashing their lights at Aberdeen. Oversteer from Huey. Their tail stepped out. Aberdeen knocking on quite literally the side panel of the Huey car, and Huey very, very disgruntled about that, to say the least. University of Wales Trinity St David now all over the chuff of Aberdeen. Looking to the inside they go. University of Wales Trinity St David just up into ninth. Can they make this stick? It'll all depend on the racing line as they go into this right-hand corner. Side by side they go. Is there enough room? Yes, just about, but that is Trinity St David onto the grass. They come back on ahead of Aberdeen. Aberdeen sweeping to the inside. This is not over. This is not over. The battle for ninth. University of Wales Trinity St David. Aberdeen qualified in pole. They're now all over the chaff of the 8th place car. University of Wales Trinity St David, who will know just from looking in their mirrors who's behind them and what they want. We go into now what is going to be the last lap of this first race of the day. And there they go, down the inside, looking to the inside, not quite got enough pace to make that move work from Aberdeen, but they are really gunning for this. Onto the grass again, those curbs proving tricky for some of the drivers. Looking to the, oh, that is just a bit much, isn't it? Surely that's a bit much from Aberdeen. They've just pulled the exact same stunt on Trinity St David, who then got to let Huey through, having recovered from the toe punt they received from the Scottish team. That's a calamity down the pack here in the first race. Bolton have taken the checkered flag whilst we've been talking. In second, it's been Southampton. Salford crossed the line in third, and UPR there just crossing the line in fourth. Victoria following up in fifth. Behind them, crossing the line in sixth, will be University College London. Manchester in seventh. Crossing the line, York to follow. And then it comes Aberdeen. Aberdeen crossing the line in ninth, followed by University of Wales Trinity St David, who managed to hold on to that position. They were knocked off by Aberdeen. Huey got past for a bit. They managed to defend that very nicely. Cambridge coming in 12th, and rounding out in 13th will be Coventry. I'm fairly certain both Huey and UWTSD might have something to say to Aberdeen. I imagine a few choice words will be said, because that was a little on the aggressive side, even by my standings, and those that can do and those that can't talk about it. So I'm just here talking about it. What do I know? But having said what do I know, that looked a little aggressive to me. The stewards will be looking. Bolton over the moon with that result. Their team congratulating them. Cool and calm and collected throughout that race. Utterly fantastic then. Bolton taking the checkered flag first with a monumental lead, a commanding lead in that race. They had a really fantastic start, jumped the line, well, didn't jump the start, but they just jumped off the line like a bat out of hell, side by side with second place Southampton, got them out of the way in the first few corners, and then it was on to Bolton, who crumbled by the first corner of the second lap. And then they just tumbled down the running order, and it was just Aberdeen had issue after issue after issue throughout that race. They managed to cross the line in ninth, helped by some quite aggressive driving. I imagine the stewards might be looking at that. Yes, again, it's classic sim racing for Formula Student here. Nothing's changed. We might be at Williams Esports, but the racing is just the same, just as controversial, just as hairy. Stick around. What did you think of that? Do drop us a line in the comments. You have the comments coming in through. Alex W says the Williams Esports rig looks good. Yes, they do indeed. Andy Farmer saying, come on, Cardiff. Albert Hare, go Southampton. Now, Albert has been watching for the vast majority of this series from Qatar, but he's let us know, not in Qatar this time, just back to support Team Southampton. Well, Albert's been a massive supporter of the series, let alone Southampton, so it's lovely to have him here with us. And Brandon Beckett saying, let's go, Dan. So, that was the result. Let's go to an interview and find out what the drivers have to say.
Wow, that was a fun race, wasn't it? Good way to kick things off. As always, Bolton at the top. Congratulations, Mr. Kel. That looked like a nice, easy race, was it?
Well, I'm not Kel. I was on the wrong account.
Oh dear, we've done that one again. I do apologise, Fen. Sorry about that. Right, so tell us, that looked very easy from start to finish. Was it?
It might have looked easy. The first lap there was a bit of sort of squabbling around, trying to get position, but I think once I was out front, I was just trying to manage the pace. I could see Southampton were coming up to me, just trying to manage that gap. And then once I got to a comfortable gap at the start, relaxing a little bit, as much as you can during one of these races, and then carry on to the checkered flag.
It was nicely executed, that's for sure. I mean, that's one race down, 3 more heats to go. I'm assuming we're going for glory. Is it go tonight?
Yes, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully we need to try and get to 3rd in the championship. So hopefully we're doing that today. I've got the 3, and that's my next heat. So we've got L in the other 2 heats. Hopefully we're on for a good points haul.
That looked mega. Honestly, good luck, and yeah, we'll see how it goes from that one. So there we are, guys. That's race 1. Well, part 1 of heat 1 done. The university teams, we've got the second half of the heat group coming in now. They're just coming onto the rigs now. And yeah, there's going to be more racing in just a couple of minutes' time. I don't know. Shall we see? They all seem to be just about getting comfy in there. So let's see how we're getting on there. They're just logging onto the server now, I believe. So here's the standard. We're basically going to do a couple of minutes practice, let them help find the seats, get used to the controllers again. And it looks like we've got 30 seconds left to practice. That's their grid positions determined. Whether they're going to enter Finals B or Finals A. And then we will have our winner for Formula Students Sim Race Series Round 8. And hopefully be able to declare who our champion is after this round as well. Really, really looking excited to this. And I can't wait. I just want to get the races going on now. But yeah, look at the intense focus going on the drivers here. This is just practice, guys. So wait until the race. You saw what the calamity was like in the first half of that heat. Ooh. Let's get a shot of those gloves. This is why I enjoy university-based competitions. There's always a strong meme to come from somewhere, you know. That's the University of Kingston with their taco gloves there, so fantastic. Let's move over to Giles. What's happening?
Cup. We've seen the drama that is possible on track, and we've seen some of our favourite championship protagonists already out on track. Plenty more to come for you very, very soon. So, what did you reckon of that? Let us know in the comments. Would love to hear from you. I know Andy Farmer's watching saying, come on Cardiff. Cardiff are up next very, very soon. Carl Benson behind the wheel in this round for my own university. There's been a lot of talk about bias in the commentary box. There's not. I just get excited when I see people I know doing well. It's been great to meet so many people in person for the first time here at Williams Esports. You can see them getting ready to go racing for the second time today. Round 2, Heat 1, for the grand final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023. I've absolutely loved doing this, loved having you on board. The drivers just getting acclimatized to these sim rigs. A lot of love in the comments for these sim rigs. Look how great they look. You've got your load cells in the pedals, direct drive steering wheels. And you've seen during the racing, we've cut away to the drivers behind the wheels. You've seen them wrestling with those steering wheels. So you know they're having a bit of a time of it, just getting to grips with it. They've got to really, really put a lot of effort into it. This isn't FIFA Esports where they're playing football with their thumbs. This is as close as you can get without actually being on track. So it's a lot cheaper and a lot less dangerous. But although having said that, if they go off track and the steering wheel bites back, you could break your wrists. The drivers were warned about that in the driver's briefing this morning. I was there recovering from a heavy night with University of Glasgow Racing, who really do know how to party. Look at those steering wheels. Absolutely fantastic. The Fanatec low direct drive steering wheels. Strathclyde there, getting set up, getting ready next door to Cardiff. Kyle Benson, they're having a chat, Strathclyde and Cardiff. Friends, clearly, smiling, thumbs up, having a bit of a chat ahead of this race. And it's all friendly here, that's the thing. Well, having said that, the way that Aberdeen drove, I'm not quite sure how friendly you'd call that. So, all to come later today. After the MX-5s in Heat 1, we'll have Heat 2, which will be the Audi TT Cup at the Hungaroring. We'll then throw to Heat 3. Very much looking forward to Heat 3. Ford Capri's RS 3100s at Donington National Circuit for the 2018 version of that circuit, the 2018 lineup. Then, of course, Heat 4 will be Radicals, so a track day style car. Lime Rock with the chicane. We're going to go now to the grid to see round 2 of Heat 1 of this final today. You'll notice I've got one screen here, on the screen there, looking at you. You can see the drivers getting ready, set up. A little bit of practice, lining up on the grid, loving the taco gloves there. Where do I get a pair? Williams have had their shop open today. I'm wondering whether they've got driving gloves down there. I can imagine some teams would quite like some driving gloves. Here we go then. Here is your lineup. 11 cars on track. Whoa, we're already off. 6 lights then for round 2. And they're away. FSTN in first, second is Kingston. Kingston have got an absolutely cracking start off the line, leaving Cardiff's Kyle Benson in the dust there, gunning for the lead. A dominant drive then from Kingston, and already they are up. Hull have got past Cardiff. University of Southampton. I kept calling that Southampton, I don't know. USM Southampton. Kingston up into first then, FSTN down into second, battling it out for the top spot they are. Hull up into second, they've also got past FSTN. University Southampton in fourth, Cardiff in fifth. Wolverhampton have clawed their way past Cardiff and they're into fifth now. University of Glasgow. Side by side though, Kingston, Hull and FSTN all battling it out. Almost 3 abreast, tucked in behind them are FSTN who qualified in first, Kingston in first, Hull up into first. Hull into first, Kingston in second, FSTN in third. Wolverhampton have got past, that is HW, that's Harriet Watt dropping down the running order all the way down to 11th. FSTN in third, that's Harriet Watt have just had left by themselves, lonely in the dust of the pack. Cardiff's Carl Benson struggling, having qualified in third, down to 9th now. Gutting for him. Ion Stavanger in 6th there. Battling out side by side with OUSR, University of Strathclyde, getting a great view of this action from the back. You're on board with Strathclyde. That is USM down in 8th, surprisingly. An overwhelming start, complete drama right off the line for everyone involved. I'm busy getting overwhelmed by the abbreviations, let alone the driving. Can you imagine what these drivers are going through right now? The early laps are always really quite intense. Wolverhampton have just got past Kingston to take second place. Hull in first with a 2-second lead already with 3 and a bit minutes gone. Wolverhampton then drawing away from Kingston. FSTN in fourth. UGR, University Glasgow Racing, series favourites, down in 5th. A low position for them. You're on board with them now. Actually, no, you're on board with FSTN as they look at the rear end of Kingston. Oxford University, is that OUSR, Oxford University Racing? I haven't got my notes this week. That's what happens when you aren't at home. FSTN you're on board with. Going wide there at Kingston, inviting FSTN to make a move for that podium position. Can't lie, I love the colour on that FSTN car. That is a fantastic turquoise. I was talking to someone from the University of Surrey about turquoise yesterday. Apparently Tiffany is a colour. I thought it was somewhere you had breakfast. On board then with University of Glasgow, they're down in 8th. Things have gone very wrong for the hot favourites in this competition. They are down in 8th position, battling it out with University of Southampton. Side by side they go, down the pitch straight towards turn 1 for lap 3, or lap 4 I should say. Glasgow up into 7th, on board with University. Wait, oh, this is close. Look at how close this is. Through the S's, they've had to give the position away just to keep the racing line. Glasgow holding on to up into 7th then, having got past University of Southampton. There's been some drama somewhere here, because Southampton and Glasgow are two very, very strong teams. Glasgow hot favourites to completely take the series, and they're down past the midway point in the running order. What has happened there then? Stephen Krug running for Bolton in round 1, I've been reliably informed in the comments. Go Harriet, says SB3. Harriet Watt down in last position, 38 seconds behind. Meanwhile, Ion Stavanger having a look then at OUSR. Going wide there, going wide, managing to stay on track and maintain position. UGR in the background, lurking there, going down the inside, Stavanger. And they take OUSR, brilliant view on board with Glasgow as they look ahead to this battle for 5th between OUSR and Ion, which I think is Stavanger. Some very tight racing. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place cars are all quite bunched up together. Ion just about managing to hold on here to that position. You're up there with FSTN, who are knocking on the door of Kingston yet again. They will want that 3rd place. Kingston unlikely to be particularly helpful in giving it. Who's going to break latest down through here into this sweeping right-hander at the end of the straight? FSTN you're on board with. Kingston up ahead in 3rd. The battle for the last podium position. Looking to the inside of FSTN, but they just don't have the acceleration there. But they are all over the chuff of the 3rd place car, Kingston. You can see in the background there, Ion and UGR, and of course OUSR as well. This could develop into a huge battle in the midfield. Kingston just about managing to hold off STN. That's holding up FSTN. That's allowed Ion to catch up. You're going to get a traffic jam in a minute. A procession of vehicles down from 3rd to 7th. Oh, this is tight now. Ion having a look at FSTN. They've been too busy trying to get past Kingston to look in their rearview mirrors. Wolverhampton and Hull meanwhile battling it out up ahead for 1st position. 0.4 seconds separating the two drivers. Wolverhampton and Hull, two big championship protagonists here at the sim racing final at Williams Esports, and we are down through this straight yet again. Who's going to break latest? Looking to the outside are Wolverhampton. Going wide there are Wolverhampton, trying to make a move. This is fantastic stuff. Wolverhampton have got into 1st position. Wolverhampton have taken the lead over Hull, and Hull are trying to take it back. They're side by side. Wolverhampton covering them off with very aggressive driving. Hull getting through there. Were they let by Wolverhampton, who just seemed to move to the side? Oh, some torque steer there on the Hull car. Wolverhampton in 2nd. You on board with them as they go past the Dunlop Tunnel. Or Dunlop Bridge, I should say. Kingston past FSTN. Ion up into 3rd, so that's happened. That's already broken away. You on board though with the battle for the lead. Wolverhampton in 2nd. Hull defending like mad in 1st. Going through side by side they go down this really, really, really fast straight into the last corner before the pit lane straight. This is brilliant stuff. Hull in 1st. Wolverhampton can't quite find a way round yet. A little bit of rubbernecking there on the nose of the rear. That's a bit much, isn't it? That's not exactly sporting. That's more how Australians play cricket. Wolverhampton up into 1st then. They get through with a little bit of help from some rubbing on the rear. Their nose, Hull's arse. Wolverhampton then into 1st position, opening that gap up to about half a second, looking to potentially be Wolverhampton's then. And coming up on one of the back markers, it's the Hull B team Oh no, Wolverhampton and Hull are battling out, and the B team are there in the way. The B team getting right out of the way of this battle for first position. They don't want to hamper their A team's efforts in getting that top position on the podium. 7 laps gone, 6.5 minutes to go. Wolverhampton in first, Hull A team in second. Can they out-drag the pole sitters in P1? Not quite enough speed to make a move there, but they are clinging on for dear life. 0.3 seconds between the first and second place cars, and that's going to give them a very big advantage. Wolverhampton going wide there, over the curb. The lights are down, the drivers concentrating massively here at Williams Esports HQ in the Grove. Next door they're building Formula 1 cars. Here we're racing live in Mazda MX-5s. Kingston up into 5th, having overtaken OUSR, but we're sticking with this, the battle for first, as Wolverhampton open up that gap to the Hull, just under a second. On board with Kingston and OUSR. Hull B team right in the way. No! OUSR just managed to get ahead of Kingston because Hull B team were just in the way. Kingston will want that position that they so hard fought for. Sticking to the tail end of OUSR. Oxford University Student Racing, I think. Someone correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but less than a second between these two cars. Battle for 5th, Kingston, OUSR. Down that last straight, heading into the sweeping right-hander before the start-finish line. Can Kingston get some extra pace on the OUSR car? It's down to who's going to brake latest. That sweeping right-hander sending them just left, just over the apex. Looking to the inside, go Kingston, a very, very aggressive move. OUSR one, oh no! That looked to be a done deal. What happened there from Kingston? A mistake from Kingston. Should have been them straight through. And they lay off, they touch the brake, and OUSR live to fight another day in 5th. Oh, spinning away is Kingston. Is that Kingston spinning away there? No, that would have been one of the other drivers. Kingston in 6th, OUSR in 5th. Kingston and OUSR are fine, but one of the other drivers has made an absolute mare of that, spinning right into the driving line. That is Hull's, no, that's HWS, Harriet Watt. They've not been having an ideal time. They've got plenty of support on the stream, but they've not exactly had the best race. Quite possibly their first appearance here in the Sim Racing Series. Not heard a lot from Harriet Watt. Over the, oh, bit of a tech snapper there, and that's them off. Into the wall they go. And will Hull B team manage to get past then? Waiting to see who goes through. Harriet Watt have gone off on the last corner of that lap, and Hull B team do go through. Harriet Watt having an absolute calamity. 1 minute 8 seconds, best time posted by Cardiff. The time by Hull B team 1 minute 17, so almost a 10-second gap between 9th and 10th. Car slip sliding away in the background of the screen there. Not sure who that was, but Wolverhampton have managed to secure the lead. Just under 5 seconds between them and Hull in 2nd. Ion, Stavanger in 3rd. UGR have clawed their way up into 4th. Oh, got University of Glasgow Racing. They're ahead of OUSR. Kingston, meanwhile, are in 6th. USM Southampton in 7th. And then FSTN in 8th. Cardiff in 9th and 10th, this whole B team. And as you've just seen, Harriet Watt having an absolute mare, going off at the last corner, straight into the wall, and quite possibly ending any hopes they have of a oh no! Harriet Watt overtaken Hull B team, so they are still fighting for that last position, side by side by the looks of things on the timing board. You're on board at the moment with our race leaders, Wolverhampton, Hull in 2nd, I should say. Harriet Watt then, determined not to finish last, battling it out with the Hull B team, going round the inside of the same corner they went off at earlier. No such trouble this time, as Hull B team are stomped back down into last position by Harriet Watt. The excitement here is so mad, I've got to take a drink. Harriet Watt then in 10th. managing to make up for that last corner calamity that they had into the wall. You can see just a bit of damage on their rear end from that. They're now going to attempt to hunt down the Cardiff car. Can they make that work? There was a gap of about 10 seconds between 10th and 9th, as we had it earlier on. "12 laps completed by Wolverhampton. Just over a minute left of racing for the second round of Heat 1 of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023. We're on board with your race leaders as they approach what looks to be a back marker to me. They are definitely in first. Hull, Wolverhampton, I keep saying Hull. Hull are in second. There's a gap of 5.5 seconds between them and the first place car, Wolverhampton, as they cross the line to start what looks to be their final lap. Just crossing that apex, as we've seen a few of the drivers do, taking that line a little wide, just going over onto the artificial grass before the real grass starts. 13 laps then will be the total laps completed. And here it is then, Wolverhampton, they've got to get past this traffic. Look who's in the way. They were battling the A team earlier. Will the B team get out the way? As Wolverhampton knock on the door of the back markers, Hull B team, who get right out of the way. I know the Hull B team very nervous about today. I bumped into one of the drivers. I also went for a comfort break. And that is absolutely gutting them for Harriet Watt, who make yet another mistake and are sent way off the track. Hull B team, thank you very much. I prefer not to finish last, driving straight on by. No worries there at all. University of Wolverhampton, a dominant drive from them. Some fantastic battling between them and Hull. They got away and then just opened it up. A 6-second lead, commanding advantage to Wolverhampton. Round the last corner, down the start-finish straight, and across the line. Wolverhampton, winners of the second round of Heat 1 here at the Sim Racing Final, Williams Esports. Hull crossing the line in second, that's Hull A team. Stavanger will cross the line in third. There's a gap of just under 10 seconds there. UGR crossing the line in fourth. Not the usually dominant drive we see from UGR, but that ought to be it. Will that be enough for them to finish the series, to wrap it up, to take the win overall in this championship? FSTN and Cardiff yet to cross the line. That's rather interesting. If you look on the timing board, you'll see a checkered flag for everyone but Cardiff. What happened to Kyle is what I'd like to know. We're back on board with me now. Not as exciting, I'm afraid, but there we have it then. A fantastic result for Wolverhampton, who crossed the line in first with a 6-second lead, taking it from Hull, who were in second. Cardiff, absolute calamity for them. Cardiff qualified very strongly in third, but not entirely convinced whether they finished. And if they did, it was in 9th, but we'll be interested to see what happens there. So that wraps up the second round of Heat 1. Mazda MX-5s, gotta love an MX-5. The tail just stepping out on these drivers, and the trouble is that's going to snap back on the feedback that they're getting on the direct drive steering wheels they've got here at the Williams Esports HQ, where I am commentating from. If I lean back, you'll be able to see it's Williams Esports, you see? They even got it in the commentary box. Thank you ever so much to them and the team for making us feel so welcome and helping us put on this event. If you're just joining us, you've just missed the second round of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series Final. Heat 1, we've had MX-5s on track. Bolton taking round 1, round 2 won by Wolverhampton with an equally dominant drive. There seems to be a pattern here developing. Those that win just get away and are left to themselves. Clean, precise driving. It's what you want, it's what you need to win, and I believe we've got some time to catch up with the winners. Wolverhampton over with Monty. Second place was Wolverhampton, was it?
Oh,
second
hello,
place.
guys. In for this race, so we aren't able to interview them, but we can find the other half of that protagonist from Ho, Mr. Geronioni Momo. Very nice to see you in person now. Tell us about that race. That looked really fascinating.
Yeah, no, it was a bit difficult to get to grips with the car, first, especially with those new rigs. I'm not necessarily used to getting some others rigs and all that, so. Yeah, but well done to Wolverhampton for the first position. So, yeah.
No, completely fair. Is this going to be your only race for the heats, or are you coming back later?
Yeah, it's gonna be like my last, my only race. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was fun. I like it.
I'm glad to hear on that one. Fantastic. Well done on the second place. That's put you guys in a really good stand for Finals A. 3 more good results like that, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals. Are you here for the win?
Of course. I mean, what else would we be here for?
Well, very well done, sir. Well done your second place. That's a great way to start for Hull there. And yeah, very best of luck to the team for the rest of today. Fantastic. No, fantastic. Take care. See you later. Alrighty, guys. So hope you enjoyed that race. We're on for a little break now. We're going to go and get the servers set up for the next combinations. Whilst we're doing that, we've got a little video to show you. Now, early on in the season, you will have remembered Giles wasn't able to join us for one of the rounds. He was off somewhere a little bit exotic. He did a lot of recording, so let's show you where he was off to. Enjoy.
In the late 1800s, a small country between France and Italy was pretty strapped for cash, so they came up with a neat idea: make gambling legal. In no time at all, this idea had worked, and worked rather well, and soon the playboys and dilettantes needed something to spend their cash on. By the 1920s, the thing to spend your money on was a fast car. Some things never change, and it wasn't long before someone had the bright idea of racing them against each other. Thus the Grand Prix was born, but there was one rule: the race had to be in the country's borders. That's fine when you're France or Germany, or even England. Not so much when you have an area of 2.1 square kilometres. Not to be perturbed, the citizens of this little country came up with the biggest race on the planet, the Monaco Grand Prix. But what about the other 364 days of the year? Well, that's what I went to find out. We start, as ever, at the start-finish line, which, when precision-engineered single-seaters are belting down at over 200 km an hour, looks pretty hairy, but when they're not, looks more like a zebra crossing. The pit lane isn't permanent, and is taken down or put up in a matter of days. Pulling 4.8G, the drivers brake from flat out down into second gear for the near 90-degree right-hander that is Sander Voort, which, as you can see, plays host to a roundabout for the rest of the year. Then it's straight back on the power, reaching speeds of over 260 km per hour up the Beau Rivage hill. Changing down, the drivers swing through the left turn of Massenet past the Monaco Opera House. It's a crucial corner to get right as it affects the entry onto the next turn through Casino Square. It's an iconic part of the course. So iconic, in fact, it was full of tourists and the best shot I could get was everyone's feet. Out of the exit at Casino Square, there's a lot to think about. The drivers have got to get back on the power, down the hill, whilst also ensuring to avoid the notorious bump in the road with a bit of right hand down. All in fourth gear, clocking over 200 km per hour. Off the power and on the brakes for just over 2 seconds, pulling 4G as drivers turn into the right-hander of Mirabeau High. It's here in 2014 that Nico Rosberg had his controversial off in Q3 of qualifying, sealing himself pole and the win. It's slow then down towards the Grand Hotel hairpin, where space comes at a premium and the racing line is everything. At least during the race. The rest of the time, the hairpin is dwarfed by the Fairmont, and the biggest problem you'll have is taxis dropping off guests. Out of the hairpin, the course descends towards the harbour through the lower Mirabeau and onto Poitiers. It's here in 1988, Ayrton Senna, with a 55-second lead on Alain Prost, made an uncharacteristic mistake and ended up in the barrier. Out of Poitiers and through the sweeping right-hander that takes drivers into the iconic tunnel. Regardless of what era you prefer, there is no denying the sound of a Formula 1 engine at full chat through its hallowed walls is like nothing else. Most notably for me, however, was the savage change in light from artificial to natural upon exit. Fairly blinding, and it was pretty noticeable on foot, let alone at over 200 km an hour. Upon exiting the tunnel, the drivers are immediately faced with the new chicane, following a savage 4.7G deceleration out of the tunnel ready for it, down to 55 km an hour. 2 high-speed changes in direction follow as drivers sweep left, hugging the harbour and keeping above 100 for the most part. If you can't take the heat, the swimming pool is on the other side for a quick dip. Not that anyone seemed to fancy it when I was there. Keeping close to the harbour, drivers thunder down towards the iconic last corner, La Rascasse, where in 2006, Michael Schumacher had an infamous off in qualifying that cost him pole with a back-of-the-grid start penalty. And if you were too busy trying to get around the final right-hander and you forgot where you were, the local VW garage on the corner is a lot different to my local dealer. And there it is, back on the power and across the line. A fast lap here can send you into racing immortality, and the stake can be pretty costly, in every sense. Williams Esports. I'm Giles Cosgrove. If you've just joined us, we're live for the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023 Grand Final. We've just had the first 2 rounds of Heat 1. Some fantastic on-track action with Mazda MX-5. Bolton took the win in round 1, and then Wolverhampton took the win in round 2. I get stuck there because we had to cut to an interview with Hull because Wolverhampton aren't here. They're competing externally. So Maybe wondering where is here. We're live from Williams, which is fantastic. Williams Racing are hosting us. They've got a whole esports team and they've got a fantastic setup. You may have seen it on the holding screen. There it is now. The driver's getting to grips and ready for Heat 2, which will be the Audi TT Cup at the Hungaroring. So if you sat at home and you're thinking, when's the next race coming? It is moments away. We're a few minutes off from the next race. I'm very excited. In fact, so excited that they can actually hear me outside of the commentary box. Some people came in the break and said, we can tell you're having a good time. I said, how can you tell I'm having a good time? Well, we can hear you, Giles. So, unless these drivers have got headphones on, chances are they can hear me screaming into the microphone, because we've had some properly hair-raising racing so far, and there is plenty more of that to come. Would also just like to apologise. During that last race, I kept referring to USM as Southampton. It is not, it is Strathclyde. STON, S-T-O-N, is the abbreviation for Southampton. USM is the abbreviation for Strathclyde. So I can only apologise if anyone got a bit confused there or offended. I certainly got confused, and I hope I didn't cause any offence. So we're going to go racing at the Hungaroring with the Audi TT Cup. This looks to be just as an exciting heat as the last one. More heats to come, including Ford Trees. I'm really looking forward to that one. That'll be around lunchtime, we'll have that. RS 3100s at the Donington National Circuit, the 2018 layout of that track. Four will be Radicals. They're a special type of track car, and that's being held at Lime Rock with the chicane added. If that means something to you, I'm afraid it doesn't particularly mean much to me. It's a track, and we're going to go racing on it. That's all I need to know, and then I talk about it. At least I do my best to. We've also got two finals for you. We've got a B final and an A final. Our B final will be held at Hockenheim with GT4s, and then our A final will be Lotus Exos, Formula cars. Where do you think we're going to hold it? Silverstone, of course, a virtual Silverstone. Meanwhile, at the real Silverstone, we have Formula Student, the main event taking place. We've got the sim racing running in parallel with the main event all year. Teams competing, and UE looking very strong indeed. Oxford Brooks, the first time they have got through scrutineering since the pandemic. The cheer that went up along the pit lane at Silverstone was huge. They've got an electric car, 4 in-hub motors. They'll be looking to take the win, no doubt. And of course, we've got some teams from Italy. Moderna looking incredibly strong with what is essentially looking to me like a miniature Formula 1 car. Very well engineered. All of that on-track action taking place tomorrow and Sunday. The dynamic events live from Silverstone, which you can watch here on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel, live streamed by High Vis Media, with myself in the commentary box alongside James Monty Montgomery, our old friend Monty, and of course Jess, who stepped in for me in round 7 of this series whilst I was in Nice and Monaco. So, all of that is to come over the course of the rest of the weekend, but right now, we're going to go racing again very, very shortly as we bring you the first round of Heat 2, the Audi TT Cup at Hungaroring. This is the final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series. I am so excited. I'm so excited. In fact, my mouth has kept drying out. So thank you very much to the guys at Williams who went and got me some water. Thank you very much to them. Lovely chaps here at Williams Esports. Look at that setup. Look at that setup. You've got load cells in the pedals. None of that just direct drive stuff. None of the cheap stuff. And then you've got a direct drive steering wheel which feeds back to the drivers. So you've got, if you go off, it will rip the steering wheel out of your hand. You just got to let go, otherwise it is going to cause some damage. So this is proper esports. There is a physical effort going on here. It's not all fingers and thumbs. It's not Fortnite. It's not playing football virtually, which is counterintuitive to me at least. This is as esports as it gets. You can see there the steering wheel, very akin to what you'd find on a Formula 1 car. Here at Williams HQ, they've got the Heritage Museum downstairs, and they were kind enough to show me some of the steering wheels from some winning cars. Free Practice 2 from last year, George Russell's steering wheel, before he joined Mercedes when he was at Williams, and of course Ralf Schumacher's steering wheel as well. What struck me is Ralf Schumacher's steering wheel from back in the early noughties and late 90s was a lot lighter than what they have now, but there's so many buttons on what they have now, and you can change gears with just one finger, back and forth. It's madness. And the clutch on the modern steering wheels of a Formula 1 car is very like a clutch pedal with your hand. Got a great deal of travel. So you can see the teams getting set up, getting prepared for round 1 of Heat 2 here live from Williams Esports. if you've got no idea what it's all about, throughout the rest of the day, we'll be going racing virtually up until 5 o'clock. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. It's going to be fantastic. What a great way to spend a Friday, eh? We're going to go racing very, very soon, I'm hearing in my ear. So sit back. It's going to be fantastic. Who do you want to see win? Who are you supporting? Who are you cheering on at home? Get in touch on the live stream comments. I'm delighted to say, Andy, that Aaron will be driving in this round. Whether it's Heat 1 or Heat 2, I don't know. But Aaron will be driving shortly. Albert Hare supporting Southampton. He's not in Qatar this time. It's great to have Albert here in the UK supporting Southampton. So fantastic. Sven Grube won the first round in Heat 1. He won for Bolton. Proud parent to say Freda Grube. So undoubtedly, being friends with these people, you're proud enough. Let alone, having your son or daughter competing at this level. It's fantastic. We've got friends and family here as well. Kyle Benson's girlfriend Jess is here from Cardiff. So it's lovely to have people here supporting. It's also just lovely to be here. It really is. Williams Esports, one of our sponsors here. We're live with the race. The race has started. Right, the race has started and no one's told me. Okay, we're kicking off and University of Glasgow back where they belong in first. Cambridge in second. Kingston in third. University of Welsh Trinity St David been knocked down into fourth. I believe they must have qualified higher. Aaron Farmer is in this heat and he's back at the back of the grid. Gutting for Cardiff. Gutting for Andy, his dad, watching at home. Gutting for me as a member of Cardiff Racing. That is not the result we wanted to see out of the gate. I've already lost my breath and we're only in corner 3 or 4. The race has just gone absolutely crazy. Here we are then. UGR in first, opening up what they want to be a gap, but it's only 0.2 seconds. On board with Cambridge, looking to the inside there. Getting very close here as the Audi TT Cup Round 2 Heat 1 of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series Grand Final. Championship leaders, Glasgow in the lead here, Cambridge in second, Hull in third, Salford have got their way up into sixth. They're battling out with Harriet Watt, who are having a far better race than they did in round 2 of Heat 1. But where did it all go wrong for Aaron Farmer? 10 seconds off of the lead car, tumbling away down the back by corner 2. Gutting for a driver who is hoping to be behind the wheel of the actual Cardiff car later this weekend. UGR leading the cars in formation down through in this first lap. Harriet Watt battling with Salford. Cardiff past UCL already. That'll be a recovery drive for Cardiff then. University of Wolverhampton past Salford. On board with Glasgow. They're taking an interesting line there. I can see why. Getting a great exit onto the start-finish straight. You can see why they're championship leaders. Behind them, Cambridge. Then it's Hull. Then University of Wales, Trinity St David, Kingston in fourth. You're on board with Trinity St David now. As we barrel down the start-finish straight. It's a heck of a long one. I'm glad it is. I just managed to catch the first corner. Cambridge looking for a way round Glasgow. Haven't quite found it yet. The front runners all bunched up, just over a second between them. One mistake could change the outcome of all of it. Cardiff up into 11th already. And they're only on lap 2. A fantastic recovery drive is in effect from Aaron Farmer behind the wheel of the pink Audi TT. His dad, Andy, will be very pleased with that, supporting from home. I am as well. They'll accuse me of bias for this. As if you wouldn't do the same if you were in my position. Anyway, on board with Hull now in third. Ahead of them, Cambridge and University of Glasgow. Less than a second between them. Oh, that's an interest. Oh, cutting the corners there. Sparks flying. Crashing the underside of the cars into the curbs. That's certainly one way of taking a corner. Clipping the corner there nicely. Getting a bit wide. Really going over the curb onto the asphalt. Glasgow really making the most of all of the track available to them. You'll notice they are choosing in some cases to go over the curb onto the fake grass and in some cases completely avoid it because it's real and the grip is completely different. Cambridge really gunning for the back of Glasgow there. Hull, meanwhile, beginning, I think, to get under pressure from University of Welsh Trinity St David, who, by the way, seem to really like the colour yellow. I've seen a lot of yellow from University of Welsh Trinity St David, and I want to thank them for that because it makes it easier for them to be picked out when I'm in the comms box. Thank you to the University of Wales Trinity St David. You're on board with Cambridge then, flying down the start-finish straight. Car 96, Davison behind the wheel. UGR in the lead. 1.3 seconds, 1.4 seconds between the top 4 drivers. Second place is Cambridge. Really looking for a way round our championship leaders. If they win this race, correct me if I'm wrong in the stream or in my ear, but I reckon they'll have this with Glasgow. We called it a few rounds ago, at least I did. It's always tempting to do. Yui aren't exactly happy that I've called them to be one of the hot favourites to win the overall event. Some quite choice words. They called me Welsh, which I'm not. I'm from Somerset, ironically, given that it's Yui. But there we are. Cambridge, 0.2 seconds between them and Glasgow. As you look to the back there, there's 0.4 seconds between them and Hull. So coming under pressure, Cambridge in a Glasgow-Hull-shaped sandwich. The question is, though, can University of Wales Trinity St David close that gap to under a second and really hot things up for the battle for first? Because all of these, as far as I'm concerned, are in that battle. Different lines, different choices from some of these drivers. They're not all following one another. And that's not just to make a move, they've got different lines on this circuit. We're at the Hungary and Audi TTs. It's the Audi TT Cup. Massive spoilers on the back. Some Audis need them, some don't. And there it is, Cambridge have got the move. Cambridge have got the move. Down Glasgow. Glasgow side by side with Cambridge. On board with Cambridge. Down into this left-hander. Hull having a nose in here as well. Going wide. Glasgow trying to switch in and out as they head down toward not finish straight. Cambridge are in the lead and Hull have got past Glasgow as well. Unbelievable. Championship protagonist Glasgow forced out not once but twice as we head down onto lap 4 here at the Hungary. Unbelievable. Hull up into first, Glasgow back into first, Cambridge into first. It's all changed, and then University of Wales Trinity St David are there as well, side by side. This is fantastic. Cambridge have taken the lead, and it's now the battle for second. UGR just trying to hold off Hull. They can't quite manage it. Hull getting a nose in, and University of Wales Trinity St David keeping just away from it, waiting for the potential collision just to sweep on by. A good choice from the Welsh University. Sweeping to the inside, looking to the inside, not quite, nearly contact there with the back of Glasgow. Glasgow punting away and past Hull. A fantastic move from the Glaswegians, who've clawed their way back up into second. Just going over that, quite these high curbs in that chicane, sparks flying. Salford catching up now. Salford want a bit of the action. And University of Wolverhampton and Kingston are looking there in the background as well. This is absolutely monumental stuff. 1.7 seconds, Cambridge 0.8 seconds away. Glasgow on the hunt then for that first place that they're going to want and need, because it's Glasgow. Going through then, Salford past University of Wales Trinity St David up into 4th. Trinity St David playing it calm and cool, and they just let Salford round. They've been so determined to avoid the drama up ahead of them that they didn't watch their rearview mirrors enough, and Salford go on through. And I'm sorry, Trinity St David, but I've got a funny feeling that's not the last of your problems. Wolverhampton there in the background looking a bit interesting, shall we say. There is your car lead just going through the shot there. Cambridge, followed by Glasgow, Hull, Salford, University of Wales, Trinity St David and Wolverhampton. This might be just one of the best races we've had in this series so far. Utterly fantastic, and we completely missed the start. Wales Trinity St David have got a mirror full of Wolverhampton. Not what they wanted, not the position they wanted to be in. 1.2 seconds between Glasgow and Cambridge. Hull hunting down the Glaswegians. Not the position the Glaswegians would have wanted to be in, because as far as UGR are concerned, it's not a question of just winning, it is dominating. And they are not in that position at the moment. And University of Wales Trinity St David are not in a position they want to be in either. They have got a rear view mirror full of Wolverhampton all over their chuff as they try and catch up with Salford, who snuck on by whilst University of Welsh Trinity said they were playing it cool, trying to avoid the battle for second between Glasgow and Hull, which was looking a bit hairy. That curve is a kicker and a half there through those S's. Things beginning to cool down now. 1.1 seconds between Cambridge and UGR. 0.6 seconds between UGR and Hull. An interesting line from UGR, I can't lie. An interesting line. Salford in fourth, and University of Welsh Trinity St David have got past Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton battling them there. Side by side they go, you can see on your screens there. Wolverhampton past the yellow car of University of Welsh Trinity St David. Gutting for a team that I was reckoning were going to have a really strong finish in this race. There's 5 minutes to go. It's gone past like a bat out of hell. Trinity St David down in sixth. I would imagine they would have been hoping for better. There's still time left for them to make up a couple of places, but will they get onto the podium? I'm not convinced. Hull, then, meanwhile, want to be higher up on the podium. They're currently in third. They want second. Who can blame them? What stands between them and second? Well, it would be, wouldn't it? The championship leaders. University of Glasgow Racing. Hull and Glasgow have been battling all year, and this race is no different going into the right-hander that's he's caught turn one. Looking very interesting through here. In the background, you'll notice Salford just having a peek. Hull have been so determined to get past Glasgow, been so held up in this battle. Salford have had a look and thought, you know what, I'll have some of that action. 0.3 of a second between the third and fourth place cars. This is the battle for the last podium position. Hull only on the foot. They were the hunters, they've now become the hunted. Could this turn into a three-way battle for third? UGR, Hull and Salford. Over the kicker chicanes, I'm now going to call it. We're at the Hungaroring for the Audi TT Cup. It's Heat 2, Round 1. Yoimeki FS Sim Racing Final. And what a round it's turning out to be. Keeping it closer to the track this time at University of Glasgow. They might be able to hear me. I do apologise, I've got quite a loud voice. But I get loud when things are exciting, and this is as exciting as it gets in this sim racing series. Barreling on down towards his right-hander. So trying to get past Hull. Hull trying to catch up with Glasgow. 0.3 seconds, the gap maintained between Hull. Oh, I say the gap maintained, that's a nice and close up there. Salford on Hull. Oh, hello. Kingston in first, that's got to be a fault with the... Hang on a minute. What on earth's gone on there? The timing board's gone askew. Right, we're going to stick with this battle until the timing board sorts itself out. I'm just going to talk to you from what I can see. So we're on board right now with University of Wolverhampton, who want to get past Hull. Hull want to get past Glasgow, and Glasgow want to get past our race leaders, Cambridge. There's a lot of wanting, not a lot of action at the moment as they head down in single file through this sweeping left-hander, and there we go, Hull looking to the inside, no, Salford looking to the inside of Hull, I should say. Not quite got the acceleration run, have Salford just to make this move yet. Is it me, or is Hull's roof panel? Is that just the stickering? Oh, it's the stickering. Oh, very close now are Hull and Salford. Hull are going to have to go defensive. They've got the inside line. It makes it a bit easier. And Salford going wide there. Forced off by the defensive driving of Hull. Through the kicker chicane they go. And you'll notice in the background, Wolverhampton and UWTSD closing in as well. 6 cars. And only 3 seconds between them. Some properly close racing in this round. You can see there the lights are down, the drivers concentrating on their setups, on their screens. The load cell pedals giving you the proper weighty feel that you would do behind the wheels of these Audi TTs. On board with Glasgow, closing that gap on Cambridge. It's down to 0.5 seconds or so. Going a little bit over the apex there. Coming on the artificial grass, around the sweeping right-hander. Start finish straight. 6 laps completed. 1.56 is the time set by Cambridge. 7 laps now, onto lap 8. And you can see that this is pairing up into a battle for third and a battle for second. I say first, I should say. Salford in fourth. You're on board with them now. Hull up ahead, and then in the distance, UGR and Cambridge battling it out. That gap between UGR and Cambridge fluctuating between 0.6 and just under 0.5. The gap here, Hull and Salford, 0.4 seconds separates them. Less than the blink of an eye between these cars. This is relentless, impressive racing from all involved. 30 seconds left. Can they get across the line to do one more lap before the timer closes out this session? I don't think so. I think this could be the last lap. A race to the line, then it's all or nothing for these drivers. Have they got time to do one more lap through the kicker chicane? No, this is 10 seconds left on the timer. This will be the last lap. Cambridge, UGR, Hull, Salford battling for positions to the line. Stick with this. Get on the edge of your seats if you're not already. Cambridge look to have it. 0.5 seconds between them and UGR in second. A fantastic angle there. But can Salford get past Hull? I don't think so. I think you're looking at your race order now. Going through the last few corners, Cambridge in pole. The drivers wrapped with concentration here at Williams Esports. There's the last corner up ahead, and that's Cambridge in the lead. They've opened the gap up. University of Glasgow know it's all over as they go round that right corner, down the back. Yes! Cambridge flashing their lights. They've done it. They've beaten the championship leaders. Glasgow into second place, Hull in third, Salford in fourth. In fifth is University of Wolverhampton. University of Wales, Trinity St David crossing the line in sixth. Kingston now crossing the line in seventh. There is Cardiff. They were at the back of the grid. They've managed to make it up into eighth. In ninth, Coventry. Absolute exhaustion from the drivers. An absolutely fantastic race. I'm out of breath. I can't imagine what the drivers are like. I'm going to have a swig of my drink. And hopefully we'll be able to talk to the winners, Cambridge, who had a fantastic race. That was up there with probably the best race we've had all season. Certainly up there with what we were doing at Goodwood a few rounds ago. Utterly, utterly brilliant. The drivers congratulating one another. UGR very happy with second place. Nev there and the rest of the team. So there we have it then. We've got a second place finish for championship leaders Glasgow. As I have it in my head, I think that's enough for them to clinch the title here and now at the end of heat 1 of round 2. We've got plenty more rounds to come. We've got finals to come. But I think Glasgow may have just won the championship here and now. They didn't win the race though. Not exactly how they would have wanted it to be. Cambridge taking the win there. Some fantastic racing all around from everyone involved. The top 6 drivers as close together as you like it. 3 seconds between them. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with some of the drivers involved very shortly. Monty will head out into the sim rig station and get the lowdown from everyone involved. I'm exhausted myself. I can't imagine how those drivers are feeling because bear in mind, this is a properly physical effort to be doing this. It's esports, it's simulated racing, but we've got some fantastic sim rigs here at Williams Esports. Load cells on the pedals, direct feedback from the steering wheels. So you just know these drivers are going to be putting in some effort. I was talking to Aaron Farmer from Cardiff earlier, and he said after practice his wrists were hurting. So this is real physical effort, real endurance going on here from the drivers. And some really great racing. Really great racing. I nearly fell out of my chair. It got so exciting. I don't know how you're feeling at home. Do let us know in the comments. And we're going to cut now to the drivers catching up with Monty after Heat 1, Round 2 of the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Final, live from Williams Esports.
Thank you, Giles. My gosh, that was an amazing combination to watch. I told you, Hungaroring and touring cars, you can never fail with that. That brought up so much excitement. And we've got 4 of the drivers in that squabble for the leads with us. So if we have a look over here, we have Glasgow, we have UWTSD, we have Salford, and we have Hull. Congratulations, guys. That was a thoroughly entertaining battle to watch. Unfortunately, Cambridge beat you all. They got away with it. Probably the home advantage from not being here, I imagine. But great entertainment nonetheless. I have to start with you, though. Fantastic battling, but you did seem to get a bit shafted half the time there. Yeah. Tell us, what happened? What happened?
Well, I think at the start I managed to get the lead because got not the best start, but it was a continuous battle. I think Cambridge was on my rear end the whole time, and I had battling with you guys. We were doing multiple dive bombs on each other. It was quite fun. But yeah, it was nervy the whole time. We were just trying to hold on to the position what we could. So.
No, it was a good start though. I mean, that's 1 heat done. Well, actually, it's 2 heats done now. So I'm imagining for you guys, it's all about getting into finals A for today.
Yeah, that's definitely the aim because we've done no prep for the bottom tier race. So I sure hope we do.
That is very modest of you guys. Fair play, fair play. Mr. Salford, we're going to move over to you next because to begin with in that race, you weren't really involved in the battle, but because they were all squabbling so much, you kind of caught up and made some big positions in the end there. Tell us a bit about your race.
So started quite far back, I think 9th place I was starting in, and the first lap was a bit scary because everyone around you is just kind of fighting for positions, and like you, haven't done any prep. I've been a bit busy with the actual car, so literally first corner I was like, "Where's everyone else braking?" And if they went too late, it would have been like a bowling alley. So that was a good race. Had a lot of fun getting around some people, some good battles. A couple of bumps here and there, but in the end, I saw you guys squabbling up front, and that allowed me to maximise from it, get close to you, but couldn't make any final moves, unfortunately. Shout out to Mr. Wilkinson, by the way. With his Oculus Rift and all that at home. Hope you're comfy. No, good race. Yeah, overall, I'm quite happy with that for the first race of the day. Getting used to these rigs as well. So, yeah, overall, quite happy with that.
Very well done. Congratulations. Over to Hull. Another good result there. Geronimo did a good result in Heat 1. There's another good one there. Surely Finals A is what you guys are aiming for now.
I hope so. yeah. I mean, obviously, you can only really take it one race at a time. But obviously, I'm happy with what I did. Went forward, which is always the main thing. Obviously, Geronimo managed to get second as well, so it's good points. Just trying to get consistently fighting at the front, and then you get a good starting position for the final, and then who knows from there.
So you can do, right?
Yeah.
You've done the best that you can.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for, right? Exactly. Well done. Good luck on that one. And last but not least, we go from we started off with the shafted. Let's finish with the shaftee. UWTSD. Tell us that race from your point of view. That looked mega and very. I was going to say it was a tasty battle. Actually, I'm going to use the word succulent to describe that battle.
Yeah, I mean, I was starting first, so I was quite nervous because that's not a position I've ever been used to before. But I definitely not had the optimal launch. Got overtaken twice before turn 1. And I got to be honest, those Audi TTs, they're really hard to see out of with the camera angles we were using. So it was like guessing where everyone else was. And since we didn't have a great MX-5 race, we decided to damage limit here and just bring home a clean result, which I think is what we need to get into Final A.
And a clean result you got, well, maybe not clean, but a good result you got out of that one anyway. So nicely executed and well done, guys. Right, that's all of the drivers' opinions on that one, guys. That's the first half of Heat 2 done. Giles, let's hand back over to you. It's time for the second half of Heat 2.
Absolutely wonderful. I'm really excited for this then. If that was that good, then what's round 2 going to be like? Round 2 of Heat 2 coming up very, very shortly. Hopefully we can get the start this time. Missed the start there, but as the UWTSD driver was saying, they got swamped off the line. So what I can gather is they qualified rather highly and got a little overwhelmed. I can understand their meaning, but here's the schedule for the day. So all these heats are qualifying for the grand finals. So we are in the midst of Heat 2 qualifying, which is Audi TTs. Heat 3 will be following that with Ford Capri 3100s at Donington National 2018 circuit. So that's the 2018 layout of that track. And then Heat 4 qualifying will be, of course, Radicals, their track day cars. And that's being held at Lime Rock with the chicane in it. And then, of course, at 4 o'clock, we will be bringing you the live grand final, the B grand final, GT4s at Hockenheim. And then the A grand final, the one everyone wants to be a part of. They go racing at Silverstone virtually in Lotus Exos. You can see the drivers there getting ready for round 2 of Heat 2. I am so excited for this because if round 1 was that good, what is round 2 going to have in store for us? So do not go anywhere at home. It's been a bit of chat on the group chat. Alex W, I think winner at Cambridge, he says, very comfy, thanks. Definitely helps to have the familiar equipment. Yes, I can imagine it does. I was thinking that myself. Davison drives for 16:01, says Billy Sturdy. Everyone is all over, just loving that race. Well done, Cambridge. Unlucky Glasgow, says Albert Hare. Billy Sturdy says, I bet Tyler Davison has the adult kart record at Hull karting. I couldn't tell you. Chris Moiprogo says, go on, Jackie boy. So you're there, you're watching, and if you're not watching, where are you? And unless you're one of the teams that's over at Silverstone trying to get through scrutineering, in which case it's very clear where you are. But if you're at home watching and you think some of your friends or family would enjoy this, get them to watch it. Share the link. We're here live all day until 5 o'clock. I'm currently surviving on adrenaline and water. I've got no idea what these drivers are surviving on because these sim rigs are not exactly your Wii steering wheel on Mario Kart. It's a bit more cutting edge than that. You can see on the screen there, on the left hand of that screen, the setup that they've got here at Williams. Real pleasure to be here, so thank you very much to them. They're sponsoring the series for the next few years, so we're very much looking forward to developing our relationship with them and taking this sim racing series further. They're lining up on the grid. Might be worth cutting to the grid for the start of the race then, if we can do that. You can see it on your screens there. There we go then. UPR in pole, Southampton in second, Bolton in third, in fourth is Aberdeen, Victoria in fifth, FSTN in sixth, University of Strathclyde in 7th, Hull B team in 8th, OUSR in 9th, in 10th is Ion, UE in 11th, the TV cameras there in 12th. We've got through the grid, 16 minutes of racing, round 2 of Heat 2, live from a virtual Hungora ring, it's Audi TTs. Let's wait for the lights and let's wait to go racing here for this Heat 2 of the IMEC Formula Student Sim Racing Final. If you're just joining us, I'm Giles Cosgrove, ably assisted by James Monty Montgomery, who's the event captain for this entire series, has done an incredible job in putting all of this on. We're live to you from the Williams Esports Centre. Williams, of course, the Formula 1 team. In the building next door, they're quite literally working on the Formula 1 car. Very surreal indeed. The team from Williams Esports have been very, very helpful in putting this on. You can see the engines revving there, the drivers anticipating getting out on track. Not all the grid positions have been filled, I don't think, just yet. So we'll have to see who is yet to join us. Portsmouth in pole at the moment, Southampton in second, Bolton in third. There you go, the lights are on. 6 lights. Round 2, lights out and away we go. A solid start from the front runners, a great start from Bolton, looking to the inside. They've immediately putting Portsmouth under pressure. Aberdeen in the background as well there. Side by side, 3 abreast through this sweeping right hand, and there's not enough room for that, surely. Southampton, Bolton and UPR, Aberdeen down, Aberdeen up. Portsmouth swept away by that absolutely monumental start from Bolton. Southampton taking pleasure out of that one as well, and they get up into first. So it's first, Southampton in second, Bolton. UPR, University of Portsmouth, dropped down. They're fighting their way back up, dicing it out with Victoria. On board with Aberdeen there in the green Audi TT. They're in third now, Portsmouth up ahead. Oh, Portsmouth dropping down in fourth. Oh my days, Victoria up into fourth. They've gone off, Portsmouth have gone off. So your top 3 at the moment, and it's all happening yet again on this circuit with these cars. The drama through the kicker chicane. Southampton 0.3 seconds ahead in first. In second, it's Bolton on the hunt for that first place position. Aberdeen there in third. Down here, we've got University of Strathclyde. They've had an absolute calamity going wide there. Not good for the Scots. Battling then either side. You can see just ahead of Bolton there. Bolton battling with Southampton. Victoria closing in on Aberdeen. You're on board with the Scot. We've got a fantastic view of the drama up ahead, the battle for first, as they go straight down the start-finish straight into turn one. They're two abreast. Looks to me like Bolton have got the better line. No, Southampton do. Southampton had the inside line. And they are up into first. The pink car of Bolton back down into second. This could go on a while. 12.5 minutes or so. Bolton then on the inside, side by side with Southampton. We've seen these guys battling it out before, and they're battling it out again. Looking to the outside, looking to the inside, trying to find a way round our Bolton. Making sure Southampton know they're there, piling on the pressure. Can Southampton cope? Admirably at the moment. Heading down towards the kicker chicane. Here at the Hungaroring. Southampton in first, Bolton in second, P3 is Aberdeen, P4 Victoria, P5 OUSR, Ion Stavanger in sixth, UE in seventh, UPR, University of Portsmouth. They started way up and they've just had an absolute nightmare. They're down in eighth now. USM, Strathclyde in ninth. They started in seventh. Up them go FSTN, overtaking the whole B team who are bringing up the rear. Side by side, yes again, looking for a way round. Bolton. Meanwhile, Aberdeen and Victoria battling it out like we thought, and Victoria go through and take third. Late breaking through there. Victoria under pressure from the Scots. And we know the Scots have no fear. They do not mind getting their elbows out. And I would not want to be the car that's got a mirror full of Aberdeen right now. Bolton opening that gap up to just under half a second. Southampton not willing to give up the fight. Aberdeen going very, very wide there. Very, very wide indeed. Not quite sure why they chose that particular line, but there we are, and that's put them right into the clutches of OUSR when they were piling on the pressure of Victoria. Oh, hang on a minute, OUSR playing Aberdeen's game, nosing their way towards the rear end of Aberdeen. Down the inside they go, forcing them wide. They touch! They touch! Side by side, Aberdeen's got the better racing line, but they've got to let OUSR through. The brakes igniting there, you can see them flaming. Aberdeen really putting the car through its paces. The driver will be feeling this in their arms and in their legs. Behind the wheel of one of the sim rigs here at Williams Esports. Up ahead, meanwhile, that gap holding firm at about 0.4, 0.5 seconds between both. Oh, dearie me, Southampton going wide there. Kicked up by the curb. That looked to me to be wide, although then again there have been some rather unique racing lines that the drivers have been taking. Could that just be a choice, perhaps? You can see the concentration on their faces. The lights dimmed in the sim rig gallery as the drivers try to nurse their cars around this track with 9 minutes to go. Bolton in first, Southampton looking for that first place. They're in second, 0.6. Southampton and Bolton battling out for first. Just onto the artificial grass go Southampton. Flames spurting out the back of the Bolton car. Audi TT's at the Nürburgring. It's round 2 of Heat 2. We're heading towards the grand finals here for the IMACI Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Bolton pulling away from Southampton, that gap knocking on the door of a second, 0.75, 0.6 or so at the moment. The brakes lighting up, the drivers putting these cars through their paces. really getting every ounce of performance out of them. You can see in the background, just as you cut away from the corners, Victoria there in the background, followed by OUSR, then Aberdeen in 5th. Southampton just not quite close enough to make a move. That isn't them going off. That's a really interesting line being taken by Southampton. That doesn't look to be them going off. That's them consistently taking that line. Southampton just not yet close enough. In fact, that gap's open to just under a second now between Bolton and Southampton. So nowhere near close enough for Southampton to make a move and try and take back first position. Bolton, yet again, running away with this race. The car 99 immediately want an ice cream now. Do they still cost 99p? I know inflation's a thing. Southampton in the background then just being lost as Bolton pull away. 156, 157, like the 4 laps completed. On to lap 5, you can see the drivers here, you're on board with Southampton, who will be determined to concentrate because that gap is nearly 2 seconds now. It was just over a half a second moments ago. Bolton putting in a barnstormer of a drive, dominating the field. Ion, meanwhile, going past Aberdeen, who will not be happy with that. Aberdeen and Ion battling it out. Merrimine, Aberdeen, no qualms about elbows out. Ion, Stavanger will also be fairly certain about maintaining that 5th position. The 7th is Yui, and it's a 3-way battle for 5th. A 3-way battle for 5th. Stavanger up into 5th at the moment. Aberdeen there in 6th, and Yui in, well, it keeps fluctuating at the moment. Yui are in 7th, going wide there. 4th off. This is fantastic stuff. Brakes lighting up as we go through the right-hander, heading down towards the kicker chicane. Ion in 5th, in 6th. Aberdeen in 7th. It's Yui in this 3-way battle for 5th. Over the kicker they go. I made it sound like a Red Bull soapbox race, haven't I? Yui just being left behind a little bit by Stavanger and Aberdeen now. Yui in yellow, Aberdeen in green, Ion in blue. Yui up into 6th now. Got past Aberdeen. Aberdeen really struggling in this race. They started strong, but they've been continuing to tumble down the running order. Yui looking to the outside of Stavanger, getting very close indeed. Oh, and there's contact! There's contact from Aberdeen behind! Was it only a matter of time before the elbows really got out from Aberdeen? Yui managing to hold on to that position. That is Aberdeen nosing to the University of West of England for 6th position. Bolton have run away with it yet again, over a 1.5 second lead. You're on board with OUSR, who are hunting down Victoria. You can see just ahead of them is Southampton. Bolton nowhere to be seen. They've gone away. Can they close this gap? 0.3 seconds at the moment. Headed towards the right-hander. The sweeping right-hander before the kicker chicane. No, it's a left-hander. I do apologise. You can see why I'm not driving, can't you? Victoria in 3rd, holding off OUSR, but that gap is getting ever closer. Now they head towards the kicker. The kicker chicane coming up after this right-hander. There it is. And it bunches the cars out. They've got to slow down through here, otherwise they do go over the curb and get a right kick in the rear end. Victoria then just managing to stay calm under pressure, holding off OUSR. They take the same line, not following the unique line that Southampton take round that corner at the Harbour Ring. Hunger Ring. I'm hungry, I don't know about you. You can eat at home. I'm running on water and adrenaline. I've got no idea what the drivers are running on because this is going to take every ounce of strength out of them. Feedback from the steering wheel. So every time they go over that chicane, it will feed back. The car will respond accordingly. Victoria doing an excellent job of defensive driving, holding on to that last podium position in this round of Heat 2. You're on board with OUSR. You can see how close they are. barreling down the start-finish straight, looking to the inside. Oh, getting very close to the wall, bit of contact there. Saw them a dummy, not quite contact as well. Looking up. Oh, Vittoria, hang on a minute. This is a bit much, surely, from OUSR. Surely you just pull away at that point and you give them the space. Vittoria, gratefully, in my opinion, holding on to third. Very aggressive from OUSR, but then again, we have seen that from them previously. Round 6, I think, we also saw that. The gap now opening up to about 0.7 seconds between Vittoria and OUSR. Oh, looking a bit tail happy through there. Nearly lost it in OUSR, but they managed to hold on and close the gap up considerably. Just under a half second now. Vittoria under pressure yet again. Keeping it clean, keeping it tidy through the chicane, ignoring high curbs, which OUSR seem quite happy to go over. Flames bursting out the back of the 4th place car, going down the inside. Not quite enough room there. Vittoria knocking on the back door by OUSR. Their back door well and truly rubbed. There's one for your innuendo bingo. Vittoria clinging on for dear life to 3rd place with 1.5 minutes on the timer left. Hang on, oh my days, into the side of Vittoria go OUSR. Utterly aggressive driving. Elbows, feet, toes, hands and nose out from OUSR as they go round the last corner. Now these lap times are over 1 minute, so this will be the last lap. Bolton in the lead, 2.5 seconds from them to Southampton. And at the moment, as you can see in the orange Audi TT, it is Vittoria third. OUSR will want to change that. Looking to the outside, not quite making. Can they make the switch back work? Their nose with the rear wheel of Vittoria's car. They're side by side. Vittoria have the better line, but I don't think Oxford's going to let that stop them. Looking for the switch back. Vittoria clinging on to 3rd position. Over the curb, onto the asphalt. Go Oxford University. Oh, onto the grass, cutting the corner slightly. That's forcing OUSR off. Vittoria, oh! And it's all happened. It's all happened. Oxford sliding away, giving the position back to Vittoria, rightfully so. This has been very hairy indeed between these two. The battle for 3rd, what a monumental battle of drivers this has been. Car 99 will cross the line in 1st. The timer has run out then. Just clipping the curb there. OUSR. Vittoria in the orange. Going a little wide there, I thought. Under direct pressure, this will be a race to the line for 3rd. They do not want to let OUSR get any sense that there might be an opportunity. The only opportunity that Bolton have right now is to cross the line. And they will do. The 99 in pink, taking the checkered flag and winning round 2 of Heat 2. Southampton in 2nd. Can Vittoria hold off a very aggressive OUSR? Yes, they can. Vittoria take the final podium in this round. OUSR in 4th, in 5th. Ion, Stavanger, Uwe in 6th. Aberdeen down in 7th. Not the result they would have been hoping for. University of Strathclyde in 8th. And in 9th, UPR waiting to cross the line. Cut away. They are very pleased with that. Another win for Bolton. Hands shaking all round, as you can see there. Looking over the shoulder, a bit of a conversation between the two drivers. Would be thoroughly interested if Monty could not only get a chat with, of course, Bolton, but I'd be interested in a chat between Oxford. I think OUSR is Oxford, correct me if I'm wrong. Oxford and Vittoria, I'd like a chat there as well. It doesn't stop here for the final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series. That is the end of Heat 2. Round 2 won by Bolton. That is another win for Bolton. Fairly certain then we will be seeing them in the grand final, the A final, but we'll have Lotus Exorcists going round the virtual classic corners that are Silverstone. It's going to be great. Do stay tuned for that. We're live till 5 o'clock. What a race. Keep me posted. Let me know what you're thinking in the comments. Interesting track limits interpretation, says Alex W. Love some moving under braking. Definitely. Albert Hare says, well done, Southampton. So you're definitely enjoying this as much as I am. Get your friends and family around. What else are you going to watch? Nothing. It's fantastic. Get your dog watching. And keep me posted. Who are you cheering on? Who do you want to see win? I want to hear from you in the comments on YouTube. YouTube is Formula Student UK being broadcast live. With thanks to all of our sponsors, all of the people who have been making this possible. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you some live reactions from the drivers with, of course, Monty very, very shortly. Coming at you very soon, meanwhile, we'll have Heat 3, the one I'm most looking forward to. It's going to be Ford Capri RS 3100s at Donington National, the 2018 layout. Really excited for that one. And then Heat 4. All of these are qualifying for the finals. Heat 4 will follow Heat 3, as you'd expect. And it'll be Radicals track day cars coming to you from Lime Rock with the chicane added. So that is all to come. Plenty more racing action on the way for you. And hopefully we'll be bringing you some interviews with the drivers in response to that last incredible round there. Well done, Bolton, Sven and Dan. 2 wins, says Frida Grube. Lovely to hear from the parents. If you've got university students here racing and you're watching at home, get in touch on YouTube. Would really love to hear from you. So we've got an interview now with our first and second place drivers. Over to you, Monty.
Well, that was a fantastic second race to watch for the second heat there. We thought third and fourth position with Victoria and Oxford was fantastic to work, but actually at the front as well, the 2 championship protagonists, Bolton and Southampton, at it again. Well done, guys. That was fantastic to watch. Bolton, you ended up winning that one overall in the end, so we'll come to you first to talk about how that race was. How was it from your side?
Yeah, it was a good race, made a decent start. It was a little bit leery into the first corner, just with first corner braking, so I was like, oh, a bit scary. And from there on, just settled down and had a great battle with Southampton there. It was really fair, really clean, not much contact, if anything. And yeah, made the pass and just gapped them and just had to stay consistent.
Nicely done, nicely executed, and well done on the victory. On the Southampton side, so close but so far, but that's still a good way of getting into Finals A. How are you feeling so far on your chances?
I mean, I think there's 2 second places for us, so good chances to start with. It's not, we can start from, well, wherever we start, so long as it's near the front in Finals A, we've got a good chance of getting up the front.
Yeah, no, I completely feel that one as well. TCRs, did you enjoy them, or are you looking forward to another type of car?
I mean, I really enjoyed them. I'm not so much looking forward to the Radicals in the soaking wet. That will be interesting. See what Turn Carnage will be like with that.
Yeah, I think we can all safely say on that one, wet races don't go well, do they?
Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to it. I haven't really practiced much because we realised we were practicing on the wrong settings last night. So I've never driven in the rain on AC, so that'll be fun.
Well, very good luck for that one then. Well done, guys, on your first and your second positions there. That was fantastic to watch. Obviously, from the audience point of view, we're going to love to watch them driving in the rain later on. That's going to be great entertainment. Of course, the other element of the Formula Student Sim Racing series is not just about driving and seeing who's fastest. Throughout the year, the students have also been subjected, shall we say, to new challenges. We call them the engineering challenges. So it's not just about who can go quickest on the night in between those races. It's about using their brain, doing the challenges. Can they outsmart each other through tactics, working on the setup, giving them problem-solving skills, typical engineering skills, I guess you could say, putting that theory into practice to give them the preparation for once they go out into industry afterwards. Got a little video just to talk more about that now, so enjoy, and we'll see you later on for Heat 3.
For the 2023 Sim Race series, as well as the monthly races, we've added an engineering challenge that runs between the rounds. So as well as the drivers who are competing in the monthly races, it gives an opportunity for more of the team members to get involved within the Sim Race series, and it also allows us to dive much deeper into the engineering and the fundamental vehicle dynamics that the students, we want them to understand, both helping them perform better in the races during the series itself, but it's developing skills that they'll be able to go on and use in industry, whether that's in mainstream automotive or in racing itself on the race engineering side. James, do you want to explain a bit more about the different content we've had in the challenge this year?
Sure, absolutely. So each challenge has been set on a different theme. Essentially, we're going into this as if the students are having to deal with a client, a racing driver, or a race team, and the client is coming up to them saying the car is doing X, Y, Z. So for example, one of the challenges will be that the tyres aren't behaving as we would expect it to be. So one of the challenges would be based on tyre pressures, camber and toe-in adjustments. One of the other challenges would be talking about gearing, downforce levels. So we're focusing on specific point on a car's behaviour and getting the students to look through the data to try and understand the actual vehicle dynamic characteristics of that car and understand how they can make the car go quicker. It's not necessarily about having the fastest lap time at the end, but it's about being able to provide the information and the data to the judges to show sound reasoning as to why you believe this is the correct solution to adjusting that handling ailment of the car. We've come to the final challenge now, which is we're opening up all the parameters. It's going to be at Spa-Francorchamps. We're focusing on that classic cliche which every engineer faces at Spa-Francorchamps. Do you create a car setup prioritising top speed, or do you focus on sector 2 and maximise the downforce and go slow on the straights? Looking forward to see what the students can come out with.
I'm James Tatham. I'm a former University of Portsmouth student. I competed in Formula Student for 7 years and I've been a design judge for the last 2 years at Formula Student UK. And I've been sim racing for 11 years. I'm a design engineer with previous experience in aerospace. Now I work for Kenwood designing kitchen machines.
So, James, we've been running the engineering challenges this year. You've essentially been leading the judging criteria on this and, for a better word, putting together the challenges in the sense of defining what it is we want the students to learn from this. So would you mind giving us a description of what it is we're looking for and kind of how the challenges were built?
So we created the engineering challenge to encourage the students to apply their engineering principles and practices into their sim racing. So the students are given a realistic brief, putting them in the position of a race engineer who has to engineer the car, varying the setup parameters in order to improve the lap time. So we've asked them to use the Motec software, which essentially is a data logging program within sim racing, so then they can analyze the car performance using actual engineering parameters and then applying that back into improving their lap time. So the judging is split into 4 categories: engineering approach, rationale, justification, and the lap time, which they set their time using the setup that they created. So the teams are asked to submit an A4 page, and that can effectively communicate the work that they've done to understand the car's characteristics and how they've improved the lap time by adjusting settings on the car, whether this is suspension, aerodynamics, tyres or gears. This helps the student to improve their engineering communication skills, where being able to communicate complex data in a quick and efficient manner is a vital skill. It also helps develop their analysis skills, encouraging them to become more rounded engineers. And the engineering challenge scores go towards the Sim Racing Series championship points, so it helps the teams climb up the championship rankings.
What are we looking for? What are judges looking for in these challenges? How do the students submit the challenges for a start, and what is it we're looking for in these submissions?
So the students submit an A4 sheet of paper with a template that we set out that will then be split into the individual categories of engineering approach, rationale and justification. And we really want to see that they take an iterative approach, looking at the data and using data-led decision making to improve the lap time. the students may have to compromise on their setups, where, for example, if they're looking at aerodynamics, they can adjust their front and rear wings. Obviously, if you increase your wing angle, then it will impact your top speed. And if you decrease your wing angle, you'll have a higher top speed. So maybe in some corners you want more angle, and other corners you don't want as much. So we want to see them analysing the car throughout the whole track and actually determining what's the best setup, what's the best compromise throughout that lap to get the best performance out of the car.
Right, but they've only got a single page to put all this information down in, so is there a magic way of being able to get this information relayed?
There's no magic way to present it. It's just like an elevator pitch. In engineering meetings, you don't have much time to actually convey your message across from all your engineering analysis. So this is a great example where students can learn these skills already, where they have to do an elevator pitch essentially to us, communicate that information. So we want to see lots of graphs, because a graph is a really good way of presenting a lot of data. And it's up to the students to be as creative as they can to think of how they can communicate that information as effectively as possible to us.
What good and what bad examples have you seen so far this year? Without naming and shaming, but what has really stood out to you as being a good example of someone submitting their work? What didn't appeal to you best? Why were they given a weaker score?
We start on the positives. So the teams that have submitted the best entries have just been very clever at the way that they're communicating their information. They've been really clear and concise, and you can look at it and literally within 10 seconds you can pick up exactly what they're trying to communicate to you. And I think that's the most important thing. The analysis that they're doing, some of the teams are going into a lot of detail, which is very impressive, but obviously if you can't communicate that information, then it doesn't actually come across very well. So the best teams have been the ones that have communicated the best information across to us, and we can clearly identify what they're trying to show us. And they're looking at every single parameter, and they're really understanding the principles that they're applying. And it's not just guesswork, it is actually, applied theory into an engineering practice. So I think on the flip side of that, what you'll see is some of the teams that aren't as good maybe haven't done their homework and researched actually what the core principles are, what are the fundamentals that cause a car to understeer or oversteer. They really need to understand that, so then when they look at the data, they're looking at the right bit of data, and then when they're communicating that back to us, they're communicating it in a really efficient way. They've got a nice graph. Some of the worst teams, maybe they don't even have a graph to show us, and so we can't take anything from that. It's just a load of words, and we can't just assume that their words are correct.
That's a very valid point you make there, and I think some of the feedback we've had from some of the judges this year is some of the submissions have been very word focused, and 1,000 words will speak 1,000 words. However, a graph, a chart can sometimes do those 1,000 words for you without iterating a single word.
Exactly, yeah. Actually being able to quickly glance at a graph, you can take so much more information from it than a big body of text. Especially as I'm dyslexic, it's not so easy to read. I think if it's just really to reiterate to the students how important this challenge actually is, it might look like a bit of extra work on the side, but really it's learning a lot of key skills that you need in industry. And those skills, once you're in the workplace, they'll take you further quicker, because you can already do something that it's very difficult. It's very difficult to communicate that data that you've collected and to churn that then into a result and communicate that effectively to your wider team. It's very important, and that will help you going through design reviews, going through all your stages in your engineering technical career.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, James.
That's all right. Thank you.
Welcome to round one of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022 and 2023, and we are very excited to be bringing you a whole new series of sim racing this year, with teams from around the world competing in all their virtual glory for the ultimate prize of Best Formula Student Sim Racing Team. 22 universities from last season returned for the new series, along with 23 new universities and even some alumni forming an entry, boosting the entry list to a record 47 teams for the season. Two of the newcomers made an immediate impact, with Glasgow and Wolverhampton dominating the qualifying sessions. However, experience prevailed in the races, as those who took part last year were already accustomed to the student standard of racing and thus were at an advantage. Glasgow had to serve a drive-through penalty due to jumping the start. However, their recovery drive from the back of the grid was spectacular to watch thereafter, though they were on a steep learning curve throughout as they acclimatised themselves to the competitors and their ping. This left the protagonists from last season to battle it out up front, with Salford, UE, UWTSD, Hull, Cambridge and reigning champions Southampton to battle for the top 5. However, they were not immune to tripping over each other either, which not only allowed Glasgow to catch up to them, but allowed Bolton and Wolverhampton to break away at the front and take victory in the first race of the evening. Wolverhampton and Glasgow back at the front for race 2 then, but it was carnage on the first lap as Leon and Manchester were pushed off before even reaching turn 1, followed by half of the field taking each other out on the same corner. This left Bolton and Wolverhampton back out in front yet again, with TU Ilmenau an impressive third at the end of the first lap. Southampton were keen to make amends but overcommitted into T1, letting UWTSD, Hull and Glasgow by. However, Glasgow and Hull made contact in the very next corner, which sent both spinning off. It was a very exciting and unpredictable race, with battles, overtakes and contact never far away. One thing which remained consistent throughout, however, was Bolton, as they dominated the evening with a 3-figure score to take overall victory in round 1 and continue the promising pace they showed at the end of last season. Wolverhampton had an impressive debut with a pair of seconds, while University of the Basque Country had 2 unspectacular but consistent races to snag the final podium position. From GT3s at Imola to Formula 4s at Dubai, it was the usual protagonists who had qualified at the top of the field, and the usual first lap crashes followed as Stavanger and Southampton pushed Strathclyde off the circuit into T1. And later in the lap, Hull and Bolton get together, sending both to the back. The rest of the field did well to avoid them as they sat on the racing line. One lap later and it was UWTSD's turn to spin, which Cambridge did well to avoid. However, they overcommitted to re-entry, which saw them spinning off in sympathy. Bolton and Hull were quick to catch up to the field again. And the University of Wolverhampton have managed, goodness gracious, 3 abreast.
Oh, this isn't going to end well. Come on, careful guys, you've still got 8 minutes left to go. 3 aside, who's going to win this one? Fair play to them all, they kept it nice and clean, they kept it all on the road, but it has allowed Sheffield Hallam to join in now, and this 2-way battle for 9th has become a 4-way. Beautiful!
You want to watch what you say there, Monty, but we are live from Dubai.
But it was Glasgow who drove away from the rest of the field to take victory in race 1.
Go racing again in...
Then Glasgow spinning off after making contact with Cardiff. Obiada and Oxford doing exactly the same thing a few laps later. And then finally Southampton once more with Leiria. And even at the very last corner, as Hull crossed the line to take victory, Chaos emerges behind for second.
Something's happened on the last corner. Cardiff and UWTSC have come together, and that's Southampton up to second. Southampton to second on the line. Cardiff have recovered to third. UWTSC, they can't get moving.
UWTSD had no fuel to get moving again, which dropped them down the overall order. However, their pain was Southampton's gain, who capitalised on all the chaos to inherit second in the race and take overall victory as Hull and Glasgow tied for the final podium positions. Round 3 saw the students taming the slowest cars of the season. However, the mixed conditions meant they had to gamble on whether to commit to slicks or wets for the first race. Either way, it didn't matter, as the usual T1 calamities ensued and a spectacular pile-up was triggered by Leon coming together with Southampton, leaving the reigning champions acting like a bowling ball as they took out their competitors. This left Bolton, Uwe and Salford in a three-way fight over the lead. However, the latter got together later in the lap, leaving Bolton to sprint off into the distance. Southampton miraculously survived the first lap ordeal with a drivable car, and so made quick work of passing Glasgow and the Prince of Songler University as they recovered up the field. University of Coventry were having their best race to date. Their gamble of running slicks was paying off in the early stages of the race. Salford continued their recovery drive back into the top 10, enjoying this three-way scrap with Cardiff and Wolverhampton along the way. However, the rain was getting heavier in the latter stages of the race. Coventry were by now starting to struggle, but did well to hold on to this slide in their battle with Southampton. But up front, it was Bolton in charge, leading every lap and fending off pressure from a recovering Uwe to take victory in race 1. The conditions deteriorated for race 2, so no debate on which tyres to use this time. First lap and another pile-up. Who touched who made little difference as half the field went spinning off. Southampton and Bolton survived the first lap to have a commanding lead over the rest of the field. However, Bolton jumped the start, so had to serve a drive-through penalty, leaving Southampton to dominate out front as everyone behind struggled in the atrocious conditions.
You can see here, it is just an absolute nightmare. Flash of lightning there, University of... What on earth was that?
The midfield was tightly bunched with 8 cars fighting for the same position. It inevitably led to disaster as Oxford, Strathclyde, Wolverhampton and Coventry fell off. Though Leon did help to keep them pointing in the right direction. However, good deeds never go unpunished, and unfortunately, they were tipped into a spin by Manchester later in the race. Through the fence they go. Conditions slowly improved throughout the race, but the wet track still continued to catch them out. Glasgow spinning out of second late in the race while holding off Hull. Then Oxford used this unique style to pass Coventry. However, not to be outdone, Coventry retaliated with this brave move to pass Portsmouth's alumni team and the University of Lausanne. But up front, it was Southampton who took the checkered flag first in race 2 by a staggering 25 seconds. But that pile-up in the first race cost them dearly in the total score for this round, as the University of Bolton recovered to second place for race 2, which combined with their win in race 1 sees them leaving Portimao as the overall winner of the round. Southampton took the runners-up spot, with Glasgow finishing third. And that's exactly how the top 3 look in the standings as we finish the first 3 rounds of the season. Bolton and Southampton continuing where they left off in 21-22, with newcomers Glasgow and Wolverhampton in hot pursuit. 5 rounds remaining and 4 engineering challenges where the teams can earn some bonus points. It's anyone's guess as to which university will be crowned Formula Student Sim Racing Champions for 2022-2023.
And welcome back to the final of the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've already had 2 rounds down, 2 to go, 2 heats to go to qualify for the A final and the B final, live from Williams Esports here in the Grove. Next door, Williams Racing are working on the Formula 1 cars, can you believe? And we have got the future of Formula 1 here, the engineers who are all part of Formula Student and have been taking part in the Sim Racing Series. We'll find out who will win. Very sad it's Glasgow. I think it might be Glasgow. But still all to play for, and there's always a second and third position to come as well. So you might be wondering what's on the way for you over the course of the rest of the afternoon. We're here till 5 o'clock live. So coming up next, we've got Heat 3, which I am really looking forward to. It'll be 4 Capri RS 3100s from Donington National Circuit, the 2018 layout. Then we'll have Heat 4, which is the Radicals. They are track day cars. That's coming from Lime Rock with a chicane added to it. And then the B final, which will take place at 4 o'clock. That will be GT4s at Hockenheim. And then finally, at 4:45, the grand final. Formula style cars, Lotus Exos, live from a virtual Silverstone. So that is all to come for the rest of the afternoon. So stick with us, please. It's delightful to have some of you on board so consistently in the comments. It's great. Frida Groob, well done Bolton, Sven and Dan, 2 wins. Hey, Jack London, well in Bolton. Love from the injured team captain. Meanwhile, Albert Hare has finally revealed who he is. He's been watching and commenting on every race, and it turns out he's the dad of Will from Southampton. Just to embarrass my son, Will Hare from Southampton. Glad to see other parents supporting. Well, which other parents are supporting? It's Wendy Cohen, Nev's mum from UGR. Ah, lovely stuff. UGR, Nev's mum here, says Wendy. Have this on in the background while I am working. Mostly cheering on UGR, naturally, but also totally jealous of you all as I am a lifelong Williams fan. Honestly, Wendy, it is an absolute pleasure to be here, and the team have been so accommodating and so lovely. So thank you ever so much to them. They will be sponsoring this series for the next few years, so we're looking forward to seeing it grow. And Mark Rossi, meanwhile, says, come on, Manchester. So, on the way, very shortly, we will have Ford Capris in the wet as well from Donington National Circuit. So if you remember the days when Donington would sometimes host the British Grand Prix, it will be that circuit with the 2018 layout, the national version. Very excited for this because my personal favourite round up until Heat 2, because Heat 2 today, if you want to rewind the stream and catch up, it was Audi TTs at the Hungaroring, and that was ridiculously exciting. But if you are interested in the round thus far that's already been as exciting, was definitely Goodwood, where we had classic touring cars. And I've got a funny feeling the Ford Capris are going to be in the same vein. Very much looking forward to that, though, so do stick around. That's coming to you very shortly. Keep your comments coming in. Tell us who you're supporting, where you're watching from, what you think of the on-track action. You know, you can stew it in the comments. We won't necessarily listen to you, but we'd be lovely to hear from you. So do keep those comments coming in. You can also follow the IMECI on Instagram, Formula Student on Instagram. Monty, who is the event captain who puts all of this on, he puts his heart and soul into this, so hats off to him. I just sit here and talk about it. You can also follow me on Instagram as well. So drop a line, get in touch. We would love to hear from you. Racing all day. Meanwhile, on site, and I say on site because we're over at the Williams Esports HQ, which is where Williams Racing is based in the Grove in Oxfordshire. Just down the road is Silverstone, where Formula Student is being held, and we have got a number of teams. I'm Andrew Mather, who was the commentator last year. I commentated alongside him. Was talking to me yesterday over the Volunteers Barbecue about the fact that the standard of cars this year is back to somewhere. A lot more cars getting on the main road. about 20, which was somewhat disappointing. There was a lot of empty airspace to fill. We ended up talking about my feet. Don't ask how, but we've got more racing to come here. Here we go then. The 4 Capris in the wet. Southampton on pole. In second, it is, of course, who else would it be? Glasgow. In third, somewhat surprisingly, Harriet Watt. Cambridge are in 4th, Manchester in 5th, Salford in 6th, Coventry in 7th, University of Wales, Trinity St David in 8th, FSTN in 9th, Bolton all the way down in 10th, oddly enough, Kingston in 11th, UWE in 12th, and rounding out your 13 starters, it is the University of Wolverhampton. Some of these drivers will be having to contend with a 1-driver penalty, but let's go racing then. 15 minutes of on-track action. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light, 4 light, 5 lights, 6 lights here at Donington. And it's go, 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 and a really slow start from someone. Getting really hairy there was Harriet Watt, who just got out of nowhere and then went into the wall immediately. We are dealing with damp conditions. Southampton know what they're doing, a slow, controlled start, but immediately they are best off of the line. UGR in second, Cambridge in third. Absolute carnage off of the line. Who are we with there? FSTN turning the grass into a mud bath. Bolton in third, managing to jump right the way up the running order as everyone just completely lost their heads. Harriet Watt down from the top, they're down in 13th again. Gutting for Harriet Watt. Bolton up into second immediately. What a start from Bolton, overtaking championship leaders Glasgow. Wolverhampton in 4th. You on board right now with Bolton as they hunt down a winning position yet again. They have won 2 races thus far and they're going down the inside on Southampton. We've seen this one before, not on this track. And that's a bit aggressive, bit of side contact. Oh my days. Bolton up into first. Sideswiping Southampton. I can hear the cheers coming from outside as everyone's watching this on the big screen. This is absolutely monumental. You're on board with Wolverhampton. 4 in line as they go down the start-finish straight to start the second lap. 13 minutes to go. 1.5 minutes gone. You can see how tightly bunched they are together, and Wolverhampton just completely outbreaks Glasgow. A fantastic move from Wolverhampton then. Coventry dropping all the way down. Coventry have gone off track clearly. You on board right now with Southampton. I'm ahead of them. Bolton's. Yeah, that is Coventry. Shame for them. I would not want to be the gardener on this circuit. Meanwhile, Glasgow tailing Wolverhampton. They'll be determined to get back upon the podium. They've done shockingly well. Well, I say shockingly, they won the event last year. The event entered the Sim Racing Series for the first time this year and came in completely dominating. But I would say, if Glasgow had shown this performance that they have thus far today, over the course of the series, they wouldn't be in the winning position they currently are. Nev Cohen behind the wheel currently in 4th. The man knows how to party. I was showing photos last night that I don't remember being taken. Meanwhile, Southampton in second. You can see behind them Wolverhampton and Bolton. Bolton, oh hello, going on the grass are Wolverhampton. Little bit of a wide line there. Bolton, Southampton, Wolverhampton and Glasgow. Tyre squealing, blocking up from Southampton, on board with Glasgow. Up ahead, it's Bolton in the lead, a commanding lead already, over a second. 2 laps in, 3rd lap ongoing now. Yet again, Bolton just seem untouchable. Unless they make a mistake. Meanwhile, talking of mistakes, there's a lot of grass cutting going on there. Back with Southampton. You can see the red Ford Capri of Glasgow there. Trying just about to hold on to the rear wing. Clinging on to the Shell Oil sticker. Glasgow in the rear of the screen there. Just further back, you might be able to see a moving dot. That's Salford. It just goes to show how fast these top 4 cars are compared to the rest of the field. A whole 10 seconds between Salford and Bolton. Only 5 seconds between Bolton and Glasgow. You're on board with a virtual version of that. Doesn't look at all scary. Crikey. Stuff nightmares are made of. If we're going to have a look at that, should we actually have a look at the actual drivers? Meanwhile, Bolton are in first. University of Wolverhampton in second. So, hello! That's Yui. Yui causing a bit of an accident. FSTM and Kingston going through. Yui, you're on board with. They've had an absolute jump. Have they pulled up? Are Yui out? Absolute debacle for the University of West of England, who are currently favourites amongst the internal combustion unit engines on the main site to do rather well. But they're beached here. Wolverhampton are beat. Not Wolverhampton, what am I talking about? Yui are beached. Utter shock then. The only car that's further behind them is Harriet Watt. Now they've, oh, hang on, there was some movement there. That's right. You want to be going forwards, guys. You are right now with FSTM in 7th position, hunting down Kingston in 6th, who are just up ahead. Red lights flashing against the grey clouds, the damp conditions here at Donington. Getting a bit squirrely through there. Oh, there you go. You see how wanting to step out, a lack of grip on the sticky surface. Meanwhile, Wolverhampton, they're in the white, blue and red, hunting down the grey of Bolton. A whole nearly 2 seconds away are Bolton. Can it be done in 9.5 minutes is the question. Wolverhampton are going to want to put their foot down if they've got any chance of catching up with Bolton. You can barely see Bolton on your screens when we focus on Wolverhampton. That's how far out ahead they are. Wendy Cohen in the comments. Come on, UGR, she says. UGR currently in 4th. Down, meanwhile, in 10th. University of Welsh Trinity St David. Oh, and a bit of a side punt there against Cambridge. Has that caused... Oh, hello! No way, Wolverhampton! Wolverhampton... Oh! Oh! I can hear the cheers from people watching. Southampton go in the back of a sideways Wolverhampton. Glasgow go through. That wasn't Southampton's fault. UWR just had an absolute calamity and ended up in the racing line. Kingston in 6th, meanwhile. But there's Southampton, who I imagine are feeling very sorry for themselves. They had nowhere to go. Heartbreak for one of the championship protagonists in the white for Capri. And I'm wondering whether that's caused damage, because that car is yawing and rolling a fair bit more than it used to before that incident. UGR up ahead in 3rd. Wolverhampton managed to recover from it, but did Southampton no favours. Would you call that a racing incident? Let me know in the comments. On board now with Salford. See, that's a less scary view. They can clearly simulate a lot in these things, but human beings aren't one of them. Going very wide there at Southampton. They are struggling. That car's got damage, I'm fairly certain. Oh, no! Tail kicking right out. Complete oversteer, or is that torque steer coming off the car? But this is gutting for Southampton, who are showing such promise early on in the race. Southampton down now in 5th. 4 seconds behind them at FSTN. 7 minutes to go of this race. Can they hold on to 5th? Because at this point, I think it's damage limitation for Southampton. Heartbreak for the team involved. I can hear murmurings outside the commentary box. Clearly, this is causing a lot of conversation. That or I'm saying something stupid. Either way, someone tell me. With Southampton there, potentially trying to close the gap on Salford. Bit of sparking coming off of Salford's car on the right front there. Closing in on Salford are Southampton, which does surprise me. I had thought Southampton were done for, but clearly there's fight in the old girl yet. Salford in 4th. You can see they're just exiting the left of your screens in the white and blue. Closing in on them are Southampton. Getting a little sideways through there. They lost it on that corner last time round. They managed to get it through nice and clean this time. You can see there the driver from Bolton. Pure concentration on his face. Now you'll notice the simulation, the driver is taking his hand to the gear stick constantly, whereas there's no movement from that. on the hands of the Bolton drivers because they've got the flappy paddle gearbox here in the sim rig. But back in the old days on the Ford Capri, you would have just had the stick shift and that was it. Still, it's proper driving, unlike automatics. Meanwhile, UWTSD up into 9th, going past Coventry, now in 10th. We're on board with both the simulated and real drivers of Bolton there. Meanwhile, side by side, Southampton. And who is that with them? Is that Salford? It must be Southampton up into 4th. On board then with Salford. This is a fantastic view. Oh, they nearly touched that. Got very close indeed, but Salford are down into 5th. Southampton made it stick in the damp conditions. A fantastic recovery drive from a team that I wasn't sure would have a particularly fantastic result at the end of this. I'm sure they'll have been hoping for higher. And I don't think they can close up an 11-second gap with 5 minutes to go, especially when Salford are unwilling to relinquish that 4th position. 4th may just be the best that Southampton can do in this situation. Pulling away from Salford just about 0.5 second gap. Is it going to be enough to hold on to for the next 4.5 minutes? Southampton have really done themselves proud here. A great recovery drive. And who's that lagging down at the back? Who is that just trundling along in the dark blue? Oh, dearie me. Some of these drivers, ooh, are these back markers getting out of the way? Are these people having problems? Oh, this is hairy indeed. Was that Cambridge having issues? That looked very dicey. On board then with Southampton, hats off to them. Chasing down UGR in 3rd. But is it a battle in vain? It's about 12 seconds between 3rd and 4th. Right now, there's 8 seconds between 1st and 2nd. Bolton, an absolutely dominant drive. Yes, again today. 8 laps in the 9th in progress. 7 seconds ahead of their nearest rivals, Wolverhampton in 2nd. Oh, clipping the corner there a little bit. Kingston in 7th. You're on board with them right now, looking out over the bonnet. Ahead of them, FSTN in bright green. Changing down there just to make sure they maintain the grip. They don't want to get sliding off into the gravel trap. We've seen UE beach themselves and they're now lagging down in 13th position as a result. So staying on track is going to be key to this. It tends to be with motorsport. Oh, changing right down, braking hard for the chicane. Closing the gap though are Kingston on FSTN as they go down the start-finish straight at Donington. The national circuit, the 2018 layout. Not quite close enough, are Kingston, to make a move on FSTN just yet. Going a little wider to FSTN, making use of the track, really grabbing at all the tarmac and the curbs that they can. Oh, onto the grass just a little bit. Corner cutting, maybe not your best bet in these conditions. A touch of grass is going to completely lose grip and it could send you right off. FSTN then. Losing Kingston. FSTN pulling away from Kingston. Oh, a little bit of sideways action there. But they've just managed to hold on to that. 6 seconds between themselves and Salford up ahead in 5th. The gap closing again now. Kingston unwilling to let go of the rope. Clinging on for dear life. Still nowhere near close enough to be making a move, but just enough that FSTN, if they look in their rear view, they're going to know someone's closer than they would like. And you ramp up the pressure in those instances and you invite unforced errors, and that is exactly what Kingston are doing now. They're sticking with the driving line. This is the view in the rear view mirror that FSTN are going to have. Look how close that is, and you just know, sideways a little through there from Kingston. Going wide are FSTN. Both making slight mistakes, each one giving and taking a little. Evenly matched here. But FSTN are going to know sooner or later this guy is closing up. Kingston closing up massively now. Getting very close, and you can see my heart rate and my voice jumping at that. Can you imagine how the driver behind the wheel of the FSTN car is feeling? DNF for Cambridge. A DNF for Cambridge. We're still staying on board though with FSTN. The car's rolling and the bodywork scraping along the tarmac at Donington. Sparks flying, and that roll and that scrape losing the momentum that Kingston had. FSTN will be very glad of that. The more distance they can put themselves between themselves and the navy blue car, the better as far as they're concerned. Our event sponsors in the bottom right of your screen. Big shout out to EmperorServers.com. We've been putting on the servers for this entire series and they've been doing an absolutely fantastic job. Coventry, meanwhile, struggling there. They seem to be on the grass and they're taking their time getting back on, making sure they don't interrupt anyone else's race. Rightfully so. Managed to hold on to 10th position. Harriet, Watt and Yui way down. 2 laps and 3 laps down respectively. 11 laps completed by Bolton in the process of doing a 12th. Should be crossing the line any minute now to finish the race. Will Bolton be with 8 seconds ahead for them? That'll be another win for Bolton. It's near enough a given, but right now, oh my days, going wide. That is it. That is it. Kingston have gone past FSTN. They were so close to holding on to it. FSTN was so close to holding on to 6th at this point as Bolton go across the line. On board FSTN, they did a monumental job of defensive driving. They've got a few corners left. Can they get back to the 6th position they've been holding on to for dear life? I don't think so. Gussing in the last corners of the last lap, Kingston sneak through. I think there was a mistake from FSTN, and it was, like I said, the pressure building on the drivers, an unforced error. And the pursuing driver can just take full benefit from that as Kingston come across the line to claim 6th. FSTN in 7th, with Manchester expected to finish in 8th. UWTSD, after an absolute calamity for them, in 9th. Coventry have crossed the line in 10th. Dewey, they're 3 laps down. They've called time, they're in 13th. Cambridge, a DNF though. There is the driver from Bolton, yet another victory for the Northern team. They'll be very happy with that. The team congratulating one another. Just remember, the lights are back up. Everyone just catching their breath now. Bolton very pleased with that. Gutting for FSTN from fantastic defensive driving from them, but Kingston just managed to clinch it as FSTN cracked under the pressure and made a slight mistake, ended up on the grass. The grass proving very difficult for the cars and the drivers, something that those taking part in round 2 of this heat are going to have to pay attention to. The conditions are damp, dare I say the word moist. So, we're getting prepared now for the second round of Heat 3. If there was anything like that, we can expect plenty more carnage. Our first DNF of the day as Cambridge failed to finish, and Huey and Harriet Watt having something of a disaster, shall we say. Harriet Watt qualifying very high and ending up very low, and Huey much the same. Hopefully they'll finish a lot better in their actual real life event. I should imagine. So they did rather well at FSN, FS Netherlands. Bear in mind there are multiple competitions all around the world for teams to take part in. But I would say, given the paperwork that's involved, if you know anyone who's on a team that's going to Europe or has come to the UK from Europe, then they deserve a massive pat on the back, because the carnet and the paperwork involved in doing that is headache-inducing, to say the least. We're waiting now to get to talk to the driver from Bolton, I believe, who just dominated. We'll wait for the interviews when they come. We've also got more racing to come. Ready? Brilliant. Over to you guys then.
Well, wasn't that a fun race, guys? As you may have seen in the last video before this race joined, there seems to be 3 common themes so far this year. The first one is first lap, first turn pile-ups. The second one is Southampton gets caught up in these crashes. And the third one is Bolton capitalises on it and breezes away to a win. Good job, Sven. Nicely done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really happy with that result. was a challenging race, I think, for everyone. It was a race of limiting mistakes, I think, and trying to maximise your efforts.
It definitely looked like a race for survival. Obviously, you were speaking before with the MX-5s. Capris, very different kettle of fish. Tell us, what were the differences in their characteristics?
I think everything's different with these type of cars. They are leery, they've got a lot of power. They're on 70s slicks, which tyre tech's moved on a lot. So they're very leery, and you constantly have to fettle with the throttle, just trying to keep it in a straight line, really. And, yeah, I think I seem to get the hang of it. So.
Definitely got the hang of it if you left that one as the winner, so nice job on that one. That's 3 races, beg your pardon, 3 heats done now. We've got 1 more heat to go. Is that for you?
It is not. That is for Mr. Dan Kell. So he'll be in the wet, in Lime Rock, in the Radical. So it's going to be a challenging one. So.
Well, very best of luck for that one. Hopefully, with these results so far, we're going to see you in Finals A. Think you've done enough?
I think we might have done enough, and hopefully we can secure some good points in the final.
I look forward to this. Well done again. Giles, back to you, sir. What's up next?
What's up next, Monty, is round 2 of Heat 3. So we're right back to Donington with the Ford Capri RS 3100s. I can hear the noise of the engines in my headphones. So let's see what's going. Can we see what's going on track just yet? Brilliant, not a problem, because bear in mind, UGR may well have won the whole event, and it seems fairly likely. They've been performing relatively well, not their usual standard of domination, but they've been performing relatively well enough to get the points they need to just completely clinch the championship. But who's going to be second and third? Bolton are looking incredibly strong, They're strongest in months, because they opened the series. If you've been watching the in-between videos here, you'll have seen that they were incredibly dominant to begin with, but they just dropped away a little bit towards the mid-season. And as a result, it seemed unlikely they were going to win, but they could still get a podium in the Sim Racing Series for Formula Student. Hosted here at Williams Esports. You can see it on your screens now. The drivers just getting to grips with these Ford Capris in the damp conditions. Going to go racing very, very soon. Just free practice at the moment for the second round. Just look at the concentration, and then look there. You can see the steering wheel fights back against the drivers, properly responding to the track conditions as a car really would. Thanks to the direct drive steering wheels you can see there. Somewhat akin to what you'd find on a Formula 1 car. Flappy paddle gearbox. Plenty of buttons. I wouldn't necessarily say you do a lot with those when you're driving a Ford Capri. I think you'd be lucky if they had a horn back in the day. And of course, you've got the load cell pedals. Kyle Benson from Cardiff Racing there in the foreground. Just notice there that the pedals do bounce back. They've got a proper weight to them, providing with as realistic as possible driving experience. The lights are down then in the sim racing gallery, meaning it's likely we're going to go racing very, very soon. The concentration on the drivers' faces there. That frown isn't because they're sad. We're all delighted to be here. All delighted to be here at Williams. But that is just the face of pure concentration. Keep your comments coming in over on YouTube. Mark Rossi, come on Manchester. Wendy Cohen, come on UGR. Flucid, O'Donnell for the win. Stephen English, any Williams fans to the front of races, please. Frida Groob says, woohoo! Fantastic, Sven and Bolton, 10th to 1st. That's our boy. Ewan Baggott, go on, Sven Gruber. So there's a lot of support for Bolton in the comments. A lot of support for UGR. Some for Manchester as well. Who is O'Donnell racing for? Let me know. Keep the comments coming in as we look to the many helmets that have been worn by Williams drivers over the 46-year history of the team. Frank Williams, one of the all-time legends, not only in Formula 1, but in business and engineering. The man who initially was so low on funds, he ran his business out of a phone box and would answer telephone calls related to Williams from a telephone box and would borrow money from Bernie Eccleston, pay him back, and then ask for a little bit more than he'd already borrowed. So We're delighted to be here. It really is an absolute pleasure. And the Williams Esports partnership with the IMECI is something we're all incredibly excited about, and that will go on for the next few years. Very excited to see where that's going to take us and the series. Still to come. After Heat 3 has finished, we'll have Heat 4, which is the Radicals. They are track day cars. That's coming to you from Lime Rock. It's got the chicane on that track because of a special condition. Made it very clear in the name. Lime Rock with chicane. Meanwhile, then we'll have the B final with GT4s racing at Hockenheim. And then the A final at 4:45 with Lotus Exos at Silverstone. Remaining team members watching in anticipation, cheering on their teams, having a word to each other. I've got a funny feeling at some point they can hear me during all of this. I can only apologise to them. They're going to get very bored of my voice come the end of this weekend. You can join us for live coverage of the Dynamics events on Saturday and Sunday from Silverstone. Say hi, guys. Give us a wave. So then, not long to go now. I think the cars are lining up on the grid. Can we cut to the grid at Donington for round 2 of Heat 3 here for the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series Finals 2022-2023. Who's going to finish on the podium then? Let me know. Keep your comments coming in. Comments on the racing is also very, very welcome. What do you reckon of the driving? And Jack Whittle says, get in Sven, let's go. Lot of love for Bolton in the comments. One-handed steering from Kyle there. Very brave. So do please stick around, and don't forget you can follow all the action on all of the team's Instagrams and Facebook pages. Make sure you're supporting your team, because if you're watching this, clearly you've got a link into Formula Student, whether you're an ex-student yourself or whether, of course, here we go then. Hull on pole for round 2 of Heat 3. In second, it's University of Strathclyde. No, yes it is. In third, University College London. Fourth, Cardiff. In fifth, York UPR. In sixth, Tau. That is, of course, Aberdeen. In seventh, Victoria are in 8th. Hull B Team are in 9th. OUSR in 10th. And Stavanger in 11th. Some of these stronger teams push down the grid by 1 driver penalties. Something we've been doing all year. It does make for some very exciting racing, and we're going to have another exciting race now. The lights are ready to go. Let's go racing here at Donington for the second time today in the damp. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, 6 lights. I always wanted to say this. Lights out and away we go at Donington as Hull get off the line very nicely and take the lead, immediately holding on to that pole position. USM Strathclyde going round there outside. Can they make that work? That's a very brave move immediately out of the gate. No, not just yet. Hull holding on. Oh, there's a bit of carnage at the back. And that is UPR going away. UPR sent straight to the back by contact. So your running order at the moment then. Hull in first, second, USM, University College London in third, York in fourth, Aberdeen in fifth, Victoria in sixth, Ion, Stavanger in seventh, OUSR in eighth, Cardiff down in 9th after another great qualifying session. It's down in 9th. Hull B Team in 10th. UPR all the way down 11th after that contact. You're on board at the moment with Aberdeen. We know they like to get their elbows out. York there as well. Oh, looking a bit slippy and slidey there. Is that Victoria getting the tail out? The track really not offering a lot of grip here today. Victoria up past Aberdeen. Into 5th. Aberdeen tumbling down. The cars bunched up in the midfield. It's all to play for. Hull B Team have got past Cardiff. Cardiff really struggling down now in 10th. Meanwhile, UCL, University College London, past York to get onto the podium in 3rd. York having none of it, taking the place back almost immediately. Victoria up into 4th now as they go down the start-finish straight. 1 lap completed, onto the 2nd. 13.5 minutes to go. This is really tight racing in the midfield. Battling for 3rd there. But oh, and it's off. It's off and it's sideways impact. That's a carnage on the 2nd lap then. That's Victoria down, York down, Aberdeen up, OUSR up. Stavanger in 3rd position. They're going to be over the moon with that. Victoria down in 7th though. But there it is, Stavanger in 3rd, sailing through the drama. And who's that going off? Is that Aberdeen spinning away into the gravel trap? OUSR. That is a Hull B team right the way back down in 11th now. OUSR battling out with University College London. Everything's happening everywhere, all at once. It's like the movie. I don't quite think I've got that title right, but you know exactly what I'm on about. This is ridiculous. OUSR down, Victoria up into 4th, gunning back to the positions that they were missing out on. And that, I think, is UCL just parked at the side of the track, really struggling to get back on, beached in the gravel trap. Yes, UCL having an absolute nightmare in round 2 of Heat 3. Gutting for the University of College London, who had started out relatively well. Stavanger 5 seconds off the lead, 2 laps. University, whoa, hang on a minute. Is that Strathclyde getting past Hull? No, that might just be a timing sheet error. That is a timing sheet error. We're fine now. York in 5th, you're on board with York now, looking over the green bonnet as they hunt down Victoria, battling for the 4th position. They're both going to want this because they were sent down the grid earlier by contact. Both clearly have pace. Oh, and look, there's a gap right there. But York have to step on the brakes themselves because the grip just isn't there on the damp tarmac here at Donington. Hull in 2nd, 2.6 seconds away from the leaders, Strathclyde. York in 5th, really nosing at the tail then of the blue Castrol. Ford ahead of them, that's Victoria. Just not quite enough room. That this course is of course very tight. Plenty of corners, inviting opportunities for those who are brave, but when the conditions are this wet, it's in that awful place between slicks and wets. Intermediate, you'd argue, but do they have intermediate survey? Very sideways there, both off. Victoria and Stavanger, both off. Victoria pulling away, that's York, sorry. York going off as well. Victoria managed to hold on to it, but York just about managing to stay there. But OUSR are having a look. The bodywork grounding out again. Sparks flying off the right-hand side there of York. You're on board with OUSR, who are probably rubbing their hands together. Well, I wouldn't recommend it. They've got to have them on the steering wheel. But more to the point, I can see the pair of them, Victoria and York, who both went off in the exact same place, followed each other almost. And OUSR, if they can manage to avoid the understeer, should be able to close the gap. Talking of gaps, Victoria's opening a nice one on York. York having none of it though, coming right back up. Late braking from York to stay in contention for 4th position as they chase down the bright blue of Victoria. You're on board now with Stavanger, who are in 2nd. And they have absolutely rinsed the gap to themselves and Hull, but Strathclyde were in 1st and they've now dropped down into 3rd. So something's happened there and I've completely missed it. I can only apologise. But your new leaders are Hull, there at the front of your screens, followed by Stavanger, and then a little way further back is the red Ford of course, Strathclyde, who were leading. So what's happened there? If you've spotted it, let me know in the comments. OUSR all the way up into 4th. Victoria and York gone down. They're battling it out. OUSR back down into 6th. So clearly there's a bit of contention going on there. UPR side by side with Cardiff. Cardiff sweeping away for a recovery drive. They're in 8th and they're off. And that was a recovery drive that lasted all of 2 seconds before I spoke and completely cursed the whole thing. Stavanger have taken the lead from Hull meanwhile, and USM have gone through to take 2nd. It is getting dicey all the way through the grid. You can look everywhere and there's action in every sense of the word. Stavanger opening that gap up immediately to a 2nd on Strathclyde. Hull behind them, 0.4 seconds. The battle for 2nd, hotting up through the chicane onto the start-finish straight. The nose heavy. Oh, this is close. The nose of Hull looking to the rear wheel of Strathclyde. Now, oh, Strathclyde pulling away there, braking later than Hull and holding on to 2nd position as a result. Are they side by side? Bit of contact, maybe not quite. They just managed to keep it clean. You're on board then with Strathclyde looking to their rear. This is the rear view that that driver's going to have looking in his rear view mirror. And I would not want to be in that position. Hull barreling down the exhaust of the University of Strathclyde for second position in this round 2 of Heat 3. And going down the inside, go almost Hull, but not quite. Stavanger managing to hold on to their 1 second lead. Strathclyde following very quickly behind, trying to race away from Hull, but Hull are having none of it. As they look now down the start finish straight to complete another lap. Looking a bit squirrely there was Strathclyde. Would have understeer or oversteer, overcompensate and you get the other. Taking a wide line, trying to grab that apex, braking hard to avoid hitting Strathclyde or Hull. Meanwhile, up ahead, Ion held up by one of the back markers. Ion go through, followed by USM. On the grass is the back marker, Hull then coming past as well. But that means, clearly, Ion are going to have lost their gap. They've been working on that. They've been working their socks off for 2 laps. Now it's all gone thanks to the back marker. And now first, second and third have only got 0.6 seconds between them as University of Strathclyde look deep into the rear-view mirror of Stavanger, who's going to have 2 cars abreast in their rear-view mirror in a minute, and they do, and it's almost 3 abreast. This is absolutely crazy. There's not going to be enough room through this corner, surely. That is Hull. Hull's up into second, and they make contact with Ion, and Stavanger are still in first, and USM, that is Strathclyde, have gone up into second as well. It's all change at Evergreen Junction. Very niche reference to an old BBC programme. Meanwhile, Hull, oh my days, that is it. Strathclyde have gone. Absolutely lost it there. And that will be then relinquished to third unless OUSR can catch up. Meanwhile, Hull determined to take the lead from Stavanger. Stavanger got oversteer, bit of a tail kicking out there. Hull will be liking that. Every mistake that Stavanger makes, it just brings them closer to the front of Hull and closer to second place, where they really do not want to be. Braking now into this right-hand and clinging to the apex, desperate to stay on the racing line. Any hint of a loss of tarmac is just going to ruin their grip. Hull then, a 0.6 second gap, 0.5, it's going down every moment between themselves and Stavanger. Stavanger just have to hold on for 4.5 minutes. Hull might just be able to say something about this. This could be a race all the way to the line unless Hull can just be patient and sit right in the tracks of Stavanger, wait for Stavanger to panic or buckle under the pressure, make an unforced error, and they will go through. But I've got a funny feeling Hull will be desperate to make that move properly. Rather than bide their time, they're going to want to get on it with some on-track action as they go past one of the back markers. You can see how far away Strathclyde are now as a result of that mistake from them. Going very wide is you. Oh no! Hull looked all set to be really challenging Stavanger, and they too go off with a very similar mistake to Strathclyde. And that looks to me to be the top 3 set for the rest of the race unless we get another unforced error. Stavanger, 8 laps completed, the 9th in progress. Stavanger will be heaving a sigh of relief as Hull go off onto the grass. Tailing away now with an 8-second gap, and USM past Hull all of a sudden. Hull's got problems. Hull's got problems. Unbelievably, Hull crawling to a halt off the racing line, tumbling down the running order. I cannot believe my eyes. If we can get a camera... Oh, and they're in the pits. They are in the pits. Something has gone horrendously wrong for Hull. And that might just be it for them and any chances of a podium position. Heartbreak for Hull. Victoria will be rejoicing. They've been gifted third position. And I say that because there was an 8-second gap between Hull and Victoria before that just happened. So Victoria rubbing their hands together at this point. UPR have got past Hull now. Hull still in the pits. Just pulling out now. You can see them exiting the pit lane, entering onto the track. Cardiff go past as well. 2 minutes left of this round. Is there anything Hull can do? Quite possibly not. Meanwhile, OUSR have got York half a second behind. Could we see a race to the line for fourth? Quite possibly. Bright green, very easy to pick out in the dank conditions on Donington. OUSR will know they cannot afford to make a mistake like that. And that's it. There we go. York up into fourth. OUSR down to fifth. Some may call the commentator's curse. Some may just say I can predict the future. Probably the former. Anyway, OUSR down into fifth. Getting a bit loose there onto two wheels round the last corner, down the start-finish straight. Chasing down OUSR. This should be the last lap. Unless Stavanger can really go supersonic. Getting very tail-happy there at York, inviting OUSR to make a move. The gap's closed and they go down the inside. They're two abreast and that is it. OUSR back up into fourth. On the grass themselves now. Side-by-side contact between the two door panels. OUSR back into fourth just about, and York have got to do it all again. Rearview mirror, look, oh, this is really tight and close. Very tight and close for a second then, as York brake later than OUSR and just drive on up towards their rear. Getting a little tail happy as a result. Onto the grass, both of them, and that is York away. But they're both on the grass, both making the same mistakes. Someone who hasn't made a mistake is Stavanger as they cross the line to actually do one more lap. 10 seconds to spare on the timer. This will be the last lap, gifting the rest of the drivers another opportunity to make up some places as Stavanger have completed 11 laps. They're on their 12th with an 11-second lead. Victoria then going past University of Strathclyde all of a sudden. Oh, that is very hairy indeed. That was unexpected to say the least, but Victoria backwards, and this could mean that OUSR could end up on the podium. And it does! It does! Victoria down into fifth. OUSR, York and Aberdeen going through. Victoria struggling to get back on track, facing the wrong way, stuck in the damp grass. Gutting for a team I've absolutely loved having part of this series. York, you're on board with. They are chasing down what is now a podium position. And I am on the edge of my seat here because both of these drivers are so evenly matched. OUSR and York fighting for the final podium on this last lap of round 2 of Heat 3. On the grass there, but trying to keep it as tight and tidy as they can. Can York do anything? Have they got anything to say to OUSR? No one's got anything to say to Stavanger as they do cross the line this time and completely finish the race. Strathclyde will finish in second, but the question is who's going to be third? Grounding out are York in fourth. They can't afford mistakes. I thought that was a cut corner perhaps from OUSR. And that's York! York have taken it on the line! York have taken third position. Unbelievable. OUSR down in fourth, Aberdeen in fifth, Victoria yet to cross the line, likely to be in sixth. You're on UPR in seventh, and that was the closest finish we've seen all day. Absolutely stunning. Hull finishing in 8th. Hull B team finishing in 11th. Grounding out there just a little bit. The driver reaction there then. There's Stavanger, the winners of this race. Absolutely stunning work from them. Oh, I don't know about you, but I need to catch my breath. Unbelievable! On the line. Oh, my days. It's going to cut to me. I look exhausted, I imagine. I am exhausted. I don't know how you're feeling at home, but wow. Wow, an absolutely dominant drive from Stavanger. An excellent drive as well from Strathclyde, who took second. I just can't get over third. What happened? That was incredible. Meanwhile, in the comments, we've got Andy Farmer saying, go on Cardiff. And Albert Hare, bring it home, Soton. I don't know what SOTON is. That's in capitals. I don't know if that's someone's name. Is it an abbreviation? But regardless, I'm very much looking forward to Monty's interviews with the drivers. I'd love to see as many of those drivers interviewed as possible because that was hair-raising from start to finish. Hats off to Stavanger. They really did make that work. Strathclyde as well, tucking in nicely, getting into a groove, getting into a rhythm. They knew exactly what they needed to do. But that battle for third between OUSR and who was it? I can't even remember who it was now. It was that intense. My mind is just racing. I'm running on adrenaline. Absolutely stunning from everyone involved. I'm looking. If you enjoyed that, then do stick around because we've got another heat coming up for you. But right now, we can go over to the drivers and get all the latest with Monty.
All of that racing there, University of Stavanger wins from the back of the grid. Now, I heard you say to people here as you're getting on, oh yeah, I'm going to win this. Did you actually think that was possible?
Back in practice at home, I did about 5 laps just to check how the car felt. But I think with the force feedback from these direct drive wheels, it helped a lot. And also, it helped me feel when the car was starting to slide. And to be honest, it just matched my driving style, I think.
Just came together naturally then?
Yeah. Also just simply trying to stay on track. It's a lot easier said than done when we have back progress and such, but trying to stay out of trouble, yeah.
Well, to be fair, they were saying in the other half of the race it was a race of survival, just keep out of trouble, and keep out of trouble you did, because not only did you win that one, that was by 10 seconds from second and third position, because they were just tripping over each other, so the method worked.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Well done, congratulations. So that's a win, that's really going to hopefully give you a good chance of getting into Finals A automatically now. You guys confident for the rest of the day?
We kind of just prepare for Finals B, as we did not practice for the qualifying heats. But I think if we borrow one setup from another team, we may have a chance.
We'll see how kind they want to be, but no, fantastic, amazing. Congratulations on the win. From the back to the front, story of the day so far for me, so well done, guys. Thank you. Alrighty guys, so hope you enjoyed that race. We are going into another break now because, well, we need to go and get the servers set up for the 4th combinations of the heats. We have a video for you guys to have a look at. His name is Michael Preston. This is going to be an interview we're doing with this gentleman. He was the champion of the series last year. He was part of the University of Southampton. Since then, he has gone on to build himself a career here at Williams Esports, and well, we wanted to share his journey with you guys for any other students out there, just to kind of understand what happens, what happens when you get involved in Formula Student, what kind of careers can it lead to, and hopefully give you some ideas and inspiration as to what happens with that all. For me, I've got a nice little machine here which I've been told will help me with my reflexes. Preston showed me it, so I'm going to practice on this. See you later. Welcome guys, we're at the Williams Museum. A lot of nice cars here. We are joined with Michael Preston, who was showing us around the esports facility earlier. Now Michael, you actually were a Formula student yourself back in the day, so how did you manage to go from there to this as your work?
Yeah, so I started Formula Student in my first year of university at the University of Southampton in 2017. By 2019-2020, I was, I guess, quite fortunate to become the head of race engineering for our team. Did that for 2 years, and then we had the first iteration of Formula Student sim racing in 2020 with the COVID pandemic. That went fairly well for us. We finished, I think, 2nd overall in that year after having a bit of a calamity in the final. I won't put any blame to my fellow drivers, but I did my part. So yeah, we had that in 2020. Then we had the second iteration of it last year, where we ended up with effectively a LAN final at Silverstone that we had last year, and we went one better and finished first last year. So yeah, that's my former student sim racing journey. We also had our, I think, the best year's point scoring for Southampton University in those years as well, helped by things that we were learning in former student sim racing competition as well. Since then, I've always been interested in sim racing anyway, just as a hobby. I've played the F1 game since F1 2002, I think was my first one when I was 3 or 4 years old. Started sim racing properly around 2015-16 on the F1 games with a rig attached to my desk at home, which I then took to uni. So I've always had a flavour for sim racing, I guess. Coming out of uni, I was quite fortunate to have made some good friends at my university, one of which was working at Williams at the time and was informed about the sim racing team at Williams wanting to increase their engineering capacity. So that they were looking for engineers from the F1 team, but obviously F1 engineers have very, very little time to spare, and me being a fresh graduate straight out of uni with an interest and experience in sim racing, it seemed like a perfect fit at the time. So I joined the team, and we had a few senior engineers, we call them, in the team already, who are people with real motorsport experience. So they're people that are currently working in the World Endurance Championship, W Series, European Formula 3, all the way up to Formula 2. So we had a real wealth of experience already in the team, and it was an opportunity for me to come in, learn everything I possibly could about real-world performance engineering from them and try and apply it to what I already knew about sim racing. So for the last year and a half, I've been working with the team to bring and effectively translate what these senior engineers know from real-world motorsport and what I know about sim racing, and make a partnership between that and come up with a solution for engineering in sim racing. So our team currently has 4 or 5 senior engineers, and I think at the last count we were up to around 16 or 17 student engineers who we have working with us. So it's a proper full-scale engineering operation running our sim racing team at the moment, and that's all to service around 30 to 40 pro sim racers, not quite full-time, but pro sim racers. So the team has grown massively. We've just celebrated our 5th anniversary of Williams Esports as well. So in that time, it's gone from 3 people in management and a handful of drivers to well over 60 or 70 people. We've just hired a load of people for improving our marketing, our broadcasting capacity as well. So the team really is going from strength to strength at the moment, and also the carryovers into real-world motorsport are becoming more and more apparent with the improvements in sim racing as well. So the ever-improving iRacing, there's other simulators that are quite new that have a very detailed physical model in the game, so it requires the front-running hardware just to be able to run the game. All of this basically means that the data that is coming out of these games at the moment that we can analyse with telemetry software is as good as, if not on par with, the telemetry that you're going to be getting from a real car. And in some cases you can even get more detail from a simulation because it's just a physical model. So you can take forces that are going through the car that you wouldn't be able to even measure in real life. You just have to come up with some way to estimate what the forces are going through the tyres, for example, at any given moment when they go over a bump. In sim racing, we can get actual real values and start correlating other things as well. There's the other side of things where all of the F1 teams now have their own, they're called driver-in-loop models, which is their big boy simulators effectively. So they'll use that to do hundreds of hours of testing before every single race, and also during a race weekend, to start correlating what they learn at the track and understand the challenges that they're facing at the track and try and solve them in a physical model back at the factory, because obviously the time that you have a track is very limited and the time that they can run the deal for is effectively unlimited.
That's a heck of a lot going on. That's a very exciting journey and a lot to keep you busy. But I have to ask though, Formula student, were you able to apply any of the skills you learned in the contest into the job that you're doing today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my first experience with Motec as a tool for analysing driver telemetry was as part of the Formula Student Sim Racing series, and the skills that I've learned in analysing driver behaviour from Motec and from the Formula Student Sim Racing series carry over not only into my job with Williams Esports, but also in using other tools such as WinTax, which I use in the European Formula 3 series, which I'm also working on this year. So everything that I've learned about racing drivers effectively is coming from Formula Student and also sim racing, and I'm able to apply that to real-world racing drivers as well.
I'm glad to hear that. Fantastic. Michael, thank you so much for your time. Just as a last thing though, I have heard in the news that you did win an award not too long ago as well. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Williams Autosport Engineer of the Future Award, which I was fortunate enough to be the recipient of at the back end of last year.
Congrats.
Thank you. So the award used to exist in a different form where Williams and Autosport would invite students from a select few universities to do an assessment day at Williams, and that would be with the chief engineer, a few other engineers from within Williams F1. They would assess the candidates over one day and basically pick somebody that they think would be a good candidate for Engineer of the Future, and effectively what they're trying to find is their future technical director. So that ran for a few years. COVID hit again, and as with a lot of things, that managed to put a stop to that. So it didn't run for, I think, 20 and 2021. Then in 2022 was obviously when I was starting my journey with Williams Esports and had effectively a full year to try and implement everything I wanted to, from real-world engineering to a sim racing capacity. And fortunately for me, the people at Williams thought, oh, this is quite a good idea, that there's this young engineer coming along and he's learning skills that are really valuable to real-life motorsport in a sim racing capacity, and that's quite innovative. And the whole point of the award is effectively to find an engineer that is being innovative and looking to the future. So that joined quite well with what the award was trying to achieve, and it also was quite a future-looking way of finding a new engineer through sim racing effectively. So over the course of last year, I was working solely with Williams Esports and sim racing for the first 6 months of the year, and then I was fortunate to go to race weekends with Carlin in GB3. So I was able to shadow one of their race engineers and also spend a bit of time at their factory, just learning, again, as always, about their processes, about how they work with their drivers, how they go about their race setup for a race weekend. They thought it was a good story and also a good pathway going from engineering graduate to real-world motorsport, and that it's something that could be repeated as well. So that became the premise of the award, and we have relaunched the award in its full capacity for 2023. So we've just taken our first haul of new engineers who are working with Williams Esports for the first 3 months. So we're calling that phase 1, where they work solely in sim racing, and then the top half of students that are working with us will then progress to doing a task in the driver in loop simulator, working with the people from Williams F1, and then again the top half of those, which will be
soaking wet lime rock, which I'm reliably informed is in the United States. Coventry on pole, and they're already under pressure from Cardiff University, and that looks to me like Cardiff are up into first, Coventry down into second, UWTSD in third. In fourth, it's of course Harriet Watt, still not used to that, on board with Harriet Watt, and that is looking hairy. What? That's unbelievable. That is a river running down the track. They are racing in open top single seaters that are somewhere between the Mon cars and club races. They are called radicals. This is looking radical, and that's looking a little bit more radical than it ought to. Cardiff in first, Aaron Farmer behind the wheel, under pressure from Coventry, who did start the race in first, Southampton in third, Harriet Watt in fourth, University Welsh Trinity St David in fifth, Ion Stavanger in sixth, Wolverhampton have just got past them, they are now in sixth, Stavanger down in seventh, Manchester in eighth, Cambridge 18 have got into ninth with the whole VT, down in 10th. Welcome along, by the way, we cut straight from a VT right into the heart of the action. We're racing in Lime Rock with the chicane, the brakes lighting up here. You're on board with Harriet Watt as they hold off Southampton. This could be very interesting. Oh, is that in fact? This is no, you're on board with Wales Trinity St David. They are trying to get past Southampton. We're trying to get past Harriet Watt. Up ahead of them is Coventry, and then somewhere in the pouring rain is Cardiff, who have taken off with a 2-second lead. Aaron Farmer behind the wheel. His dad will be very pleased indeed, who I believe is watching on the stream. If you are watching at work, put your phone down, put your work down, tell the boss, trust me, this is more exciting, because it really is. You're on board with Harriet Watt, who have just gone through. Is that past Cardiff? Cardiff, no, Cardiff, that's a timing sheet error. Harriet Watt up into second, past Coventry. Cardiff still in first, with a 0.5 second gap between them and Harriet Watt, who are making an absolutely storming drive in the pouring rain. Completely unexpectedly, today they've been towards the end of the running order every single time. Joe, who's at the end of the running order at the moment? Manchester, who are off in the grass, just getting back onto the track. Cambridge having a disaster as well. You're on board with Southampton, who've got past Coventry. Coventry on the grass. This is really, really intense now in the absolute pouring rain. Harriet Watt are applying the pressure to Cardiff Racing. On board then with the rear of Cardiff Racing. This is what the look in the rear view mirror. Going down the inside. Down the inside go Harriet Watt, making a move on Cardiff, and they don't quite get it, and they punt him off. They punt Aaron Farmer off. Aaron Farmer managing to hold on to first position under huge pressure from Harriet Watt, who up until this point have been a back marker. Where have they come from in this weather? On board now with Southampton. You can see up ahead of them through the spray just about Harriet Watt's rear end. There on the side is Hull B team, who are having an absolute disaster. They're sideways along the track. Braking heavily now for this right corner. That is brave to be doing it in these conditions. Absolutely soaking wet. I've had showers that are drier. Harriet Watt in a sandwich now with Southampton. Close the gap on their rear, trying to apply pressure on Cardiff. There was a bang. I'm not sure whether that was here or whether that's in the game Thunder and Lightning. Aaron Farmer pulling away, opening the gap to a second between him and Harriet Watt. Harriet Watt under huge pressure now from Southampton. Their best result so far as things stand, Harriet Watt. Can they hold on to this under the pressure that each one of the more established teams in this sim racing series, Southampton? The worst conditions we have had so far, looking up just because it's so wet. There is no grip. He could dance on this. Looking down the inside of Southampton, out-braking Harriet Watt. Oh, and it's all happened! An inch of contact on the rear between the nose of Southampton and Harriet Watt's rear end, and they both go flying. But they are so far ahead that they haven't actually lost position, getting back onto the track exactly as they were. Slip and slide all over the place. Southampton struggling for grip. Cardiff have gone away with it. 8 seconds ahead now. A fantastic result for Aaron Farmer, who lost his only win of the season due to a 5-second penalty as a result of rubbing up against Glasgow back at Goodwood. More on that later when we play you the highlights from the last few rounds. Right now you're on board with Southampton, cutting the corner there, really struggling for grip. The car slipping and sliding back. You're on board right now with UWTSP in their classic yellow livery, looking to make gains on Southampton, who suddenly seem to be struggling. They seem to have lost their confidence. Oh, that's the wall right there, guys. Break. Trinity said they were looking really confident until they weren't. A gap then around 10 seconds as a result of that slide. You're on board with Wolverhampton now. Braking hard, brakes lighting up under this pressure. On board with Trinity St David in the yellow. Wolverhampton behind them, a 10-second gap. 2 seconds ahead of Trinity St David of Southampton. Every single little slip just puts your heart in your mouth. Braking hard through the chicane, up the hill, on the power, as much as you dare. You can see the power, you get on too much and it just comes out from underneath you, aquaplaning across the Lime Rock circuit. There's a back marker dutifully getting out of the way. Cambridge, yes, again, another DNF. The second DNF of the day, second DNF for Cambridge. But hey, it's 100% success rate, so that's something to be proud of. Southampton in third, taking things somewhat more steadily than they were. That off with Harriet Watt seemed to knock their confidence. Or perhaps there was damage to the car, but they certainly seemed slower on the pace than they were a few laps ago. Already we're at half time. 7 minutes 30 on the approach. 15 minutes of racing. Off then, our Stavanger commentary go through. Stavanger's livery giving me Aston Martin vibes. Southampton in third then. They're off as well briefly there, but they just managed to get back on. Harriet Watt, they're off. They're down. Harriet Watt are well off and away. Absolutely gutting for the team who are on course for their best result of the day. The rain playing havoc with everyone. I imagine if we were to cut to a driver's view in the sim racing gallery, you'd see some really stern looking faces, the utter concentration this must take. And the feedback from the steering wheel, a very intense 15 minutes of racing. On board with now third place car, University of Welsh Trinity St David, who capitalised on Harriet Watts' failure to stay on the track. They're chasing down second place, Southampton up ahead of them, just under a 2-second gap there. On the power, braking now into the right-hander through the chicane. It's notable because there are other routes on this track where the chicane isn't available, quite possibly. We seem to be in the notes. It's got a chicane. Southampton on the slow. University they're catching up. I'm hoping you can hear me. I need to adjust my microphone, but apparently you can now. Smoke! Is that smoke melting out the back of Southampton's car? That is not spray, surely. Is that spray or is that smoke? That's spray. It is that thick. It looks like smoke coming off the rear of these cars. The advantage of being in front then, as a famous commentator once said, is you end up without any spray on your visor. That's the advantage. Two seconds and opening between Southampton and University of Welsh Trinity St David, wallowing there a little bit in just the utter lakes that are collecting on the tarmac, clipping the corners, taking a rather interesting approach to the chicane there are Southampton. On board now with Aaron Farmer for Cardiff Racing. He's on his 9th lap. He's ahead by currently 11 seconds. I'd rather we weren't here. I don't want to jinx anything. Had an excellent start and has managed to maintain control thus far in these absolutely shocking conditions, going past one of the back markers there, through the lakes on the track. Dad Andy, likely to be over the moon with the result for Cardiff thus far, but you know, it's not over till the fat lady sings. Going off well right there with someone in the background. I think it was Manchester or Hull B team there. On board now with Coventry. The advantage of doing this as a sim race is the drivers don't get wet, so at least they're comfortable. or as comfortable as you can be when you're racing on a circuit where the grip is non-existent and the feedback must be somewhat intense on the steering wheel. Flying down there through the straight as fast as they dare. Sam Posey straight, apparently. If someone knows who Sam Posey is, feel free to tell me. You're on board with Coventry. Up ahead are Stavanger. They're ahead by a whole 12 seconds at the moment, as I have it. In 5th, Wolverhampton. 4th, Harriet Watt. You can see there the concentration on Aaron Farmer's face. Just biting his tongue, knowing that he is currently 10 laps in, 11 laps on the way. 10.7 seconds ahead. 3 minutes to go. It can all change completely. These conditions are absolutely dreadful. Many have come a cropper. Harriet Watt on course for their best result of the day until they went off completely. But you can see there the alignment between the sim avatar and the actual driving input. Harriet Watt there don't look to be in contention to be taking 3rd back from University of Wales Trinity St David, jumping over the curb there. Down the Sam Posey straight, or heading towards it at least. The drivers wrestling with the steering wheels as they try and stay within the tarmac, or at this point they might as well just drive into a lake. It would have the same effect. Cardiff Racing then, trying to get past one of the back markers, who is not as yielding as some others have been, perhaps. Then again, there is no blue flags in this series. Back markers are under no obligation to get out of the way, and in these conditions you don't want to get out of the way, because as soon as you do you'll have a car... Oh! Oh, off a Coventry and Hull. Coventry and Hull are off, and be careful, you're on the racing line. Oh, it's so hairy. That's more than compensates for my hairline. Coventry trying to get back on track. Hull B team trying to get back on track, trying to avoid the fate that has befallen the Cambridge A team, who are DNS for a second time. No way. Harriet Watt have got up into 3rd ahead of University of Wales Trinity St David. On board currently with Coventry, but can we have a look at the gap between Harriet Watt and University of Wales Trinity St David, because it looks to me like they must be right on top of each other, and they almost are. A second's gap has opened up. The yellow car of Trinity St David in the lead on... They've overtaken. Oh no! They look to me to have Harriet Watt have overtaken. They've been overtaken by University of Wales Trinity St David. You can see just exiting the frame there. Just over a second's gap now. They've opened that up completely. Was that an overtake? Was that an error from WTSD? This is a great angle because you can see the spray that is just being kicked up every single time. And that is... Oh, hang on a minute. That was a bit cheeky there from Harriet Watt. Was cutting a corner and then there's just pretending it doesn't exist, and rightfully they have slowed down, and I believe, are they letting Trinity St David through for that? No, they're not. Harriet Watt firmly holding to their position, but having gone off, lost grip on the grass, Trinity St David are now having a look and thinking, yes, I would like the position back. Down the stand straight, looking to the outside, to the inside line. Going wide by Harriet Watt, and that is just an invitation for Trinity St David to go right on through, and that is exactly what they do. The time is up. Aaron Farmer completing his 14th lap for Cardiff Racing in the 39A car. But at the moment, he's off, he's on the grass a bit. Oh, this is so intense. I'm on the edge of my seat for all of them. They've got to get across the line. Ion Stavanger haven't, they're off track, they're back on now. As Cardiff Racing go down the Sam Posey straight to cross the line and take their win. Southampton then in 2nd, UWTSD in 3rd. Or not, yes they be. Harriet Watt This is really intense. Trinity St David ahead of Harriet Watt. Southampton have crossed the line in second. It's a race to the line for these. Looking to the outside, is there going to be enough room? Trinity St David have Watt third, Harriet Watt in fourth after a late charge. And there it is. There is your line out. Unbelievable. There's your winner right there. And there's no question this time. A completely clean race. Utterly well-deserved. Smiles all around. Aaron Farmer takes the win for Cardiff Racing. Shaking the hand of James Monty Montgomery there. Monty will be telling him Giles will be very pleased with that. And yes, I am. Absolutely stunning drive in the conditions there from Aaron Farmer, who is looking to get behind the wheel of Cardiff Racing 19 this weekend at Silverstone. Do tune in on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel for that. What a race that was. And stick around because we're going to do it all again very, very shortly. Those conditions, I imagine it was, you know, you might as well have been on the Titanic at that point. Absolutely calamitous. That's one of the advantages of doing sim racing, is you can run conditions where likely the race would have been red flagged in reality. So that was a real test of the driver's handling abilities and adaptability, because remember, you'll have certain sections of the track which will be absolutely submerged, and then other sections where the tarmac's right there on the tyre. Grip completely changes within one lap. Absolutely stunning from everyone there. Harriet Watt gutting for them. Late charge down the start-finish straight, down the Samposi straight. I did wonder whether they might just take it in the last few yards from Trinity St David, but they took third, and I believe we can go now to Monty, who's got Aaron for a chat.
Well, that's one half of the fourth heat done. It looked a little bit soggy out there. Well, virtually anyway, it looked a little bit soggy out there. But out of the mist came one winner by a dominating force as well, Aaron from Cardiff. Well done, sir. That, compared to everyone else, you kept it really clean and drove a perfect race. You made it look easy, was it?
No, I had a few moments myself. I think, yeah, it was a bit tough. Few moments into the chicane where I had to go run wide. Obviously, slow down afterwards. Locking the brakes, I was using about 40% braking the whole time. I think towards the end, I think I was backing off a little bit, judging the gaps behind. If I saw that Southampton were closing in, I'd kind of try and push a little bit. I wasn't trying to risk anything. Had a few adventures on the last lap, went a bit wide on about 3 of the corners, but I made it work and made it out in style, you know.
Well, I mean, you survived, and that's all that matters. You've won. That's hopefully giving you a really good chance of getting into Finals A automatically now because of that. What's the gut feeling now for the rest of today? Do you think you've got a chance of being able to win this overall?
Well, I think if it's Finals A, then I think we've got a really good chance. I think I've done quite a lot of practice there, and I think I'm feeling confident. It's Finals B, however, maybe not so much. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, it was really good. Fantastic to see you do that race today. I can assure you that Giles was screaming with joy all through that race there. Of course, why not? But Cardiff bias there, guys. But no, thoroughly deserved. Well done on the victory there. Fantastic to do. Giles, unfortunately, there's no Cardiff for the second half of this heat, so you're going to have to find someone else to celebrate for the victory instead. But over to you, sir.
Very much, Monty. Yeah, I'm over the moon with that, but I'm not going to be too biased because otherwise I'll get absolutely rinsed in the campsite. So stick around with us because we're about to go racing again at Lime Rock with the chicane in those radicals in yet more appalling conditions. Can any of the drivers in the second round match Aaron's performance in the rain? Hats off to everyone trying it. Remember, those that can do and those that can't, talk about it. And in that instance, I am very much talking about it. Look at this then, the driver's getting ready in practice. You can see the reel just spinning round. That feedback there is absolutely unrelenting. Got a servo there in the Fanatec mode, in the Fanatec steering wheels. So you've got that direct drive feeling where it does completely feed back to you. So the driver's getting to grips with those radicals, with those very interesting open top cars that are somewhere between a Le Mans car, an open top car, and a club racer. Very difficult to get at the best of times, let alone in what looks to be monsoon conditions. Are you enjoying the comet coverage this afternoon? Keep in touch, let us know on the comments. Don't forget, you can stay tuned for the rest of the weekend. We'll be back live at Silverstone tomorrow. Myself, Monty, and Jess Bull will be covering the dynamic events at Formula Student UK 2023. Oxford Brookes have completed scrutineering. They completed scrutineering yesterday, and boy, did we all know it, the cheer that went up on the old pitch straight. I have it here. I've been updated. The first combustion car to get through scrutineering. Who was it? UE. UE have got through scrutineering. Other teams not far behind them. They're coming thick and fast, which makes our job in the commentary box tomorrow a lot easier. More on-track action to talk about. Interesting conditions, the weather forecast, predicting somewhere between rain and sunshine, as weather does tend to be. But that is going to pose a big issue for drivers selecting tyres, the tyre compounds the teams are going to run out on track at Silverstone at Cops Corner, where we run the dynamic events. So do tune in tomorrow right here on the iMechie Formula Student UK YouTube channel, where we're bringing you all the action live. Talking of live action, we'll be able to go racing again very soon for round 2 of Heat 4 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Finals. Really excited for this. We've been doing the series all year, and we're heading towards the A final and the B final very, very soon. Have Glasgow done enough to win? Who's going to come second and third? We'll know, but in the next 2 hours. We've got 2 hours and some excellent action coming your way, so do not miss it. So there is the timing sheet for you now. So we are in the middle of qualifying on Heat 4. These rounds qualify the drivers for either the B final or the A final. The higher you position in these heats, the more points you get, the more chance you've got in being the final everyone wants to be in, and that is Lotus Exos. Those are Formula style cars racing at a virtual Silverstone, which is where we're holding Formula students, so it means a heck of a lot to the students here. And that is coming your way very, very soon. That's at 16:45. At 4 o'clock, though, before that, at 1600, we'll have the B final, and that is GT4s at Hockenheim, which will be equally as exciting, because come on, Hockenheim? GT4s? Yes, please. You can see there the drivers getting to grips with these radicals that we're currently racing at Lime Rock in the most appalling wet conditions. The concentration is absolutely real. There's the driver from Aberdeen settling in. Very well dressed from Aberdeen. But they have no issue with getting their elbows out, both literally and figuratively. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? What results do you want to see? Keep in touch. Albert Hare saying, go Soton, good racing. Moments away then from going racing for the second time at Lime Rock. It's going to be wet, it's going to be intense, it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun, so do not go anywhere. Is it worth cutting to the track now to get a look at the qualifying results? Can we do that? Yeah, not quite by the looks of things on the monitors of the sim racers. As you can see there on the back of the chair, we're live from Williams Esports. They're partnering up as sponsors with the iMechie, along with our existing sponsors, to bring you this series. It's been an absolute pleasure being here. The team's been treated to a guided tour of the Heritage Museum. Lunch has been laid on. And there are big screens to watch all of this on if they're not driving. I can only apologise, they haven't got to cope with me, but unfortunately, David Croft wasn't available. More to the point, we're going to go racing now at Lime Rock any minute, in just a minute, I'm told. Radicals lining up on track. You can see there the rain has not abated. If anything, it may have even gotten a little worse. The simulation's so accurate, it's got raindrops floating down the visor, rolling down the visors of the drivers to really, really bring in as much of that on-track experience as you can to the simulation. The only thing they're missing is they haven't got one of those spray bottles that you use for cleaning windows. You just go around and spray the drivers mid-race. Make it really accurate. The driver's using a fantastic setup provided here by Williams Esports. Direct drive steering wheels, load cell pedals. Top of the range stuff. it's very intimate for the drivers because they're right next door to each other. So if you're racing up against someone who's done something you're not particularly keen on, you just look to your right and they're right there. You've got the advantage of when you're actually on track, is they'll be gone very soon. But here we go then. A few moments away from going racing again. On the boys, go on Harriet, what, says Camber. As we head out to the start line, Victoria have qualified in first, UPR in second, FSTN in third, Strathclyde in fourth, York in fifth, University College London in sixth, Aberdeen in seventh, Bolton in eighth, Kingston in ninth, Salford in 10th, Hull in 11th, University of Glasgow down in 12th, OUSR in 13th, and rounding out your 14 starters are UE. Conditions as appalling as previously, 15 minutes on the clock. We're looking about 12 laps. The revs are high. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light, 4 light, 5 light, 6 lights. And we're racing again at Lime Rock, and it's a slow and controlled start from everyone, being very tentative off the line as they should be. I think I saw a brake, like there's a car sideways already. I think I may have seen something like that. And the running order has just changed completely off of the line, as you would expect in conditions like this. FSTN have got the jump on Victoria. University of Strathclyde have got into third and up into second past Victoria now, making an absolutely monumental charge in these soaking conditions. OUSR, Aberdeen and UCL battling down further the grid. On board with Victoria now, getting swamped by a number of drivers. Bolton have got past, they can see then USF. Victoria going straight on. Unbelievable. That is an interesting line to be taking, Victoria. The track's not there. Don't know where you think it is, but it certainly isn't there. Bolton up into second, Strathclyde in third, Salford in fourth, Victoria now down in fifth as a result of that off. Hull in sixth, that's the Hull 18, Kingston in seventh, York in eighth, UGR, University of Glasgow Racing in ninth, OUSR in 10th. That's a swap round. UGR have got up into 8th already. They are charging from the back of the grid, as you would expect. Hull have got past Victoria as well. In front of UGR it's Kingston, followed by Victoria. Should these be easy pickings for our championship leaders? Usually yes, but looking swift through there as the grid is non-existent. Far more control towards the front of the grid. Bolton in second, 0.6 seconds off the leaders, FSTN. They'll be looking to change that, no doubt, going across the chicane then. I say across because, well, some people just don't seem to accept that it's there. Bolton in second, USM in third, Salford in fourth. That is Bolton up into first. Bolton have made it work. They've got past FSTN, sliding the tail out just a little bit. Very brave here. FSTN unwilling to give it up, and a side-by-side with Bolton in the wet. On board with FSTN as they try and find a way past Bolton. On to their next lap. You can see the lap times coming up in purple on the timing board on the left of your screen. Bolton getting away as FSTN just go sideways and let through Salford and Strathclyde as well. That's Bolton into the lead. Are we on for another Bolton win? I think it's fairly safe to say that Bolton will be in the A final, and they could probably pull over and still get into the A final, though I wouldn't recommend it. On board at the moment with Strathclyde, things very, very wet. There is a chicane there. Some people seem to have ignored it. Strathclyde, meanwhile, in an absolute stupor as they hit the grass and do a full 360. Gutting for the Scots. Oh, that's a very, very heavy crash from Victoria. Straight into the barrier, nose first. Oh, is that Tau? That's Aberdeen. That's Aberdeen. That is not Victoria, that is Aberdeen. Straight into the wall. I'm talking of bad luck for the Scots. That is awful. That was straight in. There was no braking or anything. And they're just about getting back on track by the looks of things. UPR are a lap down. Salford past Bolton. They're side by side. Salford and Bolton. Where the hell have Salford come from? Well, wherever they've come from, they're making life very tricky for Bolton as they go side by side round that right-hander. Salford clinging on for dear life to the lead with 3 laps completed, the 4th underway. 10 minutes and a half on the clock. The drama yet again, right here, right now. Salford pulling away then from Bolton, opening that gap up. Bolton unwilling to let go. Sideways through there, and Bolton may have just let go. Yeah, they've let go of that, and I think that's Bolton have just lost out on what could have been yet another win today, and they've got absolute traffic behind them. FSTN, Hull and UGR. UGR up into 5th, slotting in there nicely. And that's Hull barreling on past FSTN. Around the chicane, nicely taken by Hull there, following the track limits. Not particularly under pressure. There's a 2-second gap behind them. Up ahead, another 2 seconds for Bolton. USM, meanwhile, we're on board with. The brake lights are barely visible in the spray. Squirming and twitching as the cars struggle to maintain grip. Interesting noise coming out of that. Quite a throaty engine. Changing gears rapidly to make it round these tight sweeping corners. You can hear it, the constant gear shifts. If you were to cut to the drivers, just watch their hands constantly moving forward and back on the wheel, getting up and down the gears very quickly, just to make sure the right amount of power. And there goes a cone. That is an X-cone, courtesy of USM. Things calming down now as the drivers find their groove and take the Aaron Farmer approach. I say take the Aaron Farmer approach, and that is not how you do it. That's Kingston sideways through the chicane. Sideways again, really struggling for grip, and that is an absolute impact for Kingston, who are dropping down to 8th now. FSTN in 3rd, passing on board then. Who are they getting close to? They are battling out with Hull for 3rd. Hull have the inside line, carrying more power through, squeezing out. That's FSTN, just got it. FSTN in 3rd, Hull in 4th. They'll be desperate to change that. Trying to find a way round. Somewhere where there's grip would be nice. Seems to be very few and far between patches of grip. Vittoria off yet again. Talking of who's off, look at that. FSTN just following along the barrier, ruining the paint job, and probably causing themselves a heck of a lot of damage in the process. Hull go through. They're on the podium in 3rd for the final round of the final heat before we do the finals here at the IMECI Formula Student Sim Racing Series final, the 2022-2023, hosted here at Williams Esports. You're on board with your 3rd place car, Hull, right now. Behind them, FSTN had an absolute calamity, scraping down the side of the barrier. You can barely see the headlights in the fog and the mist and the haze and the pouring rain. The most atrocious conditions to be racing in, virtually. FSTN beginning to feel the pressure from Glasgow. 6.5 minutes left to go. Can they hold off the championship leaders, who are on an absolute barnstormer of a drive? Subtle as what Glasgow have been during this race. With no drama, no obvious overtakes, they just made it work, kept consistent, going through, sticking to the track limits, nicely done through the chicane there by Glasgow. As they close the gap, and FSTN crack under the pressure, going well wild away, and that is Glasgow up into 4th, FSTN down in 5th. You're on board then with FSTN, who seemingly have the track to themselves. Glasgow have bolted away, chasing after Hull and on the lead after Bolton and Salford. UPR off track yet again, down in 13th. No DNFs as yet. So UPR do seem to be struggling to stay on track. You're on board with Salford right now, who've got a commanding lead of 7 seconds. No spray to contend with as they lead the pack. Just the pouring rain laying itself down on the track in lakes. Putting down as much power as they dare down the San Posey straight for this right-hander. Watch for the gear change. Fourth down to third. Taking this corner in third. Edging the power nice and slowly. Feathering it through. Very well done from Salford. Up into fourth. On the power through there. Someone else has gone completely off. That would be UPR, oddly enough. UPR really struggling to stay on the track in these conditions, and I don't envy them having to drive through this. Down into second for Salford, through the chicane. You want to take it with as limited power as possible, really stick within the track limits. Up into third, on the power. You can hear the gear change there, there's fourth. Back down, or they're going to take it in fourth. Taking it in fourth, nicely done from Salford. I say nicely done as if I have any idea. I wouldn't have a clue what I was doing if I was driving. Why do you think I'm here? Meanwhile, University of Glasgow Racing have found Hull and Bolton and want to do something about it, and this is going to get squeamish. Going round the outside is not the way I would do that. Going in on the inside now, trying to get past Hull, UGR. UGR have got the inside line, but just haven't quite got the pace. If they go off the racing line, they are going to lose grip. They could aquaplane and completely end their race. Fourth, better than nothing. Patience is a virtue. Oh, that's wide there for Glasgow. Even wider, I think, for FSTN. FSTN just back on track now, having gone wide there. Holding on for dear life, as you would be in these conditions. The Radicals, somewhere between Le Mans and club cars, open tops, which is not ideal for these conditions. The sign in the background, drive even faster, it says. I would argue that's somewhat unwise. UPR off, yes again, down 4 laps. Talking of off, there goes FSTN, just completely cutting the chicane, which is an interesting approach to limits of the track. Come on, Salford, says Alex Plays. Andy Farmer over the moon for Aaron and Cardiff. Go on, FSTN, says XD. We're on board with FSTN now. OUSR, though, are under pressure. They've just got past Kingston. They're off the chicane, just as FSTN have done. It's a little bit... Oh! That is an intense impact there for University College London. Straight into the barrier in the back of your screens there. As OUSR take it round, 2.5 minutes just under to go of this heat. Victoria really struggling as well. The grass carved up into an allotment. And there is just no grip at all, slipping and sliding all over the place. It's an automotive Bolero out on track. As Victoria come round, somewhat gingerly it looks to me. On board though with University of Glasgow Racing, who are hunting down Hull, desperate to get onto the podium in this, the last race of the heats before the finals today. Belting down the San Posey Straight. Really closing the gap now, that's really getting there. Can Hull hold on for another minute and a half? Or will they give in to our championship leaders? Hull unlikely to surrender no matter the conditions. Who's going to give first? Will Glasgow make a mistake? Will they get past? Will Hull make a mistake? Past York, who are off yet again. York Park is littering the track. just struggling for grip there as Hull find it and put the power down and get away, opening the gap up to buy themselves more time. 49 seconds left on the clock. Salford currently in the lead. You're on board with Kingston. You've had a mixed bag. They seem to be doing all right now, but there have been occasions where they've been completely sideways. Then OUSR and Strathclyde. You can see there Strathclyde in white, OUSR in yellow, Kingston in blue and orange. Victoria and Aberdeen are both off. Aberdeen struggling to get back on track, just about managed it but lost the position to University College London. You're on board with Hull. That is the rear view mirror. That is a rear view full of Glasgow. Oh, and there's contact. There's contact. That was inevitable, and they've gone through. Glasgow have been very aggressive in that. Hull taking the position back, unwilling to let that go. Glasgow looked to me like they would just lost it, and they have indeed. They've gone a little sideways. The checkered flag is out. Salford have crossed the line in first. Hull managing to hold off championship leaders Glasgow to take third if they can get round these last few corners. Bolton have taken second. They could have had their not first race win, there have been multiple ones today, but they could have had another one. They made mistakes today. Going down the Posey Straight, and that is Hull taking the last podium position of the last round of the last heat today before the grand finals. UGR take fourth, FSTN in fifth, USM and OUSR to come round in sixth and seventh, Kingston in eighth, and then 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. They're so far behind they've been called. York, Victoria, UCL and Aberdeen, with UPR still racing but currently off track. So there it is. Your race winners. Monty having a conversation. A tamer race by comparison, I would say. Compared to round one of that heat, I would say that was tamer by comparison. The drivers noticing how bad it was for those that came before them in the earlier round and thinking, I'm not going to go as aggressively. Having said that, there seems to be more offs and some people taking an interesting approach to the chicane. But an outright winner, clearly. And as usual, the way to go with these things is to take it slow and steady and keep things neat and tidy. The neater and tidier, the better, and as proven. A real close race to the finish, though, for Glasgow, trying to get onto that podium. They didn't quite manage it. And there was some interesting driving there. I think fourth is the best they were going to get in that particular race. Loving Mark Rossi. I'm afraid to say, Mark, I'm not related to Murray Walker, but I may watch old Grand Prix to relax when I'm studying. Elsewhere, Alex Pay says, come on, Salford. XD, go on FSTN. Abdulrahman Abwabi's got his popcorn out. So, I've had a pack of the crisps up in here myself. It's been proper entertainment from beginning to end today. We've been on air since 11 o'clock. Stick with us. We'll be here till around 5, where we will crown the winner of Formula Student UK Sim Racing 2022-2023. Not only will we be crowning the winner, we will also have our second and third place teams. But I think Monty has got our winners for this heat. We're still waiting on them, apparently, so I was a little bit eager there. I can only apologise. Do keep your comments coming in. Where are you watching from? Would love to hear from you. And, of course, who are you supporting? Right now, though, we are now ready to go over to Monty, who's got our race winner.
Teams doing better. The top 6 were finished by Glasgow, Edinburgh, Bolton, Hull. And then this man, Mr. Salford. Well done, sir. Utterly dominating drive. 10 seconds, you won that one by. Could you have done any better on that, do you think?
I could have pushed a bit harder, but I don't think that's the right thing to do when you've got a lead like that. I think it's all the rain up north. That's probably why we're so used to driving like that.
No, it definitely looked like a race for survival out there, and no, that you definitely did, and you drove that one perfectly. Everyone else spun off. We didn't capture any moments on camera. Were there any moments for you there?
There was a few back markers who they would spin and they'd be in the middle of the track, but you just had to kind of slow down and go past them. But nah, for me it was quite a simple race, just keep the nose clean and yeah, great fun.
thoroughly deserved win there. I'm hoping after that, that's got you into Finals A. We're going to go and do the calculations now. Going into the finals though, how are you feeling?
Very happy. The rigs have been great so far. We've adjusted well to them, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And we'll give it the best shot. And we're up against some real good drivers here, but anything can happen.
I mean, to be fair, you're quite right. Anything can happen, and as I normally say, until the fat lady has sung, anything will still happen as well. So we hope you enjoyed that, guys. We're going into a bit of a break now. We need to go and calculate those 4 heats which have been done. We need to work out who's in Finals B, who's in Finals A, so we can determine who is the overall winner for this round, the final round of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Whilst we're going to calculate, we've got a wonderful video for you. You've already seen what's happened in rounds 1 to 3. Let's bring you all the action from rounds 4 to 7. And that will bring you nicely onto the finals, and we decide who has won the Formula Student Sim Racing Series.
The second half of the 22-23 season kicked off with students exposed to the most powerful cars of the season, the 1,000 horsepower Formula Hybrids at Sepang, and it was non-stop action throughout. Race 1 was dominated by Glasgow and Southampton, the reigning champions forcing their way into the lead at the first turn before the pair scampered away from the rest of the field in their race-long battle for victory. Bolton were trying to make up places from a low grid slot. However, this tank slapper sent the current championship leaders down the field and prevented them from catching up to the leading pair. Taming these powerful cars provided a unique challenge to the drivers and really shook up the order, as Kingston, UE, UCL and Canada's Leçons Universités were having their strongest races of the season as they gave it their all for the final podium spot. Meanwhile, usual frontrunners Wolverhampton were struggling quite badly, this spin taking out Hull in the process. Both cars continued, but the severe damage of the impact left their cars undrivable. Bolton had caught up to the pack again, but this move on Stavanger and TU Ilmenau did their hopes no favours at all. But back up front and at the halfway point, Southampton was still in the lead until this lockup left them vulnerable on the back straight. Glasgow didn't need a second invitation and they went through into the lead. Southampton were pushing very hard to get the lead back, perhaps a little too hard as they locked up into the same corner again. Glasgow was set free. But they weren't the only team struggling with this corner. UCL was trying to put a move on UWTSD until their charge ended in similar style. Starting the last lap, and there was drama up front. Glasgow had run out of fuel and were coasting into their box. With just enough momentum, they managed to roll into the box, put some fuel in, and get going again. They rejoined just behind UE in third position. However, the Glaswegians were on a charge, taking advantage of the lapped traffic to snatch back second position. But up front, it was Southampton who crossed the line first to take a dramatic, if not fortuitous, victory in race 1. University of Strathclyde dominated qualifying and charged off into the lead. However, as they approached turn 1, Glasgow and Southampton aggressively dived the pole sitter so they could resume their battle at the front. The battle only lasted until the 5th turn, however, as drama awaited the championship protagonists.
First corner, they're not going to like that.
There we go.
Oh, there's contact again. Southampton have gone away. Oh my days! It's all gone wrong for Southampton. There was a bit of contact between them and Glasgow. They were sideways across the track, and now it's a multi-car pile-up. And Southampton have dropped all the way back. Hull just got caught up in that. Was nothing to do with them. A bit of a tap between Glasgow and Southampton. Southampton sideways across the track, and it is all gone Pete Tong.
Back up front, the main entertainment would be provided by Cardiff and Bolton, this being the first of 3 coming togethers during the race. Wolverhampton continued to struggle in race 2 for competitiveness, but you could not fault their car control. Nice save. Back with Cardiff and Bolton again, Cardiff tried for the outside. Bolton were not having any of it. It ended as predicted. they fight for another day. Manchester were enjoying a competitive second race of the evening, comfortably in the top 10, until coming across a parked University of York car on the exit of the last corner, the University of Oxford taking off their nose for good measure too. On board with Southampton, as from almost a lap behind, they have caught the pack of cars again. But in the middle of these passes, we cut away the Cardiff and Bolton. Round 3, the stewards were kept very busy after the race with these incidents. But back with Southampton, and look at these overtakes. Absolute rampage, and nothing is going to stop them. Oh, that was so close, and that was even closer. Oh, oh dear, the luckless Manchester taken out again. Kingston had caught up to the back of Bolton on the final lap with back markers jumping out of the way. But it was Glasgow who stayed quietly up front throughout to take victory in race 2, and with that, their first overall victory of the season. The University of Strathclyde had 2 very solid races, scoring big in both to take second overall, while Southampton did well enough in the recovery drive to still take third overall, tied with UWTSD. From the fastest cars on the field to the oldest, the audience was spoilt for action as university students hustled classic touring cars around Goodwood. We couldn't keep up with the chaos as Turn 1 saw Stavanger spinning off, followed by Aberdeen on exit. UE learning that their car was not as slow as they thought. Later in the lap, Southampton used Newton's third law to find a way past Cardiff, the Welsh team doing well to control that slide as they left a trail of destruction in their wake. They were eager to make up for lost time, however, this aggressive pass on Glasgow would come back to haunt them post-race. Well, that's the first lap calamities over. Oops, no, I take that back. UE spinning off again. However, we cannot stress enough how unforgiving these cars are. Southampton falling off by themselves, gifting the lead back to Cardiff with Glasgow in hot pursuit. Indeed, this made for some very close racing, but going side by side in these wallowing 300 horsepower beasts was very sketchy, as Lassonde found out when battling Wolverhampton and Strathclyde. Elsewhere, championship leaders, the University of Bolton, were trying to put round 4's dismal performance behind them as they tried to extend their points advantage again. They were trying very hard in an underpowered Toyota, enjoying a race-long battle with Salford for a podium position. The mix of cars on track was fantastic to see. Oxford's entry in a Mini scaring the more powerful cars off onto the grass. But even they were not immune to contact as Cardiff barged past all the lapped traffic, determined that they would not get in the way of victory as they held off a charging Glasgow on the final lap, which they succeeded in, much to Giles's pleasure.
There it is! Across the line, Cardiff University, Cardiff Racing, Aaron Farmer takes the checkered flag.
Well, if you thought that was chaotic, watch this. We don't even reach turn 1 before the fun starts in the second race. And as we were busy watching the cars regain control and return to the track, up front, UWTSD and Southampton were having their own battle with disastrous results. Through go Glasgow and Wolverhampton, whilst Bolton go spinning off in the background, spinning back onto the track in front of everyone and causing yet more carnage. But we're not over yet. Into the final corners, and Southampton once again try to go past UWTSD around the outside, and once again it ends in disaster for them. Not a good evening for the reigning champions.
On board with Salford then, as they go down the start-finish straight. Cardiff up into 5th after one lap.
Amazing start! Yes, the shock in our voices as we realised through all the drama, Cardiff made a meteoric start from 23rd on the grid to be 5th at the end of lap 1. What a drive! Throughout the race, the drama continued as the Toyota runners acquainted themselves with the wall. First with Lassonde in this incident, Kingston doing well to avoid that, and then Bolton bouncing off Cardiff's door whilst battling with Wolverhampton for the top 3. It didn't get better for them, however, as upon rejoining the circuit, Southampton were waiting for them. Oof. But through all the drama came the University of the Basque Country, or Vitoria, as they displayed the most impressive car control we've seen all season. It didn't matter if the car was on the track or on the grass. Just watch as they made their way past Hull and Southampton. UWTSD's strong run in second came to an abrupt halt. Controller failure meaning they had to pull up, reset the controller, and get going again. While Stavanger kept getting caught in all sorts of trouble, firstly with this get-together with Staffordshire. I don't think they were particularly pleased about that. And then a lap later with Strathclyde.
Yeah, that's Stavanger. So this is them coming through the lap traffic now. Most of the cars... Oh, there he goes off again. Never mind. But, and it's a go! Oh! Fantastic! Oh! Nice contact there. Lovely, guys. Lovely.
But back with Vitoria, and look at that car control. And straight into Stavanger. I can't keep up with this anymore. Well done for surviving. But through all the chaos, it was Glasgow who crossed the line first, a dominating and controlling victory as others lost their cool. But our driver of the day was Vitoria. Now that's how you finish a race. Colin McRae, eat your heart out. Glasgow and Cardiff took a victory and second place each, so it should have been a tie at the top, but Cardiff received a post-race penalty for the incident in race 1, leaving Glasgow out on top with a 3-figure score. Southampton and Hull tying for second and third. Bolton, however, could only muster 10th. There was a change of momentum in the championship. Round 6 saw the students return to a modern machinery around Finland's signature circuit, Aviensto, a figure-of-8 circuit nestled within the forest with crash protection coming in the form of hills, trees and ponds. And in true student fashion, another first lap pile-up. Cambridge qualified well, however they mistook the teleport button for their horn, thus having to start from the pits. Perhaps a mixed blessing, given the chaos. The University of Dundee were also making a welcome return to the series. Their poor internet was not welcomed, however, with a high ping making them an early casualty. UE and Vitoria made great progress in the early parts of the race. This coming together undid all their good work, which took out Manchester as well. As the Spanish team rejoined the track, Lasonde had nowhere to go and became the first user of Aviensto's well-known runoff hills. Impressive recovery. Bolton were desperate to make amends for their previous 2 rounds and get their championship back on track. This was an impressive display of defending throughout the race that saw them keep Wolverhampton, Glasgow and UWTSD at bay. Indeed, the circuit is tight, twisty and unforgiving. Drivers had to get creative and brave with their overtakes, some more successful than others. But it started to get messy in the closing laps back up front. Wolverhampton will be determined to get past Bolton because they've got a rearview mirror full of Glasgow. I wouldn't want a rearview mirror full of Glasgow. No. Because that is not a position I'd want to be in.
That's happened.
It's over! It's all over! There it goes! The unforced error from a car I wasn't expecting it from. This left the University of Salford out front to dominate. Nothing could stop them. Not even that back marker. It was an impressive display from the previous season's runner-up, who finally notched up their first victory of this year. Race 2 got off to a clean start, no incidents in the first turn. However, only a couple of corners later, UWTSD and Oxford grabbed our attention. Already, the drivers bunching up as they come further down the grid. Salford up into 10th. Manchester dropping out sideways there. Who's that? Unbelievable. Dropping down, it's Oxford University have gone sideways. Bolton were on a recovery drive, however. Their one driver entry meaning they had to start from the back of the grid and were limited to half points in this race. Still, they were making quick work of the midfield. The driving standards were much more aggressive in this race, teams finding out the hard way about the safety features of the circuit. They go past the bush, I can't see. Oh dearie gracious me! There is a real coming together there, and it's sunk!
That's it, that's Strathclyde into the water. I feel like that could be their race done.
Strathclyde have done
that's Strathclyde done.
Indeed, the moves continued to be forceful with varying results of success. Wolverhampton and Oxford in particular getting very creative with their moves. But Oxford's final move proved a little too ambitious, to the expense of Salford. Upon rejoining the circuit, Manchester were also turfed into a spin, leaving them stuck in a precarious position.
And Manchester are off! Manchester are off! And they can't seem to get started.
Right.
They're trying to don't reverse onto track now. You're going to get into the... Oh!
It was like watching the lid being taken off a pressure cooker. The standard was set and all drivers decided to get stuck in.
Oh, hang on a minute. Out dragging them through that rapid right-hander. Foot to the floor they go. Oh, that was an overtake and a half. Fantastic stuff from them. And now they're all over Yui. And oh, dearie me. Oh, my days. Unbelievable.
Who was that?
But out front, Glasgow steamrolled their way to a third consecutive victory of the season, taking it from Hull and Salford. Southampton and Bolton then would need a perfect race next time out to keep up with the Glaswegians' momentum. The 7th round of the season was a classic combination, prototypes at Spa, and what a spectacle we were treated to as students tamed these beasts. Some better than others. Through Rouge and over the crest emerged the cars, but UWTSD and Vittoria had other ideas. Southampton had to finish ahead of Glasgow, and as they approached bus stop for the first time, they saw their opportunity to pass, but they were too late on the brakes to make this pass stick. The racing was very intense. Jess Ball was covering for me in this round, and neither she nor Monty could believe it when championship protagonists Southampton and Bolton came together early in the race.
Still a lot can happen as we've got Southampton. Oh, those two made contact. No, that's not good.
Southampton are going to be kicking themselves for that lap. One error in the bus stop chicane dropped them down 3 places, and then another contact there with Bolton. Those are the two championship protagonists, the only ones who can stop Glasgow from basically winning this title this year. And they're both going to take each other out, and now look, they're about 10 seconds behind Glasgow. And again, they've contacted again!
At the same time, Salford were having a resurgence come the end of the season, putting off a string of spectacular moves early in the race. But further down the field, there was drama. Vittoria had another spin and joined the track right into the path of Bolton. It was over. Championship leaders after round 3, yet a string of bad luck ended with this DNF and now saw their championship hopes gone. Southampton were still in the hunt, just pushing very hard to keep their title chances alive. Hull and Salford were busy battling for the final podium spot, but out front it was a crushing drive from Cambridge, making amends for the previous round to take their first race victory of the season. The start of race 2 had a sense of deja vu as the cars made their way through the first couple of turns, except only this time it was Lassonde and Kingston who came together. A very busy first lap saw Cardiff hustling past Salford, while Southampton and Cambridge, who had started at the back, were also making quick progress. Manchester had a lucky escape on lap 2 as they narrowly avoided Strathclyde, returning into the midst of a 9-car battle, which ended predictably badly for some. The luckless Vittoria spinning at the same spot again, along with Edinburgh Napier. Playing right into the advantage of Cambridge or Southampton, but elsewhere the drama was kicking off again.
I can tell you that all of the universities have gone for their fast drivers here because they've all got very similar pace as well. They've learnt from the last one as well. Oh, someone's gone off! Someone has gone off. Who was that? Let me look at the live time. That is Hull B.
Salford went for a dive up the inside of UWTSD, but a heavy right foot saw them spinning off, right into the path of the battling Cambridge and Southampton. Salford were quick to make amends though, continuing their impressive trend of overtakes. Nice pass from Oxford. Nice drift from York. Another nice pass from Oxford. And an even nicer spin from Oxford.
Way to go. Here comes Wilkinson again. The man on a mission. From the back of the grid. And he's made one step forward. But no, he's not.
Cambridge weren't the only high-profile casualty as Cardiff lost control through Eau Rouge and caused big damage. They desperately tried to fend off the traffic.
From Wilkinson up into 4th place. Maybe not. It's contact. Oh my goodness. Every time I speak. Oh no!
And even UWTSD spun out of 2nd place. And as the race drew near to completion, the top 3 were close. Hull leading from Glasgow and Southampton right behind them. An impressive recovery drive from the back of the grid. They were pushing Hull very hard. But they held on to take the checkered flag, and thanks to a bonus point for their pole position, overall victory by a single point from Glasgow. Salford rounded out the top 3, but kudos to Cambridge and Southampton for their impressive drives. They had a 1-driver entry which restricted them to half points in the second race, but those 2 teams rounded out the top 5. And as the universities head to Williams Esports for the final round of the series, here is what the standings look like. A stark contrast of fortune for Bolton, from championship leaders in round 3, now down in 4th, and with 100 points left to score. Mathematically speaking, it's only Southampton who can stop Glasgow now.
And so, this is what it all comes down to. Welcome back, live from Williams Esports. We are sitting ahead of the final of the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023. What a blast it has been! And in the next hour or so, yes, we will be crowning our champions. So do not go anywhere. Very, very soon, we will have our B final, which will be GT4 cars racing at Hockenheim. Following that, we will have our A final at 4:45, which will be Lotus Exos. Those are Formula style cars, and that will be held at a virtual Silverstone. So you have got the next hour of your lives sorted. Whatever else you've got planned, forget it. Leave work early. If you wanted to go, walk the dog can walk itself. Just run around the garden. Sit down for the next hour and watch this. You are going to love it. I do also love a Scale Electric. Doesn't that look great? That's a glorious Scale Electric set here at Williams HQ, Williams Esports. It's really, really great to see that. And it makes me remember that I've got one at home and I haven't used in years. I don't know what about you, but this is the thing. Remember back in the old days, if we were going to do something like this, we'd be doing it with Scale Electric. We certainly wouldn't be doing it with microchips and ones and zeros. How far technology has come in a few years, and how far this series has come in a few years. We started it in 2020. The IMechE started it as a part of the Dynamics events for the virtual Formula Student UK in light of the pandemic, and since then it's grown and grown, and we're now here live to you from Williams Esports in the Grove, where Williams Racing is based. Thank you ever so much to them for having us. Lovely comment from Alex W. Loving this. Production quality is immense this round. We have thrown the kitchen sink at it. Do let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what your predictions are, what you think of the racing, the moves being made, the driving lines, the styling, all of that. We'd love to hear from you. You can head over to well, you're obviously watching it on the YouTube channel, otherwise you wouldn't be hearing this. So get on and comment for us on the YouTube channel. We would love to hear from you. Don't forget, the fun doesn't stop there. We will, of course, be bringing you full coverage, complete and live, tomorrow and Sunday for the Dynamics events of Formula Student UK 2023. Myself, Monty, and Jess Ball, who you heard there in round 7 commentating, will be bringing you live coverage. It's looking like it could be a really exciting FS UK this year. But for now, we are late, but then again, that's how this live stuff works. A little bit late, but we will have the grand final, the B final, for you very shortly. I've just heard in my ear it's coming in 5 seconds, apparently. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. There we go. I might need to get my hearing tested at some point. 4:45, or probably 10:05 now, we'll have the grand finals, the A final. So in 5 minutes, we'll be going to Hockenheim for the B final with GT4 cars. And then, of course, we will have the big grand final, the A final, live from a virtual Silverstone in Formula style cars, the Lotus Exos. So make sure you don't go anywhere. If you've got your dinner sorted, fantastic. If you haven't got dinner sorted, forget eating. Just sit where you are. You do not want to miss this. It's going to be absolutely spectacular. Doing this every month for the past year has been one of the highlights of my final year at university. It's been a pleasure watching all the teams get amongst it. The first lap carnage has become a tradition. Watching the highlights with the teams earlier in the breakout room was just really great. So it all comes down to this. We'll be doing it all again next year. So make sure you tune in for that. And make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. Get in touch, let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and of course, which team you think should win. We know relatively who we think is going to win. Pikachu Sushi, great username, says big up FSTN. Wonderful stuff. We are here live from the Williams Esports HQ, if you aren't already aware. Great to see some cars that have just been posters for British engineering success over the years. Damon Hill's championship winning car, Nigel Mansell's championship winning car, Jacques Villeneuve's championship winning car, not to mention George Russell's car from a couple seasons ago, since before he joined Mercedes. It's just a huge heritage here. It makes you feel part of something wider. And remember, this isn't all just fun and games. There are engineering challenges going on behind the scenes here that are allowing students to really get to grips with driver feedback and vehicle setup in much the same way that the lap sim does in the overall Formula Student competition with IPG. But Monty is going to show you around Williams now, because you've got to see this. So Monty, over to you.
Hello guys, how are we doing? So we are just waiting for the grids to get finalised for the finals, so I thought as we've got a bit of time to kill, let's show you around this facility. Let's show you some of the people who have put today's event together. So obviously we're just enjoying all of Williams' background at the moment. So much prestige here in the background, all the old helmets, the old trophies. But do you know what? This is just part of a story. Williams, what they're doing at the moment is fantastic, because they're trying to create a new industry, essentially, a brand new one, supporting esports and showing how that is relevant to engineering. That's essentially the purpose of this contest. And I have to say, this contest would not have been possible without Dan Jones's vision. It would not have been possible for the guys he spoke to earlier on today, but it also wouldn't be possible because of this secret team of heroes that you haven't been able to see so far today. So let's have a quick sneaky peek in here. And let's meet some of the other people. So here's our comms and media team. Here is everyone who has made everything go so swish today. And look, spot on. You can thank every single person that you see in here. Spot on, guys. Top job. Thank you so much for your time today. Oh no, we've got a bit of a delay there. That's right. You won't get to see some kind of inception thing going on there. However, let's have a nose here. And within this door, it's a Mr. Giles. We're gate crashing, Giles. Hello.
Hello.
So in case you were wondering if he was actually chilling in the clouds, he's not. It's a green screen, I promise. So this has been his base for the day. This is where he's been commentating from. Been good fun so far.
It's been absolutely fantastic.
I'm glad to hear that you've loved it so far, Giles. We've been so honoured to have you on board for this season.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you. Listen, we've got about 10 minutes to kill at the moment,
yes.
So shall we go for a walk and talk and look at all the different rigs as all the students are that?
Yes, please. I'd love to actually. I've been in here all day, so I'd love to go and get a look at them.
That's fine. We can do that. It's probably not picking up your mic, by the way, so I'm going to have to give this to you in a second whenever you want to respond to me. Where are we going to go first, Giles?
We're going to go for a tour at the sim rigs, which I'd love to do, because I haven't actually had to see them yet, because I've been in here all day. So let's go and have a look, shall we? I'm going to take my headphones off. There we go. So, this is Walking and Talking, this is live TV, I'm a radio man, so this is all rather new to me being in Vision. Hello at home. So, welcome to Williams Esports. Monty, what am I looking at?
Basically, we're looking at 10 rigs at the moment, guys. You are looking at direct drive wheels. You are looking at load cell brake pedals. There's no springs here. There's no rubber bands. This is exactly like what a driver would experience when they drive a race car properly. And if you don't think this is good enough, there's another 10 of these rigs on the other side of the room, which we can go and have a wander at later on. These rigs, I've been told, are about £1,500 to £2,000 each. So, yes, you're paying a high dollar, or pound in this case. Yes. However, you're getting such an immersive experience out of it that it is comparable to driving a car at speed on a racetrack, and it will feel exactly the same whenever you do the turning.
Absolutely, that's got to be the point that's made here, is that this isn't Mario Kart with your Wii remote. This is something far more intense. I've been watching the coverage as you have. I've been watching the same images that you've been seeing at home, and watching the steering wheels whip back, giving those drivers that really intense feedback. You don't get that anywhere else, so these are a cut above. I'd be interested to know about the computers here, because they've got to run a great deal of graphics with very little latency in order to make sure that the drivers are getting the best experience possible. So what computers are being used here? What's the processing speed? What's going on here?
You're asking questions to the wrong person, I'm afraid, sir. This is exactly what we need a Williams professional to tell us about. However, I lie, because those who were watching the video VT earlier with Michael Preston giving us a tour, he explains all of that perfectly. So whilst I don't know the specific numbers, it's a lot of graphic processing power. Right. They need multi-core processors, because not only are you processing a game, you're processing the engineering physics in the background. Some of them as well, they're doing this through Twitch or live streaming. That's a lot of computer processing going on at the same time. So you need a multi-core system to be able to cope with all of this. And of course, lots of storage, because lots of cars, lots of tracks equals lots of data, right?
It really does, and it certainly pales in comparison to the setup that we've been running previously. So if this seems really slick at home, it's not always like this. My audio's dropped out a number of times because, suffice to say, university Wi-Fi isn't always the most consistent. Shall we go and have a look in the other room? Because there's something else over there as well that I'd really like to look at, which is a bit more old school.
I think we can go and have a wander and have a look at that one. By the way, guys, the other thing we wanted to say is, so for the university students, this is a treat for all of them, or for maybe most of them, because actually looking at what some of the controllers they've been using prior for the last 7 rounds, I mean, there's some people doing this sitting on their beds and using a £50 steering wheel. There's some people who have gone to town which make these things look cheap. There's such a different standard in the competitors within here. We've had esports professionals to some people who have never even heard of Gran Turismo before last October. So to bring everyone together here and to enjoy really a good day of racing to finish things off, I think it's been a mega way to a mega season, wouldn't you agree?
It really has been the cherry on the cake. It's been absolutely stunning to be here. The Williams team have been so supportive and so helpful. The drivers have been full of energy and camaraderie. There's no rivalries, there's nothing. It's all fun and games in that respect. The racing is really quite intense, but there's no bitterness or anything. It's all really quite loving, which is lovely. Not to mention, of course, like you were saying, everyone, it's an equal playing field for the most part. There are some that are staying at home for their own various different reasons, but what you do have is, what I really do admire about the final is that no one's allowed to change the settings. These are all exactly the same sim rigs across the board. They're the exact same model with the exact same setup, and that creates an equal playing field for the final that I think we need, and I really do appreciate that. But back in the old days, there would be no sim racing. Do you know what there was? Scale Electric. So back in, I know way too much about this, but back in the old days, there was a toy car firm making cars called Scalex, and they were run by pullback motors. Now, they decided that they were going to electrify them, so they took the toy car brand Scalex, made it electric, and then you ended up with Scalextric. So Williams here have an absolutely stunning layout, absolutely gorgeous. Don't go to me, just keep looking at that, because how great is that? It was designed and handcrafted by thinkscaleelectricevents.co.uk, who I believe you can follow on all your social media platforms. There's a business card here and everything. But this is just absolutely stunning and pales in comparison to anything I've got at home. And this is what it would have been like if we were doing this back in the 60s and 70s. Now, Formula Student this year is celebrating 25 years. Things have come a long way in 25 years. 25 years ago, if you see there's the old Sega logo, Sonic the Hedgehog on the old what was the system? It was the way to go. Nowadays we've got all of this. So imagine where we'll be in 25 years' time. I imagine fully immersive sim rigs with gimbals and 360 degrees of rotation. But this was back in the day. You might have noticed I'm filling a little bit, and I don't quite know where we're going to end up. Become the end of this VT, but we are anticipating the final very, very shortly. The B final live from Hockenheim, or virtual Hockenheim, I should say, in GT4 cars. And
What's your fastest lap around here? Have you not had a chance yet?
I have not had a chance to have a go. I'd love to. I would love to. If there's someone from Williams watching who can turn this on, there's a VT, you and me on this. Because I don't think I could handle those sim rigs, but a Scale Extra, I think I can manage that.
Do you think you could handle as well as these guys have? We've got a stand over here with all the fastest laps ever, and there's some big names on there. I'm just looking, Giles. We've got Jamie Chadwick, we've got Nicholas Latifi, Nicholas Hamilton, George Russell currently fastest, Claire Williams, former leader of Williams, of course. So there she is, Billy Monger, great guy, Karun Chandok as well. Some big names there. Obviously they must get them all in. So Jensen Button's missing off this though, given he's a rep for Williams nowadays. And I think Jensen, in the unlikely event that you're listening to this today, I think you need to come down here and race against myself and Giles for a spot of Skelectrics. So we've got a couple of minutes. I've just been informed that the grids have all been confirmed. We now know who's in Finals B, who's in Finals A.
So how does that get decided? After the results today and the results across the rest of the series, how does it get decided who's in A final and who's in B final?
Okay, good question. So for those new to the series, so rounds 1 to 7, like a typical race, they go and do each race, they gain points for that. You've enjoyed the highlights, hopefully, so far today of what's happened in those 7 races running up. Because we're doing things slightly differently, because we've brought everyone together today, the format, so what you've seen so far today were 4 heats. That's essentially their qualifying races. It doesn't matter who the driver is, it depends on the team. So each team will participate in one of those heats each. It was a different combination for each of those. We average their finishing position from those 4 heats to determine who's going into Finals A, who's going into Finals B. So the team who had the best average finishing position, they will start from pole in Finals A. Next best, second, and so forth and so forth. That will determine the top 15 for Finals A. Everyone else will be put into Finals B. So that's what you're going to see coming up next. The top 5 finishers from Finals B will be promoted and start from the back of the grid in Finals A, and then we do battle to see who the champion is for round 8.
Somewhat similar to Rallycross and the way they organised the qualifying in that.
That would have been a much easier way of explaining it. Yes, it's like the Rallycross, everyone.
Absolutely fantastic. So clearly it's going to be all of the championship protagonists into one race to the line, because Hull and Bolton and Southampton and Glasgow have all done very, very well today. Glasgow may be a little bit below average compared to what they have done previously, but suffice to say they are likely to be in the A final. So this could be very, very intense. What track conditions will be rerunning on the A final at Silverstone, a virtual Silverstone?
So no shocks, guys. We're going to keep it relatively calm. It's going to be fairly dry. It's going to be not too hot, not too cold. We call it the Goldilocks conditions. It's just right. And I think they're going to have a big enough challenge, given that the cars we're going to unleash them in Finals A. They're the Lotus T125 track day cars, so 800 horsepower, single-seaters.
Knocking on the door of Formula cars.
On the door of what, sorry?
They're knocking on the door of being close to Formula cars.
They're better than Formula 3 and Formula 2 for sure. This is nearly in Formula 1 territory now, but a little bit softer just to make it a bit more forgiving for the amateur driver, shall we say.
Yes, so I don't think I could complete a lap in any of this. I really don't.
That's all right. I just spun 2 or 3 times. Okay, I've been told our grids are just about ready, guys. So I think we should hush up. Let's send you back to the commentary booth. Let's go enjoy some races, guys. Come on, let's go and see what's happening.
Transition, eh? Here we go then. Ready for the B final. Hope you are too. That was a lot of fun. Good to get out of the box. I've been in here all day, but it is lovely. The food has been wonderful from Williams, so thank you very much to them. But let's get into it then. GT4s at Hockenheim. The B final. Remember, the top 5 finishers from this will get into the last 5 grid spots in the A final. So it really is all to play for here. In fact, this could be more exciting than the A final itself. The B final coming to you in just a few moments. So do stick around. Drop us a line in the comms if you want to know anything. MTV Cribs, says Alex W. And Dan Jones says, well done all, thanks for your efforts. Not a problem, it's been an absolute pleasure. Do please keep your comments coming in. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? There are the drivers getting ready for the B final. The lights are down so they can focus on the screen. So we're moments away then, getting practice in there. This is going to be a lot of fun. Some familiar faces there, some familiar teams. Remember, those top 5 in this final will get a spot in the A final as well. Favourites in the overall A final are Glasgow, Hull, Southampton and Bolton. They will be there, but who's going to be joining them? 5 of the top finishers from this will be there. There's one of the Hull drivers there, being pepped by his team, looking a little tense. It's all good. It's all good. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. And remember, you can be a part of it too. Just drop us a line, drop us a comment. We would love to hear from you. Now, do also bear in mind that it's not over. It's not over. When we crown the final here today, it's not over. We've still got a whole 2 days worth of dynamics on-track action over at Silverstone. The whole course is built on Copse Corner every year for Formula Student UK. This year is no different. Some very, very exciting cars have arrived to compete against each other from universities around the world. We've got a number of European teams for the first time in a long time. That's really great to see. The Oxford Brookes Racing have got through scrutineering for the first time since before the pandemic, which is a big deal. And UE were the first combustion car to complete endurance today. If you know more than me, please drop me a comment. I've been out of the loop somewhat, so if you know more than me from on-site over at FS UK, you can get in touch in the comments. And don't forget, you can follow Formula Student on social media. Don't forget, you can follow your teams on social media. Their social media is key to ensuring that their sponsors are satisfied. So you'll be doing them a huge solid by following them. And teams have now got TikToks. Don't forget, you can follow your favorite teams on TikTok as well. Or if you're looking for a bit of a laugh, there is FS UK Memes. That is FS UK_memes over on Instagram. You can get into the mindset of a Formula Student member and their sense of humour, which does tend to be somewhat ironic most of the time. We are moments away from the final, from the B final, Hockenheim GT4 cars. What's been your favourite race of the day? What have you enjoyed seeing? What's been your favourite moment of action on track? And don't forget, you can come and watch at Silverstone. Tickets are £30 or so, I believe. Not sure whether they're still on sale, but it's a very reasonable price. You get seats in Copse Corner, and you also get paddock access. So you can come and meet all of the teams, all of the students designing and building their cars. Because do remember, not necessarily do we have the next Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen, but we certainly do have the next Adrian Newey. We don't know who he or she is going to be, or they, but what we do know is the chances are, if they've been involved in Formula Student and they want to pursue a career in motorsport, and that's where you'll find them. Because Formula One teams love people who've done Formula Student. So, if you take a walk in the paddock this year, next year, or any other year, chances are you'll have walked past or even met someone who is going to be designing the next World Championship winning Formula One car. We've had graduates in Formula Student working at Williams, Red Bull, McLaren. So this really is the future of engineering in every single way. It's also a heck of a lot of fun. And the fun is about to get started all over again very shortly. We're a minute away from going racing at Hockenheim for the GT4 final. The driver's settling in now. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick swig of my drink. Do excuse me. Live broadcasting. So then there they are, lining up. sat in their rigs. They know that they've got it all to play for. The top 5 finishes in the B final will get into the A final. No pressure then. No pressure, eh? All I can say is I'm glad I'm just talking about it. But do keep in touch in the chat. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? The handheld camera walking around as the drivers psych themselves up. Little smirk to the camera there from the UPR driver. So, hey, let's get lined up on the grid then. And Aberdeen have qualified in pole. In second, it's Manchester. Harriet Watt in third. Cambridge in fourth. Coventry in fifth. UCL, University College London in sixth. UPR in seventh. You just saw their driver there. And in eighth, it's the Hull B team. 25 minutes of racing. Hockenheim in GT4 cars. We are about to get underway. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, 6 lights. The B final is go, go, go. And it's a fantastic start off the line for Aberdeen and Manchester, who have absolutely gone away with it. Onto the first corner. Aberdeen still in the lead. Manchester still in second. Behind them, Harriet Watt having a look down the inside of Manchester as they go down into turn 2. Manchester looking to the inside, not quite there. They've got a left-hander. Manchester then have got the inside line. They've managed to get away from Harriet Watt, who have been swamped by Cambridge 18. Cambridge 18 slotting alongside then. Up into second they go, out dragging Manchester round that sweeping left-hander in these GT4 cars. We've got 24 minutes to go already. A minute already gone, and we are racing at Hockenheim. Oh, a bit of a toe punt there from Manchester. And who's that gone away? Aberdeen have gone off completely, as Cambridge have taken the lead from Manchester. You can see the drivers there concentrating hard. Cambridge pulling away very quickly as they take the lead. Manchester side by side with Harriet Watt. Harriet Watt on the inside, a bit of a drama there, and that's Harriet Watt struggling, and they're down now in 6th. They're outside of that top 5 that they need to be in to get into the A final. Going to be desperate to make up positions there. UPR and Hull B outside of that top 5 as well. On board with UCL, you can see the drivers concentrating, wrestling with the wheels with that direct feedback. That direct drive feedback. That's Harriet Watt up, Coventry down now in 6th. Some contact there by the looks of things. Up ahead, meanwhile, University College London in 3rd. Going down the inside, that's an interesting move, and that is Aberdeen chancing their luck and really just finding out that it's not going to work if you take that approach. University College London holding 3rd then after an aggressive move that went awry for Aberdeen. Harriet Watt in 4th, Coventry in 5th, and Aberdeen outside of that upgrade zone in 6th. And they've just out-dragged Coventry, taking the inside line, and they are up into 5th. But Coventry are coming back, and they've got the inside line. This could be really great. Coventry up into 5th again. Outbraked by Aberdeen, but the inside line proving effective for them. Can they manage to hold on to this? I don't think so. I think Coventry are down in 6th. Aberdeen getting away. Calamity then for Coventry. Cambridge 1.3 seconds away. They're okay. As are Manchester, as are UCL, as are Harriet Watt. But Aberdeen and Coventry, this is where it counts. They are going to be going wheel to wheel for the next 22 minutes. They'll be desperate to make this up. Coventry up into 5th. Toe punted into the rear by Aberdeen. And that's Coventry off. Off from Coventry. And now they've got 2 places to make up as UPR go through as well. Aberdeen safe in 5th. Just under a second between them and UPR in 6th. Coventry gone away now. They are out of the running of upgrading. They're in 7th. Some fairly aggressive moves from Aberdeen. In 2nd, we've got Manchester, who can see Cambridge right up ahead of them. Ideal conditions to be racing at Hockenheim. So one has to ask, how long can Cambridge hold off Manchester? When the gap's closing that much, 0.2 seconds, one has to ask, I don't think at all. There we go, Cambridge. Cambridge still holding on, pulling away now. The gap opening up to 0.5 seconds. Manchester sticking with the illustrious University. Braking there, you can hear the high-pitched squeal of the brakes. Just a little bit there. That's the rear view mirror of the Cambridge A team. If they continue at this rate, they'll be on for an upgrade to the A final. Racing in that Porsche, the GT4 cars. We've got a Porsche in the lead, 2 McLarens, followed by a Ford, another Porsche, and 2 more McLarens, followed by an Alpine, is that? You forget they actually make cars as well as race them. But there is Cambridge, 1.5 seconds ahead, opening up that gap on Manchester. Behind them, UCL in another McLaren. Harriet Watt making the decision to drive a Ford in this instance. But there's UPR. UPR closing in on Aberdeen, who will not like that one bit, flashing their lights to let them know that they're there. 5th position, almost more important than 1st in this race. UPR pushing to try and catch up with Aberdeen, who've had their elbows out all day, but it hasn't quite worked for them. They are in the B final. Going a little wide there, but making the most of all of the tarmac they can get and the runoff zone are UPR. Closing in, and oh no! Cambridge off in a dramatic style, and this could spell the end for their top 5 dreams if they're not careful. They need to get on the power now if they're going to get into the top 5, and that's Cambridge in 5th, side by side with UPR, and they're down into 6th, gutting for Cambridge. That is absolutely unbelievable. There may have been a coming together with Manchester, who've taken off into the lead with a second gap between them and UCL. We're on board with Aberdeen, who can see all of this in their background mirror. They want none of this, flooring themselves away, thinking, I do not want to be a part of that. Thank you very much. Cambridge you're on board with now. He will be desperate to claw their way back up the standings. I reckon they might just be better letting UPR and Harriet Watt battle it out, because if those two make a mistake, they can just ride on by seamlessly. Looking to the outside of the track, trying to find the perfect line to carry as much speed as possible through these corners. Harriet Watt up into 4th, and they go wide, and Cambridge is back into the top 5, and they're looking to get past UPR as well, out-dragging them down the straight. McLaren versus Porsche. And that's Cambridge back into 4th. A fantastic recovery drive immediately out of the gate from Cambridge after they ended up going off in a moment that I didn't quite see. Hopefully in the next series, next year, we'll be able to bring you live replays. It's something we've been trying to work on, but we haven't quite mastered it yet. Going very wide there is Harriet Watt in the... Is that a Mustang? It just looks to me to be somewhat overpowered for this sort of circuit. At least certainly it's a Ford Mustang or a Ford muscle car. They're better going in straight lines than round corners. Going very wide there, case in point. Making my point there, diving to the inside of the apex on that one, sweeping to the right on the chicane and taking it wide on the outside, but they just can't quite seem to match the handling of the Porsches and the McLarens. As you can see there on the left hand of your screen, it's going very, very wide indeed. Also going wide there, looked to me to be Aberdeen in 3rd, who's about to come under pressure from Cambridge with UPR in tow in their slipstream. This is not what Aberdeen will want to see, because if those two get past, they'll be back down into 5th, and then they'll come under pressure from Harriet Watt, who are in the drop zone currently, on board with Cambridge as they look to the rear end of Aberdeen. Looking to the inside, not quite there to make a move, but Aberdeen did go wide. They are waving the red flag at the bull, so to speak. They're inviting a move, and it's only a matter of time. Remember, we've got an extra 10 minutes of racing in these finals, 25 minutes each. And there we go, slipstreaming, out dragging, looking to the inside. Go Cambridge to get past Aberdeen. They've got the better line. They've surely got this. Yes, they do. But Aberdeen are looking there as contact with UPR, and that's Aberdeen way down. Harriet Watt both past UPR and up into 4th. Go Harriet Watt, UPR in 5th. Coventry have gone past Aberdeen now, and they're in 6th. Aberdeen will be gutted by that. UPR putting pressure on the Harriet Watt car, and now is a really good opportunity to see the balance between power and handling. The Ford undeniably will have the power. The McLaren far better in terms of handling. I say that as if they don't go off completely in the wrong direction. The corner's over there, chaps. Goodness me. The commentator's car surely is a real thing, because they can't hear me. I'm talking about McLaren's handling and they go way off. The battle of the Wilks, says Renius Haji. Let's go Harriet, says SB3. As Cambridge outdrag UCL to take second place on the start-finish straight. Those Porsches are properly nimble. Cambridge on an excellent recovery drive. UCL looking to the inside now. More power possibly in the McLaren, but better handling from the Porsche. Certainly it's an easier package to handle. Oh, and there's contact. There is big contact. And that is UCL bulldozing Cambridge out of the way. Cambridge back down into third, and they've got to do it all over again. A great deal of murmuring coming from the sim racing suite. As Cambridge now look to try and do it again on UCL, looking to find a move round. And there it is. There's a gap. There's an opportunity. Get on the power now. Nosing. Their nose just tucked in behind the right rear of UCL. They're trying to outdrag. There's going to be a question, who breaks first? That's really tight. And there's inevitable contact between the two cars vying for second position. As Cambridge have lost out on first, but they've certainly made it up into second. University College London haven't quite yet got a reply for the Cambridge team. Going wide in the background, meanwhile, is Harriet Watt. Driving a tank of a Ford. It does look very aggressive. On board then from the nose of UCL. This is what their driver's view is. Not quite close enough to be able to make a move, but here comes a straight, which is where they'll be able to make up a gap and put the power down. But as far as I can see, Cambridge are getting away from UCL. They do have an 11-second gap to make up, Cambridge to Manchester. So is that going to be doable in 13 minutes and 30 seconds is the question. I guess stay tuned to find out. We're on board with UCL. In the background briefly there, Harriet Watt, you can see in the dark Ford behind them, UPR. That rounds out your top 5. Those top 5 drivers on your timing screen on the left there will be upgraded to the A final. Coventry, Aberdeen and the whole B team are currently in the drop zone. Let's go Mano, says Karen M. Let's go Mano. Manchester. Calm, collected, 10 seconds ahead in first. 6 laps completed on their 7th. Unfazed and unchallenged currently. Ideal driving conditions in the McLaren. A number of things flashing up on the digital display. I can't quite make out what that is. GT4 it says. There we go. I can see what that means. The gap is closed already in a minute by a second. Now, that sounds like a lot of numbers, a lot of fancy stuff. In a minute, since we were both talking about the gap. And meanwhile, University College London mowing the lawn instead of racing by the looks of things. But what I was saying is that the gap between Manchester and Cambridge has already dropped significantly in the minute since I last spoke about it. It's now down to 9.8 seconds. It was 11 seconds. If Cambridge keep putting in laps like this, we're going to have a race to the line between Cambridge and Manchester, another McLaren versus Porsche duel. You're on board currently with another McLaren, that's University College London in the black and yellow. Well, there's a throwback to a song and a half. And car number 20, 6 seconds behind Cambridge now. We've dropped away from the second place car. But the handling on the McLaren should be enough to keep Harriet Watt off their backs. Harriet Watt have got bigger problems right now. You can see in your screens there. UPR closing in on Harriet Watt. Coventry also closing in as well. So we could end up with another battle for the final position that gets an upgrade into the A final. Currently Coventry, Aberdeen and Hull B are in the drop zone. 11 minutes to go. You're on board with UPR. UPR there closing in on Harriet Watt. And behind them is Coventry. Further back is Aberdeen. Can Aberdeen manage to make up that gap in 10 minutes? If someone makes a mistake, certainly. It's going to take a while. And a lot of very precise driving without any mistakes. Unfortunately, mistakes do happen. Why do you think they put me in the commentary box? Commentary in the background there, the black and red McLaren. Right now you're on board with the black, blue and orange of UPR. Oh dearie me. That's Coventry way off there. Way off the racing line. Way off the track into the gravel trap. They managed to hold on to their position. You're on looking at the rear view from Harriet Watt. You can hear that big chunky Ford power unit there. Very throaty. Almost sounds like someone snoring in the back, propelling them forward. The driver praying that they can manage to hold on for another 9 minutes. UPR determined to close that gap. You can see the driver's view now of that rear of Harriet Watt as they approach this right corner, braking right down to 50. They go through here. And the McLaren ought to be able, surely, to go through these corners faster than the tank of a Ford. They're all GT4 class cars. But at the end of the day, surely you go with a McLaren. I'd be interested to know the thinking behind Harriet Watt's selection of a Ford. Bear in mind, we're all engineering students, or a lot of them are engineering students, so there will be a sound engineering reasoning behind it as they close in, do UPR on Harriet Watt, looking to the inside. Harriet Watt now sweating buckets as their fourth position is under threat from the blue, black and orange of UPR, who take a different racing line to Harriet Watt through that corner, catching right up, looking round the outside, not quite there yet to make a move. Closing in ever so slowly. You can almost hear the theme from Jaws playing in the Harriet Watt driver's head. As UPR look to the inside, get a better line through there, taking advantage of the apex, making use of all of the available track. Look at that view, and then there's a little bit of contact there, maybe, just a slight touch, but that's the view in the back of the Harriet Watt car. It is full of McLaren, it is full of UPR. With 8 minutes to go, they do have the advantage of a very wide car, but they've gone, that's it over for Harriet Watt, who are about to drop out of the top 5. They cracked under the pressure. They might now be out of the running to get an upgrade. They are in the drop zone. Gutting for Harriet Watt, who have been driving an excellent defence from UPR, but the one small mistake, the tail kicks out, the oversteer kicks in, when all of a sudden they're in the barrier. You're on board with Aberdeen, who are ahead of Harriet Watt and are trying to make a move on Coventry. Aberdeen back now to fight for that position in the upgrade, the last position to get into the A final, as Manchester have a 7-second lead over Cambridge in second. On board with the Scottish team, notorious today for elbows out driving, is the best way I can describe it. Taking a wide turn, crabbing for the exit. Yes, very nice. That's a better exit and entry than Coventry got. Closing the gap are the Scots on the English team. Seven minutes to go. Coventry in 5th, top 5, get upgraded to the A final. Live from Silverstone, or at least virtually. Lotus track day cars akin to those found in Formula 1 and Formula 2. Who will get there? Currently Manchester, Cambridge, University College London, UPR and Coventry, but we've already seen that lineup change continuously over the past 20 minutes. It could all change again as Aberdeen are praying that it does so. You're looking at the rear view from Coventry now. It is getting fuller and fuller with that Porsche from Aberdeen. It's lighter, it's more nimble. It doesn't quite have as much power as the McLaren from Coventry, but what it doesn't have in power, it certainly makes up for in the corners. Aberdeen making use of every inch as they close in. They look to the outside and they go round the outside. Can they make this work? Aberdeen going round the outside of Coventry, trying to get into the top 5, and they do so. They are up. Aberdeen up and take it past Coventry. Coventry are now in the drop zone. This could be quite the dice until we see the checkered flag. Outpowering them, outbreaking them. Coventry go up into 5th. Aberdeen have the better racing line. Coventry will have to yield, surely, and they do so. Aberdeen managed to hold on to 5th position. In the background there you can see Harriet Watt making gains after a disaster for them, dropping out of the top 5 following a small mistake that cost them dearly. And this is interesting. Who's this? Is that Hull B team pulling aside? Yes. Hull B team are a lap down as Coventry and Aberdeen go through, followed by Harriet Watt. The lead Manchester have established over Cambridge is now up to 14 seconds. Cambridge down then. University College London go through and Cambridge down into 3rd. Manchester away with the lead. They are safe in the knowledge that they will likely be upgraded to the final. Coventry go past Aberdeen. Aberdeen are facing the wrong way. We've certainly missed something there, and Aberdeen are in the drop zone. Coventry back into 5th. You can see the wide eyes of the drivers, anxious to make sure they are in that magic top 5. Coventry pulling away from Harriet Watt and the Hull B team, you can see there. Hull B team have been lapped and are a lap down. It's their first time driving, I think, for the Hull B team, so certainly not the end of the world. There'll be plenty more opportunities for them in coming seasons. Coventry, currently the last of the top 5. Harriet Watt there, just trying to get past the back marker of Hull B. You're on board with Cambridge now, who've been passed by University College London. Cambridge possibly making a mistake to allow UCL through. I didn't think the gap was small enough to allow UCL to make a move. The gap currently just about 1.5 seconds as UCL go wide. Cambridge taking full advantage of that, diving down the inside. There they go, back up into 2nd. Cambridge showing no mercy to University College London. And University College London are not backing off easily. Biting on to the tail and refusing to let go of the Cambridge car. As they head down towards the start-finish straight. 2.5 minutes or so left. Breaking into turn 1. Taking full advantage and going a little wide there are UCL. So desperate are they to get past Cambridge and get up into 2nd. Just a little bit too much power, perhaps. They're on your screens now, the drivers going through there. On board with UCL. Cambridge in 2nd, Manchester in 1st. Manchester having a race unto themselves, 22-second lead. A 2nd ahead of UCL at Cambridge in the cream-coloured Porsche, and the black and yellow McLaren. It's UCL, and then behind them, UPR in yet another McLaren. And rounding out the top 5, it's the final McLaren of Coventry. Currently, Harriet Watt, Aberdeen and Hull B are in the drop zone. They will not be competing in the A final. The top 5 drivers who finish this B final will make it into the A final. Keep going, Mano, says Gav1330. As UCL begin to lose Cambridge. Cambridge pulling away now from UCL. And you can see in the background there, UPR creeping in. The gap around 4 seconds, just increasing now. Just dropped there, onto the grass. That's not going to do them any favours in trying to get up into a podium position for this final. But if they just hold on, they will still make it into the A final as they cross the line to start what is going to be their last lap. Manchester in the lead, 13 laps completed, 14th in progress, 22.959 seconds ahead of Cambridge in second. UCL in third. You're on board there with Cambridge in the white Porsche. Just watch the drivers wrestling with that steering wheel, that direct feedback, really ensuring that they know exactly what it would feel like, or as close as you can get without being there in real life, behind the wheel of these GT4 cars at Hockenheim. Three and a half seconds, 2.5 seconds. UCL and Cambridge. UCL not nearly enough. Going wide in the background there is UPR, possibly inviting a move from Coventry. They could swap over before the end of this race, but there's not a lot of race left. It's a few corners, I think. What you're going to see on your timing board at the moment is what you'll see as they cross the line. Manchester moments away from taking victory in the B final. Cambridge, you're on board with at the moment. There is Manchester coming around the final corner. Lights flashing. They know they've done it. They're happy. And across the line they go to win the B final. And that is an absolute calamity for UCL, who were facing the wrong way. We look our way for 5 seconds. We come back and UCL have dropped down into fourth and UPR are up into third as I predicted. I then changed my mind about, but there it is. It happened. Cambridge, Coventry having trouble. Coventry having massive trouble. On the last corners, they're on the grass. Harriet Watt have gone through to take that 5th and final position up into the eyes. Unbelievable. Coventry, what has happened? I've lost my voice. I'm so excited. Coventry in 7th out of nowhere. And Harriet Watt have taken the 5th and final position to be upgraded to the A final. Aberdeen crossing the line in 6th. Coventry, shocking in the final couple of corners, dropped down into 7th. And the whole B team will take 8th. What a race. In the last moments, everything happened. Everything happened. Unbelievable. The drivers not looking as celebratory as you might expect, because they know they've got it all to do again, starting from the back of the grid in the A final. Some smiles on the faces, some handshakes going around. They deserve it. They've done well. They've got their team up into the A final. They won't necessarily be driving themselves. Those who've driven in that B final may not be driving in the A final, but they've got their teams into that A final. Those top 5 finishers. You can see them there. Harriet Watt over the moon in the last moments of that race to have got into the top 5. I told you, don't go anywhere. I did say this hour is going to be some of the most exciting racing you've seen, whether it's in real life or made of pixels. I'll be bringing you reactions from the drivers very shortly, catching up with Monty. Donuts before finishing the race. UCL, apparently, according to James O, things definitely went down to the wire. Just goes to show everything can happen, says Jess Games 95. That is Jess Ball, who will be joining us in the commentary box tomorrow for the dynamic events at FS UK. Lovely, lovely to hear from you, Jess. James O, could you clarify what you're going on about? Well, says Alex W. Well, indeed, Alex W. That was unexpected. Tell me about it. I nearly lost my voice. It got so exciting. So keep those comments coming in. Certainly entertaining, Alex. Certainly entertaining. And of course, you can get in touch as well on YouTube, or drop us a line on Instagram or TikTok. Not sure whether Formula Student has its own TikTok account yet, but I know many of the teams do. You can follow them on that. We're going to interviews with the drivers very, very shortly. Big up FSTN, says Pikachu Sushi. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? What's been your favourite moment of the day so far? Let us know. I'm Giles Cosgrove. Joining me tomorrow for live coverage of Formula Student UK, the dynamic events live from Silverstone, will be James Monty Montgomery, who's been interviewing all the drivers today. He's also the head of this event. He's been doing an amazing job. And of course, Jess Ball will be joining us in the commentary box as well. Angelina Allison says, yay for Manchester. Yay indeed. Let's go to the race winners now with Monty.
Wow. I think we were expecting that one, guys. I thought it was a surefire decision there. Who were our top 5 going through into Finals A? Last minute, Coventry dump it out, and that allowed Harriet Watts to inherit 5th place, and that means you're into Finals A. Congratulations. How's that feeling?
Oh man, I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting it, but no, it's amazing. I think personally we didn't expect to be here, first of all, and then we surely didn't expect to be competing anywhere near the front or even in the midfield. So to not only achieve that today, but also I think we make it through to the finals. No, it's amazing, and I have to thank my teammates and especially University of Hull for even bringing us here in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here to do what we did today, and especially to the team back at Silverstone, who have been working really hard this year, and they deserve a lot of what's to come. And I'm excited to see what happens, and I'm looking forward to this race. Yeah, 100%.
Fantastic, and fair play to Hull for the camaraderie, by the way. It's very grateful to see that students are coming together to make sure that we can all enjoy this one. Well done. Best of luck for Finals A. Mega job, mega job. Likewise, 4th position that, so you're also through into Finals A. UCL must be feeling fairly happy with that result, no?
Extremely happy, yeah. Exactly like he said, we were literally not expecting it. So just to be in the finals is absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Thoroughly deserved, thoroughly deserved. We're going to go for the win?
We're going to hope so. Yeah, of course.
That's the spirit. I like that. Well done, well done. And last but not least, we have Portsmouth here. So that was 3rd position on the track. That's also snagged you guys a spot in Finals A. How are you feeling on that one going into Finals A? Congrats on qualifying for it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise, to be honest, because we spun out on lap 1 and was last. But we remained somewhat consistent throughout and capitalising on some others' misfortune. And yeah, I can't believe that we got P3, to be honest. Yeah, it definitely feels great to come from the back to podium. So yeah, and shout out to UP Racing. Thank you for them for bringing us. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Best of luck into Finals A, and of course to the other 2 who qualified for Finals A as well, Manchester and Cambridge. We can't interview them because they were racing remotely, so I know they're watching on YouTube. So well done, guys. Best of luck to all of you. You're starting from the back of the grid in Finals A, and you'll be joining the other top 15 to see who can win Round 8 overall. Best of luck, guys. Giles, over to you. Let's get ready for the final race of the day.
Clearly, Harriet Watt over the moon to get a 5th position there. Some comments coming in. Alex W says, had to stop for fuel, he says. Meanwhile, Billy Sturdy says, Tyler Davison showers with his race sim. That sounds about as dangerous as showering with a toaster. I wouldn't recommend it. Elsewhere, SB3 says, when is the A final? Very shortly. So do stay tuned and go grab your nan, your cat, your dog, your sister, your mum, your dad. Go and grab everyone, grab them around the TV, or as big a screen as you can get, because this final is coming to you live very, very shortly. I've got my bottle here because I will be honest, that last lap completely threw me. So I don't know how you're feeling at home. It was absolutely stunning. Thank you very much to the Williams team who've been helping all day today. They've been absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, Billy Sturdy also says, I heard Tyler Davison sleeps next to a copy of Gran Turismo 4. There's some in-jokes going on here that are going completely over my head. I can see that immediately. Who do you want to win? Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? Who's watching with you? Get in touch on YouTube. Let us know in the comments. We would love to hear from you. And don't forget, of course, you can join us live from tomorrow and Sunday for FSUK 2023, the Dynamics events. Moderna, the Italian university, are turning heads with a car that looks more akin to a shrunken Formula 1 car than it does a traditional Formula student car. We've also got Oxford Brooks with their four-wheel drive electric car through scrutineering for the first time since the pandemic. The cheer that went up down the old pitch straight at Silverstone was monumental. And of course, UE were the first combustion team to get through scrutineering today. Other teams following suit very quickly thereafter. So really, really hotting up. I was told by a scrutineer yesterday the quality of the cars that the students are making this year is back to levels that weren't seen since 2015, 2016. So the level is really up here. That means a lot of these cars are going to get through scrutineering, so we're going to have a heck of a lot of action on track, which is why we've got not one, not two, but three commentators for you tomorrow. Myself and James will be there, James Monty Montgomery, and we'll be joined, of course, by Jess Ball, who is here commentating on the Sim Racing Series in round 7. So all of that coming up tomorrow and Sunday. Make sure you're tuned in. Make sure you're tuned in. So this is going to be one heck of a year for Formula Student, because it's the first time we've had more electric cars at the event than we've had internal combustion cars. So as a result, this could well be the moment the tide turns, because in previous years, especially first year electric teams, have had issues getting through scrutineering. The additional safety factors you've got to consider when constructing an electric car necessitate that. We saw back in 2021 the reason why scrutineering is to such a high standard at this event, when there was a coming together between Coventry and Staffordshire, which sent carbon fibre everywhere, wrote off Coventry's car, and Staffordshire were very lucky to be able to finish the endurance event. They went on to actually win their class final, so congratulations to them on that. Well, it was 2 years ago now, I must say, though. Staffordshire looking strong again this year, as are Coventry. Really, really admire the aerodynamic work that's gone into the Coventry front wing. They've taken things back to basics and thought, well, hang on a minute, we're not going to get up to the speeds that you usually would where aero is going to be effective. So let's design some aero that's going to be effective at low speeds. You can see a great deal of time, energy, and thinking has gone into the Coventry aerodynamics package. You can see all that and more tomorrow live right here on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel with myself, Monty, and Jess. Really very looking forward to that. Right now, though, we've got the A final coming up for you. So those who finished in the top 5 of the B final have been upgraded into the A final. Those last couple of positions at the back of the grid. They're racing Lotus X's. I'm trying. They are Formula-style track day cars, and we're going live at, of course, Silverstone. Because why wouldn't we? So, yes, we are going to have a little break for a moment, and then we'll be right back with the final. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back to what is going to be an exciting half an hour of racing live from Williams Esports. It all comes down to this. We've been waiting all day for it. The grand final of the iMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023 live from Williams HQ in the Grove. It's been a pleasure talking to you today, and you've been talking back to me, and I've loved it. So, we've had some great comments coming in through. Moderna, fire, says James O. Michael Preston says, ready for a Sandeep Masterclass, SUFRST. Brandon Beckett says, watching from Lee. Brandon, my geography is appalling. Where is Lee? And Bill Sturdy says, Tyler and Haz, bring it home for Hull, lads. Come on, you Hull. And elsewhere, Brandon Beckett says, good luck, Bolton boys. Meanwhile, Albert Hare's been very lovely. And Albert Hare's looked round and said, before the final, I would like to say, Giles, Monty and the team behind this have done a fantastic job. And today, you have taken the coverage to a whole new level. You should all be so proud. Well, thank you, Albert, because you've been watching every single race, supporting your boy in Southampton. So, honestly, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Elsewhere, Brandon Beck says about half an hour away from Bolton. Ah, there we go. That would be the Bolton boys then, wouldn't it? And Abdullah Al-Wahhabi, I'm so sorry. I wish I could pronounce that, but thank you very much for the popcorn emojis. I'm just as excited. I'm really excited. This is going to be fantastic. You see the drivers getting ready now. So if you're just joining us, you're ready for the A final of the iMechE Sim Racing Series, the Formula Student 2022-2023. And it wouldn't be Formula Student if we didn't go to Silverstone. So we're going to a virtual Silverstone, racing Lotus Exos. They are Formula style cars. They're track day cars that are cut above Formula 3 and Formula 2 cars. It's going to be fantastic. This is what it's all about. We've had Formula style cars on this before. Mayor HFC says, go Tyler, bring it home for all. I can't do a northern accent. I'm from Somerset. If I try and do that, it sounds rude. It sounds like I'm taking the mick. I'm not. I'm just terrible at a northern accent. What I'd also be terrible about is racing in these sim rigs. We've been talking about them all day, and we are hugely thankful to Williams Esports for not only partnering with us over the next few years to expand this series into hopefully something really special, but of course in granting us access to their sim racing suite and all of their team as well. Their events team have been absolutely fantastic all day, feeding us, watering us, taking care of the gallery. They've been working in the gallery with our team from iMechE, making sure all of this is possible. You can see on your screens there the drivers getting to grips with the cars and the track. I really ought to have a map of Silverstone. I should know the circuit corners. I know some of you do, but I'm afraid to say off the top of my head, I know there's Cops, because that's where we've set up the track for FS UK. But unfortunately, off the top of my head, I don't know all the corners. I know there's Maggots and Beckett's, but I don't know where that comes. Who let me in here? Anyway, we're moments away from the live final. Well, we will crown the champions of the iMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023. Lily May says, good luck, Hull. Gav1330 says, let's go, Mano. Anyway, Aniken Scar Newland, I've butchered that, I can only apologise, but they've said, good luck, Ion. Stavanger, yes. They've been consistent throughout the year. The drivers wrestling with that direct feedback from the steering wheels. Aaron Farmer there from Cardiff Racing, having taken a win earlier in the day in the most appalling conditions. You could have had a bath on that track. One of the drivers just taking a moment to compose themselves. Others are being given feedback and help from their colleagues. Not long to go now. To recap, if you haven't seen the recaps, our big championship protagonists this year are Glasgow, Southampton, Hull and Bolton. They are the drivers to look out for. They are the teams to look out for. It's highly likely that Glasgow will take the series. We'll see what the results are at the end of this race. And don't forget to join us tomorrow, where Glasgow will be returning to the track at Silverstone to defend their title as FS UK champions They won the event last year. They've gone fully electric this year. Time will tell whether that was a good choice or not. You keep your comments coming in. Darren Davison says, go Tyler Davison, do it for Hull. Mayor HFC says, proud parents in Hull. Come on, Tyler. There's a lot of love for Tyler here. Meanwhile, Karen M says, good luck, Mano. Bring it home for HW. Was that HW? There's an emoji obscuring it. What is it with emojis? So 2010. We're a couple of minutes out from the final. The last finishing touches are being made to the server. The drivers are just getting their final few moments. There's a wave from one of the drivers as they get behind the wheels of these really high-class sim rigs that are worth over £1,000. It's like 2 months' rent for me. Remember, we are also students, and bear in mind, all of these students have been doing this alongside their studies, so it's a real testament to their commitment to Formula Student that they're doing this. They've also been doing engineering challenges behind the scenes, so this is all relevant. This isn't all video games and Mario Kart. This is really having an effect on their understanding of engineering and driver setup and car setup. Strategy as well. We've had teams run out of fuel. UGR ran out of fuel in one of the races, and I nearly lost my voice in all the excitement. It was mental. And that's all been through this series. That's all through this series, which has gone from strength to strength since it started in 2020. It's been a pleasure to have been a part of this year. I'd like to thank the IMechE and Formula Student for inviting me. And I'd like to say, chaps and ladies and variations thereupon, I'm available again next year for the same sweet, sweet price of nothing. But right now, let's go and look at the grid, the lineup at Silverstone for our final of the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series. And in pole, we have Bolton on second place, completing the front row. It is Southampton. UGR there in third, Salford in fourth, Hull in fifth, Victoria in sixth, Cardiff in seventh, Kingston in eighth, University of Wales Trinity St David in ninth, FSTN in 10th, York in 11th, OUSR. The lights are up. You can complete the rest of it yourself. We're about to go racing here at Silverstone, live for the grand final of the IMechE Formula Student Sim Racing Series. The lights are on, the revs are up. And it is go, 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 and Bolton get a great start, as do Southampton, who are looking to the inside, as are UGR, as we look to the first corner. Round they go, and that is absolute calamity. Somewhat predictably for this series, we've had a first lap drama, and look who's going straight down the board. It's Hull. Cardiff are in first, Glasgow in second, and that is some almighty pile-up. Oh my days, I can hear them outside groaning. Absolute calamity off the line here at the sim racing final. Wolverhampton tumbling away, Victoria tumbling down the order, Hull have gone, Bolton, where are they? Absolute calamity. The FSTN are ahead of Bolton. Bolton in sixth. We're on board with them now as they try and recover. They're up into fifth, trying to jostle their way past the green of Victoria. This is unbelievable right out of the gate, and we've only had a minute of racing. Cardiff in first. Meanwhile, in second, it's UGR who are battling it with Southampton. You're on board with Victoria. Ahead of them, Bolton and FSTN. Bolton will not be happy about that. Bolton looking for a way round FSTN. You can see ahead, and FSTN go wide. Bolton go through. Are Victoria going to be able to do the same? Not quite. FSTN getting straight back onto the track as quickly as they can. The slipstream, though, is available as FSTN have got Victoria all up in their chuff. The car's branded with the Formula Student logo. That's a nice touch there. FSTN going wide as Victoria look for a way round, and there's a bit of contact there. Lock up on the inside, and it looks to me like Stavanger are going to try and get through as well. Hull up in sixth, Victoria in seventh, Ion, Stavanger in eighth. Going down the order is UWTSD. They're just having bad luck in this final. They've had such a strong day. FSTN passed by Hull. The brake lights, the brakes lighting up under immense strain. FSTN then have lost out on a top 5 position. Hull are away. They're slipstreaming through, not quite giving up yet. Here's Hull. And ahead of them, we've got Bolton and Southampton. The car's really bunching up now. Kingston
are in 12th, and they're going past an all manner of calamity as OUSR and UPR go spinning away. Not sure what was the cause of that. Is it just the immense power of these cars, or was there contact? OUSR there in 14th, bright blue. Oxford University student racing on board now with Stavanger as they try and outdrag FSTN, not quite making it work. On the power, holding it there, nicely off done. Now get on it. Yes, that's good. Putting immense pressure on FSTN. UGR and Southampton still battling for second position. Cardiff, meanwhile, nearly 2 seconds ahead. FSTN dropping down into 7th. Stavanger make a pass. UGR and Southampton also battling up ahead. Plenty of action going on. The gap between UGR and Cardiff up to nearly 3 seconds now. On board with Southampton as they try and out-drag Bolton, getting right in their slipstream. Going round the outside, a little bit hairy there onto the grass. Go Southampton. And they look to the outside, not a place you really want to be making the move there, Sunshine. Going round the outside, very good stuff, keeping it nice and tidy, piling on the pressure onto Bolton from Southampton, 2 championship protagonists, racing at their very best. This is exactly what it's all about here in the sim racing final. Brilliant stuff from these 2 drivers, side by side. Southampton go through, Bolton have got the inside line, they nearly touch, it's so unbelievably close. Bolton yield, Southampton have the place, they're into the top 3. This will decide who else is on the podium this year. On the power, sweeping round. Here comes Cops. Oh! Southampton pulling away from Bolton, which will have an effect on the outcome of the championship. Cambridge past Victoria, meanwhile. Kingston, look ahead. They go wide. Victoria under pressure now from Kingston. Looking for a gap, there isn't one quite yet. And there they go, Victoria gone way wide and Kingston go through. Hang on a minute, that was an interesting line, Victoria. Now. I'm not entirely convinced that was the racing line. I don't really know much about driving, but the little I do know. I used to get Birmingham and Bridgewater mixed up, but even my sense of direction can tell that wasn't quite correct. Kingston in 10th. There, meanwhile, is Akash FSTN, who are having an absolute calamity. So up into 9th go Kingston. They'll be hoping for 8th. Victoria are directly in their sight, just waiting for a mistake from the bright green Victoria car. It's a matter of time. 19 minutes left of racing in this grand final, live from the Williams Esports facility. Harriet Watt trying to make a move on UPR, and they do so. Harriet Watt down. That's Oxford University that go through, and that's Harriet Watt down into 15th. Brake discs lighting up. York up into 16th. Harriet Watt in 15th, having managed to claw their way into the final. Oxford University are up in 14th, but Cardiff are off, and off in a big way. Absolute disaster for the Welsh Dragon. Aaron Farmer behind the wheel, 7 seconds now behind University of Glasgow. What happened there? Absolutely gutting for car number 39. Aaron Farmer has been strong all day in the black, red and white of Cardiff Racing. And now he's got it all to do. 18 minutes, 10 seconds to close the gap on UGR. But could this well be the story of the season? UGR, Southampton and Bolton making up your top 3. You're on board now for the fight for 8 between Kingston and Victoria. Victoria have been overtaken finally by Kingston. And that gap is opening like a cavern, the Grand Canyon, as Victoria lose out and Kingston just get away. Down the old pit straight. That is where acceleration will be held tomorrow. Is it? I should know this circuit better than I do. I've never driven it, oddly enough. Vittoria smoking up under hard braking, locking up there, just giving Kingston the opportunity to pull away. Hull, meanwhile, only 2 seconds behind Cardiff. They'll be rubbing their hands together at the prospect as they look to do a bit better than 5th. Oxford University past UPR, meanwhile. You're on board with Hull. With rapt anticipation, the drivers flexing. You can see the steering wheel wobbling against them. The direct feedback letting them know that these cars are not to be trifled with. You're on board with UPR, Oxford University ahead of them. Got to be careful what I say about Oxford. Out of Cops. UPR not quite able to make up that gap to Oxford University. As we look then, 5 laps completed by the University of Glasgow. 2 seconds behind them is Southampton. Bolton just crossing the line. They're 4 seconds behind Southampton. Cardiff, that gap is staying at the 10-second mark. Absolute heartbreak then for Aaron Farmer, who was looking so solid, having made the most of an appalling start for some of the top runners. Going off in a big way, losing out on 3 positions. You're on board right now with Stavanger. You've got a lot of support in the comments. Can they close in on Hull? The gap, 3 seconds, exactly or near enough. 15 minutes left here at Silverstone for the grand final. Glasgow en route for victory in more ways than one. Southampton, 2 seconds behind them. You're on board with University of Wales, Trinity St David. Locking up behind them is UWR, Wolverhampton. Looking for a way round, but there's not a lot. And here we go then, because Victoria is up ahead, slowing both Wolverhampton and University of Wales Trinity St David right down. You're on board with Wales Trinity St David as they fly down the old pitch straight towards Copse. This is where Hamilton and Verstappen came together a couple of years ago, but no such trouble here. Getting right on the apex, losing control, and that's gutting for Wales Trinity St David. They were looking so solid. And through go Wolverhampton. And University of Wales Trinity St David have got it all to make up, but luckily Victoria's holding everybody up, and that's Oxford off. Oxford off in a big way as UPR, FSTN and Harriet Watt go through. Meanwhile, in 9th, Victoria is holding up a lot of traffic. The pressure is building. You've got University of Wolverhampton and University of Wales Trinity St David both behind them, both trying to find a way round. Both of them looking at different ways of doing it. One on the inside, one on the outside, and that's Victoria gone. There's contact. And that could have been disastrous for all involved, but it was relatively clean as it goes. University of Wales Trinity St David recovering from that off. Up into 9th, Wolverhampton in 10th. You're on board Wolverhampton right now. They're going to try and make a move around Wales Trinity St David. Oh, that was a bit close, wasn't it? There's surely, if you're modelling that in simulation correctly, there's a bit of front wing damage to the Wolverhampton car. After that, locking up there. Wolverhampton going wide to avoid University of Wales Trinity St David. Oh, going round the outside. I don't think this fight is over. And there is front wing damage on the Trinity. You can see it on the front left of the Trinity St David car. Their downforce is going to be absolutely appalling. And meanwhile, there's University College London heading towards the pits. What's happened to them? Driver swap. They are doing a driver swap, I'm reliably informed. What is their reasoning behind that? An interesting choice then from the University College London, down in 18th. They've still got a lap up on Manchester, who are down in 19th position. As they pull out of the pits.
I once saw the Grand Prix on this corner back in 2013. You're on board with your race leaders, University of Glasgow. They're 7 laps up, completing their 8th lap. 1.5 seconds ahead of Southampton. That gap is significantly close since the last time we spoke about it. Bolton in 3rd, Cardiff in 4th, Hull in 5th. Can University of Glasgow hold on to this victory in this race? They are the hot favourites for this championship, and it really would be the icing on the cake to not only win the championship, but the final race as well. A lot of support for them in the comments. There's been suggestions I go back to the UGR tent and have a drink. I might well do. We'll see. Right now, we've got racing to do. 11 minutes to go. Here at Silverstone, live from the Williams Esports HQ. You're on board then with OUSR, who are side by side with FSTN, and up ahead of them, you've got UPR and Harriet Watt. This could be very interesting indeed. Going round the outside, go FSTN. OUSR, FSTN knocked off by Oxford University. And Victoria go through. And that's FSTN down into 15th, but they're not having any of that. And they're saying, right, 14th, I'm going to go down a place. Victoria down into 15th. Up ahead of them, they may want to extract some revenge, because Oxford University are up next. Well, there was something of an aggressive move there that put them down the pecking order. 10 minutes to go, just over. You can see there, the driver's absolutely unrelenting. Oh my days, that's FSTN gone completely. Right into the wall. The damage on that car, is it going to be drivable? Southampton here, and they've got Glasgow in their sights, less than 1.5 seconds away. This could be really, really interesting. 2 of the biggest championship protagonists we've seen all year. 2 race winners for this series up against each other in the final race as they barrel down the old pit straight. Through Copse they go. A scene that will be recognisable to a number of Formula student members. It's where, of course, we have our course on the Silverstone circuit. 1.6 seconds, that gap has opening up a little bit more. Can UGR hold off Southampton to take the race win? It's very likely they will be taking victory in the championship, will Glasgow. UWR then up against University of Wales Trinity St David. Wolverhampton in 9th. Wales Trinity St David, you're on board with Wolverhampton. It's Kingston they're going past. I stand corrected. I apologise for that. This is very tight indeed. This is almost looking like a like-for-like on Hamilton and Verstappen, but they managed to avoid it, clinging to the track. As Kingston managed to maintain their position in 8th. Wolverhampton looking round the inside, just managed to squeeze out Kingston and take 8th. Kingston slotting in behind, grabbing that slipstream, looking to the inside line, not quite there. Through the slipstream, making the move, round the outside. A brave idea, but it could work. Kingston up, Wolverhampton. Oh, this is going to be close. Wolverhampton managing to, managing to hold off, and Kingston goes slaloming through. Through that tight left-hander, braking, dropping the gears. They're in 3rd at the moment. Absolutely fantastic battle for 8th between Wolverhampton and Kingston. This is what we came for. Look, sweeping to the outside, sweeping to the inside. Oh, going wide. Oh, Wolverhampton. Kingston determined to get back 8th position. And they have. And no, they haven't. They've gone off. They've locked up. That's it all over for Kingston. And now they've got it to make it all up. There's a second gap there at the very least. And they've got to do some serious driving to close the gap on Wolverhampton, who have just gone away. At the first sign of weakness from Kingston, Wolverhampton took the check and ran. On board with University of Wales Trinity St David as they hunt down Kingston. This drama up ahead of them has been played right into the hands of the Welsh team. The 2 drivers ahead slowing down to dice it out for 8th. And in 10th, just back a bit. Trinity St David thinking, you know what, I can make a few places here. Is the gap going to close, though, is the question. 7.5 minutes or just over left of racing. You're on board then with Southampton, who are hunting down Glasgow. 1 minute 42 posted by Bolton. University Wave Trinity St David go past Kingston in a cloud of smoke. Was that a lock-up from Kingston, or was that a mechanical failure? Kingston well off the track. There was a lockup from Kingston. UPR go through, as do Harriet Watts. University West Trinity St David up into 9th. Meanwhile, back with Southampton, 0.9 seconds to Glasgow in the lead. 7 minutes. There are plenty of people watching who are going to be on the edge of their seat. Do you know, I was talking to Caitlin, who does the social media for Glasgow, a couple days ago. Turns out most of the team didn't realise they were doing so well in the sim racing. It was only this week when they found out. Madness. Southampton piling down on the rear wing of UGR. Meanwhile, Salford trying to get past York then. Salford in red, York in yellow. Closing that gap, looking to the outside. Can they find a way round? Who's going to break first? In 6th, down to 5th, down to 4th, down to 3rd. Rapid gear change, rapid braking. York up and no. York have gone through. Salford onto the grass. As were Victoria, was that? Oxford University may have been on the grass as well. That's the blue of Oxford University there. Some changing of positions. Salford then not in the position they wanted to be in. 11 laps completed by UGR onto lap 12. 1.7 seconds between them and Southampton. That gap has well and truly opened up. UGR comfortable with 5 minutes left to go. On board with Stavanger. Less than a second between them and Hull ahead. Plenty of support for Stavanger on the stream. And look at that. I don't think that wing, that is not looking good on Hull. Hull's downforce is going to be all over the place. Look at that. You don't even need to be an engineer to know that that doesn't look right. That's going to completely ruin the downforce in through those high-speed corners. You're on board with Oxford University Student Racing right now as they try and get past Victoria, going round the outside. A little bit of a toe punt there on the rear wing, and they go through. Can they make it work? Victoria unrelenting, unwilling to give up the position, rightfully so. A battle each and every corner. Oxford slotting in behind Victoria, trying to get that slipstream. Oh, that was a little bit interesting, wasn't it? Late braking for Oxford, and they nearly rear-ended Victoria. Emergency evasive action from the Oxford driver, just managed to avoid a major crash. That's what you get for braking late, I'm afraid. Oxford now got it all to do again, closing in on Victoria, down the old pit straight, heading towards Cops. We'll be there tomorrow for Acceleration. Do join us. That's maybe, yeah. Oh, that was a little bit interesting there from Victoria. Victoria are behind now. Oxford getting ahead. He's got to make it stick now. And you know who else has gone? Harriet Watt. Harriet Watt have gone away, meaning Victoria and Oxford University Student Racing have made up a position each as well. Victoria barreling down the straight now in an effort to make up for that lost position, as Oxford have definitely gotten through here, and the gap has actually opened up significantly to the point that in 3.5 minutes, I'm not convinced that can be done. Victoria having an unpleasant race this time round. This last time out for the final, dropping down the running order as they go, gutting for a team I've absolutely loved having in this series. A seconds gap down to 0.9 seconds between UGR and Southampton. Southampton cannot afford to be making mistakes at this stage if they want to vie for that win. 12 laps complete. We're on lap 13. Unlucky for some. Is it lucky for Southampton? Can they get past the championship leaders and take victory in round 8 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series? Glasgow will be desperate to win. They're favourites to win the series outright this year. They will want to take the race win. Southampton will have something to say about it, and it is only Southampton who can challenge them. 15 seconds away from Glasgow and Bolton. You can see them in the red in the back of your screen there. Southampton unrelenting, that gap fluctuating between 1 and 0.8 seconds. There's a back marker for Glasgow to contend with. This will play into Southampton's hands. Can they take advantage of the slower car ahead? Really getting the apex. Not quite as much on that one. The back marker pulling out of the way. Southampton will... Oh, locking up are Southampton. So desperate are they. Twitching there
That's going to really open up the gap. They've just been punted. That is absolute calamity for Southampton. The back marker knocking into them. The gap opening up to 4 seconds, and UGR have near enough got this with 2 minutes of racing left. Southampton will be outraged. Being knocked by a back marker at such a crucial point in the race. Locking up, you can see they're so desperate to get back that they're putting all the power down and just forgetting to remain calm, making mistakes they weren't 5 minutes ago. Gutting for Southampton, who are looking to have to settle for second in this race. On board with Stavanger then. Can they get a top 5 finish in this last race of the season? Hull ahead. Early braking, fair enough, nice and safe. Drawing closer to Hull, and it closer on the apex, a tighter racing line goes Stavanger. Bear in mind though, Hull have got that obvious rear wing damage. Their downforce through the corners is going to be severely affected. You see the car just lurching to one side the entire time. The body roll just horrendous, even through the straights on the Hull car. Don't know what happened there. Must have been the start, one would have thought. Fantastic angle there, loving that, very dynamic. As Stavanger hunt down Hull in the last throws of this race. You're on board with Stavanger. Under the Silverstone Bridge. Who's going to break left? Looking to the inside. Fantastic defensive driving from Hull, given the circumstances. They know this is going to be difficult to defend against a car that has less damage than them. Looking to the inside they go. Can they make this work? Not quite. And there's almost contact, but they just about avoid it. Wonderful racing from Hull and Stavanger. 30 seconds left on the clock. 14 laps completed by UGR. Closing. Oh, and there's contact. And I thought it's absolutely disastrous for the pair of them. But in fairness, cleanly handled. I think Stavanger would admit fault in that. Onto the grass go Hull, who are now under immense pressure yet again from Stavanger. Both of them had it coming together. Both of them stuck. Looking to the inside now goes Stavanger. This is really close. The teams gathered round watching the live feeds for each of their drivers. The clock's run out, as Eminem said. UGR on their last lap then. Championship contenders from day one through the final throws of this last lap. Looks to me like University of Glasgow are going to take the checkered flag. And there it is! University of Glasgow crossed the line. And I really do think that they have got the championship in the bag. Southampton crossing second. Glasgow thoroughly pleased with that. Bolton will cross the line in third, followed by Cardiff, who were leading until a disaster for them. Meanwhile, though, it's Cambridge and Stavanger and Hull. Stavanger and Hull still battling to the line. It's not over yet. Side by side they go. This is really close now. Through go Hull. Hull are up. Stavanger go wide. Cambridge having a look as well. Cambridge having a look at Hull. Can they make up a position? Not quite. They go off, go Cambridge. Unbelievable. And there it is. Cambridge crossed the line in 7th. Stavanger in 6th. UWR are next to cross the line. And when they do so, they will be in 8th. In 9th, it will be University of Wales, Trinity St David. And that is it. Unbelievable. I should say something at this point, but I just wanted to let you soak in the atmosphere that's going on here at Williams Esports. I don't know whether you can hear it, but I certainly can. Glasgow over the moon. Just over a week ago, the whole team found out that they were actually on course to win the Sim Racing Series. They didn't know for the whole year. The guys just kept it to themselves, said, I'm doing this race, I'm doing that race. No one really paid attention on the WhatsApp chat.
There are the teams celebrating that are left behind the wheel, donuts. But there are your winners, I think. Not only of round 8, but of the series. So, thank you so much for joining us. Do stay with us because we're going to get all the reactions from all the drivers. Monty will be talking to our race winners, University of Glasgow Racing, who I think have also won Formula Student Sim Racing 2022-2023. It's only a matter of time. We'll take them downstairs into Williams. We'll get an interview with them. I'll go and join them very shortly. Thank you ever so much for joining us in the commentary box because it's been great having your feedback in here. Murray Montgomery, very right in saying, as this is the final, could we see the leaders? There is a real race at the front. There really was. There was so much racing going on. Jory Smith said one of the overtakes of all time. James O, interesting racing line. Yes, there were some interesting racing lines taken. Bill Sturdy saying, come on, you all. Diagnosis Spinetti said, no. Gutted for some result. Come on, Stavanger, said Annika Scar Newland. And Wendy Cohen, UGR, love heart. Well done, everyone. Jory Smith finishing in style. GGS to Glasgow, says Jess. Well done, Glasgow, said Albert Hare. Tyler Davison, great race to keep 5th with all that damage from the first lap. Well proud of you, son, says Darren. Yeah, you should be proud of Tyler, Darren. That was absolutely brilliant driving from the whole car with so much damage there. And Jess does ask, can they take the double? Jess, I think so. I think UGR, not only have they won round 8, but I think you're looking at your champions of the season. We're going to get all of the reaction for you very, very shortly. And don't forget, it's not all over. Come back tomorrow, right here on this YouTube channel. Same time, same place, with myself, Jess, and James. Going to be bringing you all the live coverage of FSUK 2023, which is looking to be one of the best ones we've had since the pandemic. It's going to be really exciting. I really want you there. It's a weekend. What else are you going to do? What we're going to do right now is cross over to James Monty Montgomery, who has got your race winners. Keep or not, as the case may be. The reaction has been monumental. I can hear it from in here, and it's just great. The atmosphere has been marvelous all day. Been a wonderful day of racing. Wonderful having you here with us. So thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget, if you missed any of it, just rewind it. You can rewind it like an old VHS tape. Yes, I might be 23, but I can still remember VHS tapes. Rewind it and watch back all of your favourite moments. Let us know, will you be watching tomorrow? What are you most looking forward to seeing? Whose car are you most excited about? But for now, let's go to James Monty Montgomery, who has got your race winners and quite possibly your championship winners as well.
Well, wasn't that fun, guys? After 8 hours of racing, we finally have our winners for this round. Congratulations, Ibrahim Khan from University of Glasgow. That was a stonking drive to the end, nicely controlled. How does it feel? You've won the final round and you've won the finals.
Yeah, it's honestly a breath of relief. Just coming up to this round was just all the pressure was on just to convert such an amazing season at an event in a place such as this. It's like, it doesn't feel, even though it's just like a series, it's like, oh my god, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad that you've been able to be part of this, and fair play as well to the team, because you've done a stonking job all season and richly deserved victory here. The amount of preparation you guys have done. Now, winners first over the line, fantastic to see. A lot of pressure though, tell us about that, because Southampton were reeling you in as the race went on. Did you think you had it in the bag, or tell us what was going through your mind at the time?
Honestly, I was expecting for the last 2 laps to be complete, because I think in the first few laps me and Southampton had quite a battle. I think Virgil behind just had a small mistake, so he caught back up and was a second behind the whole time. So I was expecting the last 3 laps just to be chaos. But honestly, yeah, I feel really bad for him that he had his incidents with traffic, because it's been the same thing throughout the season with lap cars causing a bit of mayhem. So honestly, half of the driving was just figuring out what the car ahead's going to do, just in case, because it's going to end up so horribly. Just leaving that half a second and just to give a bit of margin. That was, I think, what gave us that little bit more luck at the end of the day.
Very well done, sir. Honestly, nicely deserved, richly deserved there. So that's Ibrahim Khan from the University of Glasgow, who has won the final round of the FS Sim Racing Series. Now we're going to interview the champions of the whole season. Also the University of Glasgow. So come on in, guys, come on in. Let's get you all in. Now, guys, I'm going to let you all have your moments of glory. So give us your names, let us know what rows you're in, and how does this moment feel for you all? I'll let you start, sir.
Well, hello, my name is Oleg, and I've been mainly doing engineering challenges.
Hi, I'm Nev Corn, and I've been a driver and working on the setups and engineering challenges.
I'm Ibrahim Khan, and I drive.
And I'm Jet McCauley, and I'm the team lead for the sim entry.
Guys, congratulations. Honestly, fantastic season. This really has been a season of two halves for you guys. Your first time in the FS Sim Racing Series, didn't take part last year. Obviously, you won FS UK overall last year. It was great to have you on board for this season. As we would have seen in the highlight reels running throughout the day, as you would have saw in the first 3 rounds, the pace was definitely there, but a lot of tripping up that allowed Southampton and Bolton to get away. But you turned it around, and it was like watching a steamroller, really, for the second half of the season, and just utterly dominating. Congratulations, thoroughly deserved. We do have trophies for you guys, which we are going to present as part of the award ceremony on Saturday evening. So I hope we'll be seeing you in Silverstone, because we like to give this to you guys as well. Just a couple of words as the team leader, though. What does this mean for Glasgow as a university, and what have you thought of the series as a whole, being that you're basically debutants and you've turned up and spanked everyone's backsides?
Well, I gotta say, from the outset, the goal was to have fun, because we all like sim racing and we all like doing this stuff, and the fact we were competitive was just a bonus. I've got to apologise. I'm going to be really cliche and thank people, because in the team we have so much support. We have everyone cheering us on after races who aren't part of the sim team. Everyone here, Oleg works crazy hours getting graphs and MATLAB to work funky things that we ask him. Nev's the head of vehicle dynamics and does so much work for the team. He's driving, he's doing engineering challenges, and Ibrahim, he's you see how fast he is. The boy, just, you give him any car and track and he'll set a new world record. So it means so much that we were actually competitive and fast and got to this position.
Thoroughly deserved, guys. Honestly, the amount of effort you guys have put in, I cannot believe this. For record, guys, for the engineering challenges, these guys are doing 1,000 laps for every challenge. So they're taking it seriously, and the proof is in the pudding, really, because, as I say, you've won the most races this season. You've wiped the floor in the engineering challenges as well. We're going to see you guys back again next year?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt. Yeah, I've got nothing else to say. Sorry,
No, absolutely fine. Fantastic. So for all the other universities out there, you better watch out, because the standard's been set, and it's a very, very high standard now to beat for next season. But for the time being, guys, congratulations. Thoroughly deserved. Go and enjoy your moment in the sun, because you've really earned this one. And after a season-long battle with everyone else, you guys are our Formula Student Sim Racing Champions for 2022-2023. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done, well done. Now, I see we've got Mr. Giles here as well. Sir, you're going to come in for us to do the last couple of words? Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Absolutely stunning. And let's be honest with you, was it ever going to be anybody else?
It was very close. Thank you very much.
Southampton were all over that rear end. Oh, they were rapid. That was really intense in the commentary box. So have you enjoyed it? Because you've been an absolute stalwart behind the scenes, and you don't get nearly enough love from it, because you've really put in a huge mammoth effort. And to see where this has gone from when in the pandemic we couldn't do it live, so we did it via sim racing, to, I mean, look around us. Look where we are. It's 3 years, that's nothing. And you've been a huge driving force behind that. You invited me to do this at Learn to Win last year, and it's been an absolute pleasure. So on behalf of all of us, thank you, because you've been brilliant.
Well, it's my pleasure, but honestly, I do this for the students. You know, my thesis was based on simulations. That was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, simulations, racing games, they were kind of poo-pooed. We've seen, especially throughout the pandemic, that simulations, data analysis are just as relevant as traditional means of engineering nowadays going into the future. Industries are looking for that, and Formula Students has always been about, well, providing students with the challenges, putting that theory into practice so you're prepared for the real world. I've always said since day one, this is your series. Whatever you want to see out of it, tell us, we will make it happen. And no, I'm just really, really grateful to have such a great community who are competitive, willing to have fun, but as we've also seen, willing to help people out, so we can go to wonderful places like this and do some mega racing. It's all for you guys, so thank you for being a part of it and for giving me a reason to get up in the morning to come and do this stuff. But on that note, I think it's time to finish, Giles.
It's time to finish.
And I believe we've now got our final standings in the closing reels to announce. They can see where everyone finished for round 8 and where the final standings are. So, Giles, thank you so much for being our lead commentator this year. Final words to you, sir.
Well, thank you ever so much to everyone who's joined us over the course of the year, everyone who joined us this evening. It goes without saying, but we already know it, and here are the points to prove it. UGR, Formula Student Sim Racing Champions 2022-2023.
Bye, guys.
Are we still on?
Oh, we're still on, so let's just